The Walker family. The Walkers should have been able to enjoy their Christmas with friends and family in 1959. But rather than taking pleasure in the holiday season, they ended up lamenting the death of their loved ones as a result of the deeds of one or many unnamed offenders. A ranch worker called Daniel Magliard went to pick up his colleague, 25-year-old Cliff Walker, early on December 20th, 1959 in Osprey, Florida. The two of them were going to go hog hunting that day. But as soon as Daniel's truck came up, he observed the house's peaceful silence and felt a surge of worry come over him. There was a problem. Cliff had two small children with his 24-year-old wife, Christine, a 1-year-old girl named Debbie, and a 3-year-old boy named Jimmy. Because of this, the family's home was often alive with activity, and they were frequently up early in the morning. Daniel exited his truck and made his way to the Walkers' front door. He knocked and got no response. Then, fearing for the family's safety, he broke through the screen door and entered the house. He discovered a scene of bloodshed. The first person he saw was Christine. She lay in the doorway of the living room. Her head had been shot through with a .22 caliber bullet. She had been sexually raped prior to her death, as law enforcement would later learn. Daniel noticed Cliff and Jimmy's bodies in the corner as he glanced around the space. They had each taken headshots. Daniel had seen enough. Debbie was nowhere to be found. After leaving the property, he dialed the local police, who came to discover Debbie, age 1, in the bathtub. After being shot, she drowned. It's been speculated that the reason the attacker drowned the young girl was that they ran out of ammunition and she didn't die from the gunshot wound right away. Osprey police officers had their hands full. After a day of doing errands, they were able to determine that Christine had arrived home first at 4 p.m., followed by Cliff and the kids at some point after that. It's been speculated that Christine knew the attacker and may have spoken with them before the attack because she had time to put the groceries away. Another piece of evidence was the fact that Christine had engaged in a fierce struggle with the offender while wearing her high heels, which were discovered covered in blood on the front porch. The missing things from the family's home were also discovered by the authorities. The marriage certificates of Cliff and Christine, together with Cliff's pocket knife and high school majorette costume. It was suggested that Christine was the real goal of the attack, and that the perpetrator was either in love with her or her ex-boyfriend because all of these objects looked strange objects to steal. Police had a lot of suspicions, but they had little supporting data. They discovered one bloodied cowboy boot, which may or may not have belonged to the family, a fingerprint on the bathtub tap, and a cellophane strip from a cool cigarette wrapper. It's also mentioned that the offenders secured the front door after leaving. A total of 587 persons were at some point regarded as suspects. The suspect list included Cliff's violently inclined cousin Albert Walker, Daniel, who had discovered the family's dead, and a neighbor who had allegedly made attempts towards Christine. Curtis McCall, a man who was once Christine's partner, was also looked into. There were rumors circulating in the town about the couple having an affair. Moreover, even though McCall refuted the rumors, he was never completely ruled out because there was little evidence against him. Nevertheless, none of these candidates materialized, and the reason for the heinous murder of the Walker family remains a mystery. Emmett Monroe Spencer, a serial killer, confessed to being the murderer at some point after the killings, but this confession was later deemed unreliable due to Spencer's well-known history of pathological lying. It was thought that Spencer had concocted his confession based on articles about murders from the neighborhood newspapers and the crime books he enjoyed reading. The Walker family case then stalled for a number of years. Subsequently, in 2012, the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office started looking into connections between the case and Richard Hickok and Perry Smith, two convicted killers. The two were career criminals who were hanged in 1965 after being found guilty of the 1959 murders of 4 Clutter family members in Kansas. 1965 also saw the release of the well-known novel In Cold Blood, which included discussion of the Clutter family murders. Since Smith and Hickok had an alibi for the time of the executions, the author of the book rejected the notion that they were responsible for the Walker family slaughter. This account, however, is contradicted by documents and testimony from investigators in Florida and Kansas. As early as 1960, Smith and Hickok were suspected of being involved. The robbers booked into a motel 4 hours away from Osprey after fleeing to Florida in a stolen automobile 34 days before to the Walker murders. After that, on the morning of the Walker family killing, they checked out. They were apprehended in Las Vegas, Nevada, on December 30th, 1959. A 1960 polygraph exam seemed to exonerate the couple of any wrongdoing. But as we all know, polygraphs aren't really proof of anything and aren't even acceptable in court. Experts have also mentioned the infamously unreliable polygraph equipment from 1960. Investigators revealed their plans to obtain a warrant to exhume Smith and Hickok's bodies in order to collect DNA in December 2012. They were hoping it would match the semen sample that was collected from the crime scene belonging to the Walker. In 2013, it was declared that the body's DNA evidence was corrupted and could not be positively matched to the evidence found at the crime scene, despite the exhumation having finally taken place. The crime scene sample yielded only fragmentary DNA. Therefore, the evidence did not establish or refute the couple's involvement in the case. The two were still the most likely suspects in Walker's murder in spite of this setback. Witnesses not only saw the two at the scene of the killing, but when the guys were apprehended, a pocket knife that, like Cliff's, was discovered. According to some theories, when the two were in Florida, they knocked on the Walker family's door and offered to sell them the 1956 Chevy Bel Air that Cliff had been eyeing for purchase. Christine let the man inside. Some internet detectives, however, contend that considering the things that were later taken from the house, it appears more plausible that the family's brutal murder was more personal. Cliff's niece discovered the marriage certificate that was taken in the past few years, tucked away among other things that a family member had handed to her. It's unclear if officials ever checked into this anonymous family member. The Walker family massacre is still unsolved as of 2020. If you're fascinated by true crime and enjoying the video so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up to stay updated on all our latest content. Moving on to the next case. Carol Peloso. Carol Peloso, a 16-year-old friend of her daughter Julie, and her 42-year-old son left their Eureka, California home on February 12, 1999, for a vacation in Yosemite National Park. They started with flying to San Francisco, where Carol hired a red 1999 Pontiac Grand Prix, and then they stopped in Stockton, where Julie competed in a University of the Pacific cheering competition. The three of them traveled to El Portal and Cedar Lodge, which are situated off of Highway 140 on Yosemite Park's western edge, on February 14th. They intended to stay for a few days there, so they were given a room. In the Stockton region, Carol and her 43-year-old husband Jens operated a real estate company. Due to a forthcoming business trip, Jens was unable to join the three on their outing. The women hiked into Yosemite National Park on February 15th, using one of the park's several paths. That night, the group watched films in their room after checking out a few from the lodge service desk. The women will never again be seen alive after this. When they cleaned the rooms the following day, the lodge staff claimed they saw nothing suspicious or indications of foul play. The party had already finished the checkout process, and the room keys were left on the desk. On her way to Arizona, Jen had arranged to meet the three of them at the San Francisco airport that evening. Jen was supposed to go to his work meeting, and the women were supposed to tour the Grand Canyon. Jen recalls his dismay upon discovering his wife missing from the airport. He figured she had flown ahead, bewildered by their plans, but after failing to get through to them again the next day, he called the police. The automobile rental company attested to the fact that Carol had never gone back to the Pontiac or informed them of their intention to renew the contract. Yosemite Park rangers and local police started searching the area where the three missing people were last seen. Initially, it was thought that they might have become lost in the park after straying from the main hiking path. Police, relatives, and volunteers conducted a helicopter, foot, and ski search in the Yosemite National Park area for 4 weeks. It was advised to rescuers to keep an eye out for any of the women or the red 1999 Pontiac Grand Prix that went missing. Then Carol's wallet, which included her credit card money, was found in Modesto, California. By driving, Modesto was more than 100 miles from Yosemite. Detectives shifted their focus from the missing hiker notion to something far more nefarious as a result of this unexpected discovery. Following the finding of Carol's wallet in a suburban Modesto area, law enforcement and the FBI conducted a thorough investigation of the area, questioning residents, shop owners, and anybody else who could have seen them. The Bureau announced on February 28 that it was treating the Sund event as a murder instead of a missing persons inquiry, and that it was moving its temporary headquarters from Yosemite to Modesto. Over 1,000 leads were sent. Many confessed, but it didn't lead to anything. The FBI ramped up its search, bringing in additional sophisticated tools and air support. Unofficially, Carol's spouse promised the public $250,000 in exchange for information leading to the missing woman's return. He increased the amount to $300,000 after a few weeks, but it was ineffective. Carol Carrington's parents, Francis and Carol Carrington, made an appearance on Good Morning America to plead for the public's prayers and assistance in finding their daughter and the children. The children of the second son were hopeful that their mother and sister Julie would return at some point, but by mid-March, those prospects had diminished. The son's family's worst fears were realized on March 18th, a little over a month after the three vanished, when a hiker happened to stumble upon the site of a red 1999 Pontiac that had caught fire. About 100 yards north of Highway 108, close to Longbourn, in a remote part of the Stanislaus Forest region in California, the rented car was discovered purposefully buried. After confirming that the license plate on the car belonged to Carol, the California Highway Patrol contacted the FBI right away. Agents arrived on March 19th, the next day, to unlock the automobile trunk. When the trunk was opened, the detectives discovered two blackened bodies. Police located a camera close to the scene of the crime. When the images were developed, they discovered that they had shot pictures of Carol, Julie, and Selena when they were visiting Yosemite. Authorities discovered a single picture, which they said represented the last known picture of the women alive. It was taken about 20 minutes prior to their assassination. Using dental data, the bodies were definitively identified as Silvina Peloso and Carol Sund after a few days. A hand-drawn map containing the location of Julie, the third woman who had gone missing, was sent to the police along with a note a week later. "We had fun with this one," the note's top stated. Following a nearly 90-minute journey from the site where the remains of Julie's mother and friend had been found, investigators located Julie's son's body on March 25th in Tuolumne County, close to Lake Pedro. She had been stabbed in the throat and was quite deteriorated. A task group made up of FBI agents and law enforcement from 4 neighboring counties interrogated a number of known drug users, sex offenders, and violent ex-offenders from a 75-square-mile area between Modesto and Sonoma over the course of the following few weeks. Given that the woman's automobile was hidden along a spur road that residents had previously used to dump old appliances, the police surmised that the murderer of the 3 ladies was someone who knew the area well. 4 guys were thought to be the primary suspects in the early investigations into the killings by mid-April. In Fresno, California, they were summoned to testify before a grand jury. The FBI had examined their statements and the evidence connecting the suspects by the end of June. The agency said at the time that even though no one had been charged, they believed the murderers were already in jail. The 4 seasoned offenders who were first taken into custody for the offense belonged to a nomadic community of PALs and methamphetamine addicts that were concentrated in the Modesto region. The 42-year-old Modesto resident Michael Miklarwick was raised in Tuolumne County, close to the scene of Silvina Peloso's and Carol Sund's discoveries. On March 16th, he was first taken into custody and imprisoned for allegedly shooting a Modesto police officer. He had been questioned by the FBI and has a lengthy criminal history, but he denied having anything to do with the Yosemite slings. Eugene Rufus Dykes, 32, a Modesto resident and his half-brother, was also taken into custody with him. El Porto parole employee Billy Joe Strange, 39, was detained on March 5th after he allegedly admitted to his parole officer that he had alcohol on his breath. Strange had previously worked at the Cedar Lodge Lounge and Restaurant, where the deceased women were last seen. Even though the FBI pressed for Strange's arrest, he denied having any involvement in the triple homicide. Daryl Gray Stevens, 55, was the fourth person to be taken into custody. He shared a room with Strange. He was imprisoned for not registering as an offender after being found guilty of robbery in 1978. Despite their arrests, none of the four were ever formally charged with the killings. One more man was detained after being questioned. Cary Stayner was his name. He had been a handyman at the Cedar Lodge. He had no criminal history, and the only time he had ever dealt with the law was in 1997 over marijuana use. After a short while, he was made available to the public without facing any charges. Then there was another murder in the summer of 1999, when Yosemite and its neighboring communities attracted a large number of visitors and residents alike to its stunning peaks and valleys. On the morning of July 22nd, park rangers discovered the body of 26-year-old Joy Ruth Armstrong after receiving a tip from a concerned caller. The body was found outside the campsite near Joy's residence in the Forster Village, which consists of 30 cabins available for park employees to use. Her head was buried in the same water that she and her pals had used to drink, while her body lay close to a stream. Joy had spent the previous year employed by the Yosemite Institute. She had collaborated with the National Park Service on educational initiatives. According to detectives, she was most likely slain on Wednesday, July 21st. She was last seen that day at the institution offices, but she never made it to her planned visitation of a friend in Sausalito. Her would-be host had called the campground when she did not show up as planned. Her automobile, already packed for the trip, was discovered by the police in front of her cabin. The primary suspect in the second murder was 37-year-old Cary Stayner, a name that investigators were familiar with. He had been among those questioned following the February triple murders. He had been freed at the time since there was no concrete proof connecting him to the crime. His interview, therefore, seemed more normal than anything else, since he was the handyman at Cedar Lodge in El Portal, where the women had been before to their murder. This time, though, FBI officers arrested him and had him provide information regarding the recent murder. His pickup was inspected by investigators, and his backpack was seized to be examined. He was freed because there was no hard evidence found, but the FBI cautioned him not to leave El Portal. Outside of Joy's cabin, the police had discovered footprints and tire impressions from a car. On the road where Joy's cottage was situated, a witness reportedly recalled seeing an unusual blue International Harvester Scout with white stripes. It didn't take long for investigators to determine that the car fit Cary Stayner's description. Another witness remembers Stayner being incensed that his rucksack had been removed by authorities after he was questioned. The fact that his truck had been searched infuriated him too. Later in the day, when officials investigated Stayner's flat, they found proof that directly connected him to Joy's murder. By this Friday, July 23rd, Stayner was vanished from sight. Instead of apprehending him, the agents found him at the Laguna del Sol nudist community, which he frequented. The manager identified Stayner's photo as one of his visitors after seeing a story on television. He alerted the FBI right away, and they sent agents to the colony. On Saturday, they brought Stayner back to El Portal for a longer questioning. Stayner admitted to killing Joy Armstrong to a police detective when they were driving to his police interrogation. John Boyles, the FBI agent assigned to the case, said he recounted the killing, quote, as if he was reading a soup label. Stayner admitted to killing Sylvina, Julie, and Carol shortly after. I want you to get in touch with certain producers in Los Angeles, Stayner said the investigators. My story should be the subject of a weekly movie. Many think that he was remembering the hoopla surrounding his brother's last dangerous encounter when he made this request. When Stephen Stayner was kidnapped in 1972, he was 7 years old and in the second grade. Stephen, Cary's younger brother, was stopped by a man called Irvin Edward Murphy on December 4th while he was making his way home from school in what would turn into a worldwide news story. Would Stephen's mother be open to making a donation to a church? He inquired. Murphy asked Stephen if he would be prepared to show him where he lived and where he resided after he replied in the affirmative. The child consented, and when a white Buick driven by convicted criminal Kenneth Parnell showed up, Murphy and the boy got inside. The youngster was then driven by Purnell to his cabin in Cathy's Valley, which is close. They passed the street where I used to live and said, "We'll just call your parents to see if you can stay the night," Stephen subsequently recounted. Kenneth Parnell, the abductor, then used deception to trick Stephen into believing he had seen a judge and had, quote, gained custody of the little child. After mistreating Stephen on the first night at the cabin, Parnell started attacking him sexually on December 17, 1972, which was 13 days later. After being kidnapped for a week, Stephen was told to phone Parnell's father and given a new name, Dennis Parnell. "He kind of tricked me at first into thinking that my parents didn't want me." Stephen claims that he never notified anybody about the rape or molestation because he was, quote, always scared of Parnell. Stephen and Parnell lived as father and son for 7 years. Stephen would be exhibiting what some specialists would refer to as Stockholm Syndrome, believing the lie out of deception and terror. Stephen, going by Dennis, was enrolled in schools, one of which was located in Point Arena, California, about 5 hours away from his hometown. In the interim, his family made an effort to keep his disappearance in the media in the hopes of learning additional details. Parnell would eventually attack Stephen 700 times. According to Stephen, Parnell claims with pride that the real figure was much higher. When Stephen reached puberty and grew older, Parnell started to hunt for a new victim. Parnell made Stephen's friend Randall an offer of drugs and money, and on February 14, 1980, they kidnapped Timmy White. But Stephen realized he could not let Timmy go through what he had. So in 1980, he got Timmy and fled when Parnell was out on business as a security guard. After they hitched back to Ukiah, Stephen took Timmy to the police, whereupon he became an overnight hero, since he couldn't find Timmy's home address. In the end, Parnell was apprehended and found guilty of kidnapping. However, the prosecution declined to prosecute Parnell for any of the Stephen assaults, reasoning that by doing so, they were shielding Stephen from the stigma associated with male sexual abuse at the time. Parnell served just 5 of the 7 years he was sentenced to in prison. Parnell's accomplices, Randall and Murphy, were all found guilty on lesser counts. Parnell attempted to kidnap another young boy in 2004, and for that, he was found guilty and given a 24-year term. 2008 saw Parnell's death in prison. Stephen was further victimized when he was called names and made fun of for being a gay man at school when information about the sexual assault became in the media and during Parnell's trial. Nevertheless, Stephen overcame his extremely traumatic upbringing and married in 1985 at the age of 20, going on to have 2 children, Ashley and Stephen Jr. Then, in the latter part of the 1980s, Hollywood and the Stainers reached an agreement over the picture rights to Stephen's tragic story. I Know My Real Name is Stephen, a made-for-TV film, debuted in 2 parts on May 22nd and May 23rd, 1989. Stephen was portrayed by actor Corin Nemec, who also made a brief appearance as a police officer. Relatives remember that he was pleased with the movie and that viewers enjoyed it as well. With almost 40 million viewers, it was NBC's highest-rated miniseries in the previous 5 years. I am aware that Stephen, my first name, is a 4-time Emmy nominee. But Stephen was killed by a car the night before the ceremony while he was returning home on his motorbike. He passed away suddenly at the age of 24. Carrie Steiner made a request years later, indicating that he desired the same kind of fame and attention because a TV movie had been created about his brother. The FBI believed they had obtained enough information at the end of their interrogation to be able to charge Carrie Steiner with murder. They hurried him to file an official complaint in Fresno on Sunday morning, and on Monday, they brought him to Sacramento to appear in court. Steiner consented to be questioned by a CAN-TV reporter the same day. Throughout the meeting, something unexpected happened. Steiner cried out, quote, "I am guilty," with a voice that seemed relieved to be free of responsibility. Carol Sund, Julie Sund, Silvina Peloso, and Joy Armstrong were all killed by me. The prosecution takes issue with his later assertion in the interview that none of the women had ever experienced any form of sexual assault. Steiner claimed in the televised interview that he had spent the previous 30 years fantasizing about killing women. He goes into great detail about how he killed each of them. He claimed to have strangled Sylvina and Carol at the hotel room at Cedar Lodge that they had rented. He went on to say that he killed Julie early the next day after taking her to a lake. Stainer claimed that even though he believed he had gotten away with his prior murders, after he happened to strike up a chance chat with Armstrong, he could not control the temptation to murder him. As he wrapped up the interview, he said, quote, "I'm sorry their loved ones were where they were when they were. I regret not being able to restrain myself and not doing what I did." Sources close to the FBI said that during the Saturday night interview, Stainer had already admitted his culpability. From the Bureau's point of view, they had the correct man this time. He had provided the FBI with information so particular that only the murderer could have known it, enabling the agents to find proof supporting his confession. Knives were undoubtedly used in the killings, and the weapon thought to have killed Joy Armstrong was later found. Special Agent Christopher Hopkins claims that from room 509 of the Cedar Lodge Motel, where Stainer sexually attacked Julie and Sylvina before killing them both the FBI's evidence response team and the Mariposa County Sheriff's Office gathered items of possible interest. Stainer stated during his interview that he changed the bed when he returned to their motel room, despite the fact that hair from his body had been left on the bedspread. Stainer stated during his interview that he had changed the bed after returning and that hair from his body had been left on the motel room's cover. Hairs and Hoover sweepings from room 509 were discovered by the FBI laboratory, along with bodily fluid stains on a blanket. Additionally, they discovered a palm print that matched Stainer's on the windowsill. Stainer says he used duct tape to bind Joy. The tape was later discovered and had hair evidence. Agents found blood-stained clothing on the victim, and while Armstrong's blood was probably present in the majority of the stains, Stainer's hand had a cut, suggesting that he had been cut and bled during the attack. Additionally, fingerprints were taken from Joy Armstrong's trucks inside. Hiking and naked sunbathing seemed to be Stainer's sole interests, according to a motel handyman. He would hide out in Sacramento County's Laguna del Sol, a nudist resort, on his days off. 2 years before the killings, in 1997, Stainer had been employed at the Cedar Lodge as a handyman. They allowed him to use their tiny top-floor flat. According to management, they thought he was an honest and diligent worker. Stainer's responsibilities included both housekeeping and technical work, such as repairing mechanical and electrical issues and bringing extra towels and linen straight to visitors' rooms. His co-workers remember that he frequently dined at the motel restaurant for lunch and dinner, but he never developed intimate friendships. Stina was diagnosed with trichotillomania at the age of 3. This disorder is characterized by excessive hair plucking, which frequently leaves significant patches of baldness. The effects of Stainer's trichotillomania lingered throughout his high school years, even after medicine was prescribed. Because of the obvious bald areas, he was severely teased and had to wear a baseball cap all the time. It is thought that his brother's kidnapping and his battle with this illness had an impact on his later reported sexually inappropriate behavior. Later on, Carrie revealed that Stephen felt abandoned as his parents were grieving over his disappearance. Stainer claims that he was eclipsed by his brother's attention when Stephen managed to flee and make his way back home. Because they and many others did not think that Stainer acted alone, the FBI was first hesitant to identify him as the lone murderer. Considering the blatant murder of the 3 women at the Cedar Lodge Resort and the way the corpses were disposed of, many locals believed that so much tragedy could not have been caused by one individual. Owner of Yosemite Rosebud Lodge, located immediately west of Cedar Lodge, Letty Carolyn Berry, stated of the community's response that the crime's logistics suggested more than one person had to be involved. The same things were being said in private to the media by certain members of the Sund and Peloso task team, who claimed that it was hard for some investigators to accept that Stainer alone could have had the upper hand on all 3 ladies without assistance, much less have disposed of their bodies. The trial was rescheduled from Mariposa County to Santa Clara County in an effort to include non-locals on the jury. Residents could have been personally acquainted with the victims, so emotion could have an impact on their voting. Stainer entered a not guilty by reason of insanity plea to the 1999 triple murders in May of 2002. The court heard Stainer's recorded confession which he had provided to FBI investigators on July 22, 2002. The court heard Stainer's recorded confession during questioning by FBI agents on July 22, 2002. In this, he coolly confesses to the agents interrogating him that he had used a gun to talk his way into room 509. He had done this by pretending to be fixing a leak. After dragging Sylvina and Julie into the loo, he bound Carol and killed her by strangulation. After removing Sylvina and Julie from the restroom and placing her body in the Pontiac's trunk, he sexually attacked them. He brought Sylvina to the toilet where he strangled her to death when she began to resist. After that, he pushed Julie inside the Pontiac and placed Sylvina's body inside the trunk. He tells of carrying Julie to a vantage point close to Lake Don Pedro, where he allegedly confessed his love to her and slitted her neck at the crack of dawn. He remembers leaving the group's rental car with Sylvina and Carol's bodies inside, then coming back 2 days later to burn the evidence and get the wallet, which he then disposed of near Modesto to mislead the police. Who killed the people was no longer the point of contention. Instead, it was whether Stainer was insane at the time of the killings and if the confession the FBI agents obtained was forced. Wearing a red jail uniform, Stainer lowered his head but displayed no emotion during the proceedings. For killing hiker Joy Ruth Armstrong in the summer of 1999, Stainer was already serving a life sentence. He ultimately acknowledged his culpability and stated that he spotted the young woman the day Joy vanished while driving his car to Floresta, after being questioned extensively by the FBI. She was getting ready for a trip and packing her car. He acknowledged that he had bound Joy with duct tape while holding her at gunpoint in her own cabin, thrown her into his car, and dumped her into a stream. Stainer's defense attorney claimed that because the confession was made under duress, it could not be admitted. However, the question of whether his confession was forced arose when the court heard tape demands made by Stainer to the FBI agents directly on July 24th. Before revealing his identity to them, he stated that he needed these demands to be met. Stainer insisted on being imprisoned in a facility close to his parents' house and that his parents get the reward money. Additionally, he demanded to be handed a sizable sum of CSAM in cash. His defense had previously claimed that the confession was forced by the FBI, but these requests suggested otherwise. Ultimately, Stainer came clean without the lure of reward money for his parents or the assurance of the illicit media. Since Joy's murder took place on government property, Stainer was put on trial in a federal court. He entered a guilty plea to charges of premeditated first murder, felony first-degree murder, attempted aggravated sexual abuse resulting in death, and kidnapping resulting in death in order to save a potential death sentence. Stainer startled the court during the sentencing hearing by sobbing unexpectedly and apologizing, saying, quote, "I wish I could take it back, but I can't. I don't even know why I did what I did, but I wish I could explain it to you. I really apologize. I wish there was a rationale, but alas, none exists. It makes no sense." Joy's mother, Leslie Armstrong, broke down in tears as she listened to Stainer's apology and later stated that she thought it was sincere. Additionally, Stainer acknowledged that in 1998, he had planned to kill 2 more Finnish girls, but that he had run away when the girls' school advisor showed up. The Stainer family had a history of sexual abuse and mental illness, according to his attorneys, which showed up in the murders as well as in Stainer's OCD and his demand to see these pictures in exchange for a confession. In his testimony, Dr. Jose Arturo Silva stated that Stainer suffered from paraphilia, minor autism, and obsessive-compulsive disorder, the experience of persistent or strong sexual arousal brought on by unusual things, circumstances, fantasies, actions, or people is known as paraphilia. Another definition of paraphilia is having a sexual interest in anything other than a willing human partner. In state court, Stainer entered a not guilty plea to the other 3 killings on the grounds of insanity. Stainer was judged to be sane on August 27, 2002, and after being found guilty on 3 charges of first-degree murder with exceptional circumstances and 1 crime of kidnapping, he was given the death penalty. During the case's conclusion, the judge declared that Stainer was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt due to the severe psychological damage he had caused. Subsequently, it was discovered that Stainer was nearly involved in another double murder in 1999 when the woman he was dating and her 2 daughters were nearly killed on Valentine's Day. But with other persons around, his attempt was thwarted. It was then that he noticed Sylvina, Julie, and Carol. Stainer was also connected to up to 5 further murders, all of which he was accused of but never found guilty of. Among these victims is Patricia Marie Hicks Dahlstorm, aka Patty, who was 28 years old and moved to Merced from Washington State in September 1980. She last spoke with her family in September of that year. She had become a member of the San Anda Apostolic Church, a cult that Donald Gibson had started. Later, Patty made the decision to quit the cult, and her flatmate last saw her traveling to Yosemite National Park on public transit. On June 28, 1983, a hand and a dismembered arm were found in Yosemite 10 months after her disappearance. A skull was also found in 1988 not far from the initial crime scene. Genetic genealogy determined that the remains were Patty's in April 2021. The victim and Stainer are linked together by their shared affiliation with the cult leader. Authorities suspect that Stainer may have opted to kill Patty in punishment for her earlier evidence against Gibson. Stainer attended and supported Gibson during his trial in 1981. Stainer's paternal uncle, 42-year-old Jesse Gerald Stainer, also called Jerry, was shot and killed in his Merced home on December 26, 1990, using his own shotgun. Stainer lived with Carrie at the time. Stainer later became a suspect after the murder went unsolved. Later, when Stainer was just 11 years old, he claimed that his uncle had abused him at the same time as his brother Stephen was abducted. Human hands that had been severed were discovered close to the New Malones River in October 1994. A group of youngsters who were burning yard garbage on December 13, 1994 discovered a decapitated and handleless torso in a grove of trees off of Camp 9 Road near Vallecito, California. The hands that were separated belonged to the same person, according to forensic pathologist findings. The remains were identified as Sherilyn Mavone Murphy's in December 1995. Murphy was 24 years old. Her head is still missing. Because of the similarities between Murphy's death and Joy's murder, the FBI looked into Murphy's homicide in an attempt to find evidence linking Stainer to her, but no hard proof was ever found. Authorities also looked into Denise Smith's case, 34, for potential Stainer connections. In December 1994, Denise's decomposing body was found in a charred 50-gallon barrel off Jacksonville Road close to Don Pedro Reservoir. August 10, 1996, was the scheduled meeting place for 20-year-old Michael Larry Madden, also known as Mike, and his buddies at Sandbar Flat Campground in the Stanislaus National Forest, close to Sonora, California. He planned to stay to fish and set up tent. He vanished from his family's house that day at around 5 in the morning. On August 12, 1996, at 2 in the morning, Madden's friend arrived at the designated location but saw him nowhere. Authorities have speculated that because Yosemite National Park, Stainer's preferred killing ground, was only 75 miles east of Sonora, Madden might have also been a victim of Stainer. Stainer was incarcerated in the Death Row Adjustment Center at San Quentin State Prison in California following his execution for the heinous murders. Stainer has been on death row since 2002 since California has not carried out any executions since a 2006 court decision. The untainted terrain of Yosemite, which has been devastated by horrific horror, is as robust as the Aboriginal people who used to live there. Though few people who have been asked would be able to speak about the lives that Carrie Stainer purposefully took on the same rough wilderness paths, the memory of those who perished endure in the thoughts of their friends and family. Moving on to the next case. Malvina Krutz. Charles E. Krutz, then 48 years old, arrived home from work at approximately 5 p.m. on January 29, 1958. Living in a serene neighborhood on the north side of Indianapolis, he shared a 1.5-story house with his 41-year-old wife, Malvina, and his 10-year-old son, Charles Krutz Jr., who was mostly known by his nickname, Buddy. Nothing looked wrong with the house at first. Buddy had been home for almost an hour and a half already. He was seated in front of the television, lost in an episode of The Adventures of Wild Bill Hickok, which was his favorite program. Malvina, Charles's wife, had vanished from sight and sound. It was normal for her not to be around, because she was currently supervising repairs to the family home that had been damaged in a house fire the month prior. She frequently dashed off to run errands, meet with laborers, or complete paperwork. Buddy said to his father that he thought his mother was working his paper route when Charles questioned him about her whereabouts. Buddy's mother reportedly assured him not to worry about it, and that she would take care of it for him when he returned home for lunch earlier in the day. Until Buddy told his father that he didn't like the way his bedroom looked. This response seemed logical. He said something about his toys being all jumbled. Bewildered, Charles made the decision to clean up before looking further. However, a wave of unease overcame him as he entered the lavatory. Someone had drawn the shower curtain closed. Charles discovered his wife buried in water, lying on her side in the bathtub. As he pulled back the curtain, Malvina was staring at the tap. The overflow valve was fully filled in the tub, and her legs were bent at the knees. Someone had shut off the tap. Both the body and the water remained warm, as observed by Charles. Malvina had wounds on the side of her lips, bruises above the knee on her left leg, on her left eye, on her chin, and on each arm above the elbow. The white blouse belonging to the 41-year-old was torn in the back. Her underpants was rolled up to her knees, and her cardigan was ripped. She was wearing shoes at the time, and her trousers were discovered to be completely drenched on Buddy's bedroom floor. It was eventually established that Malvina had not been sexually abused in spite of her physical condition. The coroner thought she had been hit in the head or face before being submerged in water, despite the official cause of death being stated as drowning. Malvina was a pleasant and kind woman by all reports. She was hardly the kind of person one would anticipate dying violently. Friends referred to her as vibrant and energetic, while neighbors characterized her as kind and amiable. In addition to being a housewife and mother, she worked at the church and volunteered for the PDA. Police started piecing together the 41-year-old's day's events as soon as they got to the site. Her friend Mildred Warning visited earlier the afternoon with another acquaintance, Florence Kubert, to observe the remodeling work in progress. The two had called Malvina at about 12:45 p.m. to let her know they would be arriving, according to Mildred. But the sound of a strange male on the other end of the phone greeted them instead of the housewife's kind voice. It was not Charles, her spouse's voice. Thinking it was one of the laborers, Mildred wanted to talk to Malvina. When the man faltered, Mildred instructed the stranger to let Malvina know they would be there. Then she heard Malvina phone and say, quote, "I'll pick her up at 1:30. Nevertheless, according to a different version, Malvina stated, quote, "Tell her not to pick me up today." Still, Mildred and Florence showed up to the house an hour later. They watched a man flee Malvina's house, get into her car, and speed off as they approached. The two buddies were initially perplexed, but they quickly thought this was just a builder looking for supplies. This was not an uncommon occurrence. The women knocked on the front door and got no response, so they moved to the back door, which was ajar. The two waited inside for 20 minutes, but Malvina never appeared. They left Buddy with a new jacket and left her with a message. Upon questioning the two women about the person they had seen get into the automobile, the police were unable to identify or describe him. However, a 16-year-old neighbor asserted that the driver was a black man. At 12:10 p.m. on that particular day, Buddy returned home from school for lunch. When he got there, his meal was ready, and he saw that his mother's car was still in the garage. Around this time, a milkman making a delivery noticed the automobile there as well. Malvina called out to Buddy from the restroom as he was finishing his lunch, telling him that she would handle his paper routes. There is no proof that Buddy saw his mother in person, despite reports that he heard her. The next morning, Malvina's 1955 Buick hardtop, which was a two-tone white and gray vehicle, was found abandoned on 4926 North Meridian Street, 11 blocks away. The car keys were not inside the vehicle and could not be found, despite searching the vicinity. Unbelievably, The car was allegedly there since the morning of the 28th, the day before Malvina was discovered dead, according to several witnesses. The Krutz family residence yielded a few noteworthy items of evidence. Because expensive jewelry and valuables were still there, and Malvina's purse and cash were unharmed, the police ruled out robbery as a possible motive. However, they discovered 3 fingerprints during their examination of the house that did not belong to the family. They also found a pencil in Buddy's bedroom that had hair strands adhered to it. Here, too, were blood-stained pillows. Malvina's little wounds on her scalp and forehead are thought to have been made with a pencil. At first, the pencil in question looked like a good lead. The words, White County Rimk, Monticello, Indiana, were engraved on it, and Charles claimed to have never seen anything like it. The origin of the problem was identified as the Rural Electric Membership Corps, which had utilized and distributed thousands of identical pencils in their branches and offices. But they were also left in the office building's foyer, so anybody could have entered and taken one. This resulted in a dead end for the investigators. If any testing was done on the hair found with the pencil, the results have not been released to the public. Investigators speculated that Malvina had come to and started to fight off her attacker before drowning after finding more evidence, such as a blood-stained towel found behind the kitchen door and a chrome towel rack found in the bathroom sink. Because workers were coming and leaving from the property on a regular basis, law enforcement had a choice when it came to suspects. While other males were still being questioned by police, at least 4 workers were proven to have been working on the Krutz family home on the day that Malvina perished. Nevertheless, all 4 men were cleared after questioning. Nothing more appears to have come of the fact that one man in particular was said to be unable to account for his location at the time of the homicide. After questioning, a number of more suspects were let go. There may have been others, but none have been identified in the open. In January, a hitchhiker who was also an ex-convict from Alabama was picked up and interrogated, but he was soon set free. The 62-year-old man who was interviewed did not have prints that corresponded with the ex-convicts found in the Krutz family home. Investigations into local sex offenders resulted in the questioning of an unidentified woman in February 1958, who was later freed after passing a lie detector test. The number of dead ends the police were running into made them start to consider the possibility that Malvina had acquaintances that her friends and husband were unaware of. Charles, Malvina's spouse, was also at one point thought to be a suspect. It was discovered that the 41-year-old had filed for divorce on January 13th, stating, among other things, flagrant and willful neglect of conjugal obligations over a 10-year period and marital misbehavior. Malvina and Charles failed to show up for the restraining order hearing on the 17th, which resulted in the dismissal of the divorce lawsuit. Charles said that the two had made the decision to get back together. This was verified by Malvina's attorney. It seems that she had followed suit in the early 1950s, divorcing and then getting back together with her spouse. In relation to their prior failure to appear in court, the two were scheduled to appear in court on January 30th. Charles was able to give a plausible explanation for the events leading up to Malvina's death on January 29th. He worked as a sales manager for the Southern Transportation Company and spent the bulk of the day at his office. He did, however, leave for 3 hours to visit a friend, who verified his account along with the friend's landlord. However, Charles's alibi did not satisfy the detectives, who then requested that he take a polygraph exam. He consented, but he insisted that they wait until after Malvina's burial. James Mullen, one of the first police officers on the site, noticed a number of inconsistencies in Charles's testimony. The 48-year-old initially claimed to have entered by the front entrance, but he later claimed to have done it via the back. Furthermore, he disclosed to the police that although he had taken off his jewelry and watch when he got home, he hadn't changed his shirt when he discovered the body. James Mullen, though, saw that the shirt he was wearing seemed clean and new. Charles and his friend Charles Fleck both passed polygraph examinations on February 7th. Charles Kreutz was questioned for 4.5 hours, during which time it was said that he was helpful and eager to assist. Investigators were also tasked with looking into the odd anonymous phone calls that kept coming to Malvina's husband in the days after her death. A woman with a faint southern accent would frequently answer the phone at night and inquire, "Is this Mr. Krutz?" And when Charles affirmed that it was, hang up. The man who had answered the phone in the afternoon on January 29th also had a faint southern accent, according to Mildred Warning. Because of this, the police speculated that the two might know one another and that the woman might be aware of the man's identity. They were concerned that the man they couldn't identify would act to quiet the woman. Still, this lead produced no further results. Lenroy Pinnock, a local painter, was summoned before the municipal court on February 24th in relation to Malvina Krutz's death. When questioned, he allegedly gave a very disorganized account of the day and was unsure of dates. His polygraph revealed evidence of dishonesty. Nothing was discovered during the investigation of his home. The case was withdrawn on March 2nd. 4 years later, Pinnock was taken into custody in relation to the passing of Carol Jean Martin, his flatmate. He first blamed another man, but later claimed she had fallen after getting home intoxicated and starting a fight with him. He was found guilty of second-degree murder in 1963. He was questioned about Malvina once more, but he denied any connection and offered no new information. James Rogers, at 25 years old, turned himself up to the police on June 12, 1958, after he had committed multiple armed robberies and forged checks. Under interrogation, he asserted that Malvina's death was the result of his acquaintance, a painter on the Krutz farm. Later on, after being questioned by Indianapolis police, he altered his account and claimed that he was the one who was at fault. He related how he had invited Malvina home after they had met at a restaurant. He lost it there and gave her a fistful to the side of her head. After she passed out, he pulled her to the bathroom, got her in the tub, and turned on the cold water. Rogers said that he left Malvina, drove her car away, parked, and threw the keys into a neighboring empty lot when she didn't wake up. The keys were never found, even though the car was abandoned at the identical address Rogers provided. Researchers were enthusiastic about this discovery, but also cautious. A large portion of Rogers' knowledge was found in the press, and portions of his storyline just didn't add together. Rogers later admitted to lying after a police-administered polygraph test indicated that he was. He subsequently provided the name of the real offenders to the detectives, and after an investigation, this man was found not guilty. Rogers subsequently provided a number of names, all of which turned out to be false leads. Between 200 and 150 persons were interviewed in relation to Malvina Krutz's demise. Internet detectives have speculated that Charles might have been the one, and the man he'd seen earlier in the day was really his lover. This could explain Malvina's desire for a divorce. Another theory holds that one of the laborers was accountable, but the investigation was complicated by the sheer volume of laborers entering and leaving the property. The fact that the case changed hands multiple times and was once overseen by extremely inexperienced detectives was another factor that had a negative impact on the investigation. The idea that Buddy was to blame is the last theory that has been addressed in relation to Malvina's case. This is because during his hour and a half of home time, Buddy never went to the loo. Not that it mattered that he was the only one in his house, or that his room had blood-stained pillows or wet trousers. Nevertheless, given that Buddy was only 10 years old at the time, many have argued against this theory. He wouldn't be able to raise or move the body on his own. Therefore, it appeared likely that he would have gotten assistance from his father if he had anything to do with the attack on his mother. All of this is but conjecture, though, and the truth of Malvina Krutz's senseless death might never come to light. Her case is still unresolved to this day. Moving on to the next case. Vicki Johnson. On January 3, 1991, Seashore City Police arrived at Sabado Park, California, on a chilly morning. When they discovered 34-year-old Vicki Johnson's lifeless body spread out on the sandy playground, the sun had just begun to rise. It had ended horribly for Vicki. In the middle of the park, her mutilated body showed the agonizing marks of a horrific mutilation. A large amount of sand had obstructed her airways, causing her to be strangled and smothered. She was subjected to horrific torture, as evidenced by the bite marks the offender left all over her body. Her clothing was torn, and some of it had been burned, along with the top portion of her body. The scenario depicted a terrifying image of a woman going through unspeakable suffering. Her life was brutally taken in a way that was incomprehensible. Investigators were appalled by the attack's severity, and the town was left in a state of shock and terror. In the 1990s, Seaside City, California, gained an unfavorable image as a hostile neighborhood due to its widespread use of illegal substances and high crime rate that persisted until the early 2000s. The unfriendly character of the community was further enhanced by this specific case. This was an unusual episode amid the out-of-control gang warfare. Unlike many others impacted by the fighting, Vicki Johnson was not affiliated with any gangs. The body of Vicki Johnson was found lying in plain sight in the popular park. The murderer made no attempt to conceal the body. However, nobody had contacted the police. There were no eyewitnesses in the field. The community's terrifying culture of fear was brought to light by the quiet surrounding the crime scene. Back then, calling the police seemed like a really brave thing for a witness to do. Vicki Johnson had battled bravely for her life in spite of her severe injuries and agony. There was blood all over her flesh under her fingernails. It was not her blood, but the offender's. Recognizing the possible evidence, detectives took clippings of her fingernails in the hopes of finding crucial hints. Beneath her nails, a significant amount of alien DNA was found. However, when it was put through the 1990s crime database, nothing matched. Justice appeared elusive, and leads were few. In the icy shadow of doubt, the case vanished for more than 32 agonizing years. But in 2021, when Vicki Johnson's fingernail skin was tested for DNA at the California Department of Justice, a ray of hope appeared. The road to justice turned out to be very crooked. Handling cold cases comes with frustrating systemic obstacles, such as backlogs and inadequate staffing within the forensic system. But in 2023, 2 years later, the Justice Crime Laboratory discovered an important finding: a genetic match made to Frank Louis McClure. His information was entered into the National CODIS database, and he was once incarcerated. The connection to this DNA match gave the case additional momentum. Even though McClure's DNA connected him to the crime scene, Vicki's cause of death was still unknown. But McClure's past revealed a horrifying tale of brutality. Frank Louis McClure's criminal history dates back to 1990 and includes offenses like resisting arrest and causing serious bodily harm. This history was furthered in 1994 when the suspect violated probation by using a deadly weapon in a battery and fighting at home, earning a 4-year jail sentence. McClure was involved in domestic fighting and beating with a lethal weapon in the same year as the 1991 event. In particular, charges of domestic violence included the most common ones against him, which happened in 1990, the previously stated 1991 case, 1994, 1999, and 2011, to name a few. His relationship with Vicki Johnson was still not entirely clear, which left a crucial piece of the story missing. The reason behind the two's connection would remain a mystery until McClure, who was 77 years old, died in 2021 from natural causes. With his death, he would never have to answer for the crime. Police thought he died quietly in his beachside home, escaping punishment completely. The questioned DNA technology is not brand new. He might have been captured alive if this testing had been conducted 10 years earlier. He was dead by the time the authorities apprehended him. Frank Louis McClure was descended from a well-known family in the neighborhood. He was not praised for his character, though. Residents of the coast were taken aback by his link to the incident. Longtime Seaside resident Mark Vaughn spoke for everyone when he expressed amazement and sadness. Vaughn, who had gone to Fremont Junior High with Vicki, recalled her gentle disposition and the previously lovely ambience of her family. Vicki struggled with addiction in her last years, a heartbreaking battle that complicated her story. Vicki Johnson and McClure definitely had a chance of knowing one another. Their engagement in the use of illegal substances appears to be the main factor separating them. Since we don't know the complete scope of the suspect's connection and the suspect is deceased, the issue is more difficult. The inquiry is still ongoing, so there's still opportunity for a close associate of McClure to supply vital details. There is still hope that one of the people McClure confided in will come forward and tell the police the truth about what he did. In an appeal to the public, Seaside Police asked anyone with knowledge about unresolved cold cases in the region to come forward. They beg people to contact the department at 831-899-6748. Reaching a conclusion in a cold case is not the only goal. It is an essential step in averting catastrophes in the future. Local law enforcement establishes a powerful deterrent by solving these instances. If potential suspects learn that the local law enforcement agencies have a track record of effectively solving even the most serious crimes, they are sure to reconsider their activities. Orlando Johnson, a former NBA player, is the youngest of Vicki Johnson's 3 boys, and he continues to carry on her heritage. When his mother was taken from them, he was just a year old. We sincerely hope that her family will receive the much-needed closure as a result of this crucial revelation. Moving on to the next case. Brian Schaefer. As a medical student at Ohio State University, Brian was in his 2nd year of study. Previously, he completed his undergraduate studies at Ohio University, where he earned a degree in microbiology. He continued his education at Ohio University. Throughout his entire life, he had a very stable relationship not only with his parents, but also with his long-term partner. Despite the fact that his mother had passed away from cancer a few months prior to Brian's disappearance, his friends made the assertion that his mother's passing was not a factor in his disappearance. In addition, he intended to pop the question to his girlfriend later that year, most likely during a vacation to Miami that the couple had scheduled for their spring break. The celebration of the forthcoming spring vacation was something that Brian and his father got together for on March 31st, 2006. After some time had passed, his father recalled that Brian appeared fatigued as a result of an all-nighter that he had pulled earlier that week. It was around 9 o'clock. On the same evening, Brian went to the Ugly Tuna Salona, which is a seafood restaurant and bar located in the South Campus Gateway complex. There, he met his friend William Florence. That evening, Brian and William went out and visited a number of different drinking facilities, also known as bar hopping. Around midnight, they came face to face with Meredith Reed, who was a friend of William's. As they made their way back to the Ugly Tuna Salona, where they had begun the evening, she provided them with a ride. It was during their time there that Brian became separated from his friends. Both Meredith and William made numerous attempts to locate him by phoning him on the phone. They exited the bar at approximately 2 in the morning and waited outside for Brian. They presumed that Brian had returned to his apartment because he was not present among the group of people who were leaving. And yet, he was never seen or heard from again. The fact that the Ugly Tuna Salona is a bar located on the 2nd floor and has a surveillance camera facing the only entrance and exit is a peculiar aspect of this establishment. An investigation into the footage was carried out by the police, and they discovered a point in which the 3 companions entered the bar. Additionally, Brian was captured on camera bidding farewell to 2 women as they exited the bar, and the accompanying film also captures him returning to the establishment just a few seconds later. Exactly, that is it. Nobody ever sees or hears from Brian Schaefer again after some time has passed. It appears as though he vanished while he was in the bar because there is no evidence that he left the establishment afterwards. The fact that the camera that monitors the only entry and exit did not record Brian leaving the bar continues to be a mystery to the investigators. If you're fascinated by true crime and enjoying the video so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up to stay updated on all our latest content. Moving on to the next case. Carolyn Celeste Eaton, previously identified as Valentine Sally. Around 11 miles west of Williams and next to the Monte Carlo truck stop, On Valentine's Day in 1982, an Arizona Department of Public Safety officer conducted an investigation in the vicinity of the westbound lane of Interstate 40. Not so long ago, there was an event that resulted in a car tire being missing. Its retrieval had been the officer's responsibility to ensure that no mishaps occurred. To his surprise, however, the officer discovered beneath the cedar tree front of him, 25 feet from the interstate, something other than a misplaced tire. It was a human body. Beneath the tree, a young woman, perhaps an older teenager, was found partially nude. She was still wearing her blue jeans from Seasons, but there was a red and white striped jumper and her bra nearby. She only had her clothes and a handkerchief as personal things, and she did not have any identification with her. Jane Doe was a blonde who had piercings in her left lobe, a scar on one leg, and scars on her left foot. The decay and the fact that animals had started chewing on her carcass made it impossible for investigators to establish if the piercings in her right ear were the same. Law enforcement concluded that Jane Doe had been dragged to the location where her body was discovered based on her belt loops. The medical examiner had a difficult time determining the cause of her death due to the condition of her remains, although it is thought that she was strangled. She is thought to have passed away between February 1st and February 6th. Just before she passed away, one of her bottom molars had been prepared for a root canal. Even so, witnesses report seeing her alive on the 3rd. Law enforcement launched an appeal for assistance from the public and started compiling a timeline of Jane Doe's final known movements. A North Arizona University student remembered driving north on February 2nd to pick up a teenager who fit her description. The girl said she was from Phoenix, where she worked as a dishwasher and lived with friends, but her trip to New Jersey had been triggered by some family matters. Her plan was to travel to Flagstaff in order to find a ride with a long-haul trucker to the East Coast. When investigators conducted staff interviews at the Monte Carlo truck stop in Ash Forks, they came upon Patty Wilkins, a restaurant employee, whose family owned the business. She remembered meeting a female early on February 3rd, 1982, who looked similar and had blue eyes. The man she was with at the time was older, and Patty assumed he was either her grandfather, her uncle, or the teenager's father because he might have been in his 60s. Witnesses claimed that the man voiced worry about her teeth. When Patty recalled, the restaurant employee had given Jane Doe baby aspirin, which the adolescent had stuck on her bottom molar, in response to her request for painkillers. Patty estimated that the adolescent was between 16 and 17 years old. She mentioned that, although she usually reported young girls who seemed to be runaways to the local sheriff's office, she chose not to do so on this particular occasion because Jane Doe seemed to be very at ease with the older man, and she thought they were happy. The two left the truck stop 1 hour after they arrived, at around 3 in the morning. Sadly, no one remembered the type of truck or car the girl got into when she drove off. Jane Doe reportedly said that she was eager to go with the man when Patty asked the adolescent if she was okay and if she wanted to go with him. The man the adolescent was with was characterized as medium weight, white, and standing between 5 feet 8 and 5 feet 10. He had on a felt cowboy hat with a big peacock feather at the front and a vest made of two-tone brown checkered leather. After leaving the truck stop in Monte Carlo, Jane Doe was, as far as we know, never seen alive again. When detectives arrived to interview with Patty Wilkins and the other staff members, she knew right once who her jumper was. 2 years later, in 1984, Melody Cutlip, a young lady who vanished from Florida in 1980, was mistakenly identified as Jane Doe. Upon discovering Melody's missing persons reports, a lieutenant at the Coconino County Sheriff's Office became suspicious that the two females were one and the same. He got in touch with a forensic odontologist in 1984 in an attempt to compare the two using their dental records. By comparing Melody's dental records with Jane Doe's teeth bite marks, the odontologist was able to match the two. His techniques were usually regarded as unreliable and lacking in scientific soundness. Since Melody's mother didn't think the remains belonged to her missing child, she declined to have them sent to Florida. Interestingly, Melody went back home in 1986. An automobile accident in Louisiana 12 years later claimed her life. Jane Doe was buried in a Williams, Arizona cemetery, and Patty Wilkins covered the cost of her interment. Later on, Melody Cutlip with Valentine's Sally beneath was etched on her headstone. Melody's name was on the headstone for a while, even after it was established that the two were not the same person, in spite of her family's repeated demands for it to be taken down. With assistance from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the National Missing and Unidentified Person System, the Arizona Department of Public Safety, and a private genealogy company, the Coconino County Sheriff's Office declared in early 2021 that they had identified Jane Doe. Carolyn Celeste Eaton, 17, was identified as the missing person. She disappeared from St. Louis, Missouri, around Christmas of 1981. Carolyn was born on October 1, 1964. After an argument of some kind at home, she apparently fled away. But it seems that her family never submitted a missing persons report. There isn't a lot of information available on the internet regarding Carolyn's early years or her escape from her family. There are also not many theories in her case. Most people agree that she was slain by the man she was traveling with after she rejected his advances, with many internet sleuths speculating that she was killed in retribution. But according to armchair detectives, Royal Russell Long is the primary suspect. Long had a history of severe sexual assault, was convicted of kidnapping, and was a dangerous criminal and possible serial killer. He was even charged with molesting by his own daughter before he passed away in prison in 1993. In 1984, he entered a guilty plea to a charge of kidnapping related to the disappearance of Sharon Bald Eagle. Additionally, he is suspected of being involved in the disappearances of Deborah Mayer and Carlene Brown in 1974 in Wyoming. The most well-known connection to Long may be from his alleged role in the abductions of two 13-year-old girls from the Oklahoma State Fair in September 1981. Together, Cinda Pallett and Charlotte Kinsey went to the fun fair. Afterwards, Charlotte called her parents to inform them that both of them had received offers to work helping a fairground employee unload toys from a truck. As long as she called home again by 9 o'clock at night, her mother would let her start the job. Long, who worked as a long-haul truck driver and a fun fair employee at the time, matched the suspect sketch in this case quite a bit, thanks to the assistance of eyewitnesses. That evening, the same offer was made to a number of additional teens, but none of them accepted to assist. Long was accused of robbing both daughters of their lives. Although he acknowledged being at the fair that evening, he denied having anything to do with the disappearances. The day before, he had driven a flatbed trailer to a nearby company and landed in the region. In addition to Cinder's hair, many animal hairs that were identified as belonging to various dogs and a cat that she had interacted with before going missing were found in his car. Moreover, there were bloodstains discovered within the car. Nevertheless, it was impossible to tell if they were animal or human. And in Long's house, a blonde hair strand was found. Once more, however, it was never positively matched to Charlotte. The majority of the physical evidence, the testimony of Long's daughter, and the testimony of a boy who had been approached by Long the night Cinder and Charlotte vanished, were all excluded from consideration by the presiding judge in the case against Long in December of 1985. The accusations against him were therefore dropped. Even now, both girls remain missing. Many people have assumed that the man Carolyn was traveling with was lengthy based on Patty Wilkins' description of him. He was frequently spotted sporting his highly unusual felt hat with the feather in the front. By calling 928-226-5012, you can reach the Coconino County Sheriff's Office if you know anything regarding Carolyn's murder. Moving on to the next case. Christina Morris. Christina Morris paid a visit to a high-end shopping center in Plano, Texas, on the 30th of August, 2014. In order to commemorate the beginning of the Labor Day weekend, she got together with her close pals. It was here that she became acquainted with a man whose name was Enrique Orochi. Despite the fact that they had both graduated from Allen High School, they did not have a strong relationship with one another. A common buddy was the one who brought them together. Christina is seen in this surveillance footage strolling with a man in the direction of the garage of the shopping center, which is where her vehicle was parked. We were dealing with Enrique. On the other hand, they were not coming back from the shopping center. Rather, they were coming back from an apartment where the group had ended up that evening. Orochi made the decision to leave the flat at approximately 3:30 in the morning, and Christina stated that she would accompany him on his walk to their automobiles, which were still parked in the garage of the shopping mall, which was located a few blocks away. Enrique and Christina are seen walking side by side in the video security footage around 3:55 in the morning. There are no indications contained within the video that anything is wrong. On the other hand, 3 minutes later, a Orochi Camaro is observed exiting the garage, and Christina is never seen again after that. The Toyota Celica that she had been driving was discovered in the garage 3 days after her father had reported her missing. In a short amount of time, it was discovered that Enrique was the last person to see Christina alive. It was multiple times that the Plano police interviewed him. Both the fact that their vehicles were not parked in the same garage and the fact that Christina had gone missing were both things that he claimed he was unaware of. In addition, forensic professionals discovered Christina's DNA on the opening of the car trunk as well as on a mat that was located inside the trunk, despite the fact that Enrique's vehicle looked to be clean when it was investigated by the police. During the time that Enrique and Christina were making their way into the parking garage, it was also discovered that Enrique had called Christina's relationship partner. It was eventually discovered that Christina's boyfriend was actually a drug dealer who had previously been sentenced to 33 months in federal prison for distributing MDMA, often known as ecstasy or Molly, to undercover agents. This information was discovered some months after the initial discovery. On the 30th of September in 2016, Enrique Roque was found guilty of kidnapping Christina Morris and was sentenced to life in prison for his crime. However, given that Christina's body has never been located, it is possible that this mystery will never be solved. Enrique continues to insist that he is not guilty. Moving on to the next case. Corona Mall kidnapping. An image was taken of a young woman who was assumed to be in her 20s and was walking along the pavement of the parking lot of the Corona Mall in Corona, California, on November 7, 2004. During the course of the video, there is a moment when a black Toyota Solara arrives behind her. In the case that the woman saw the vehicle, she would immediately begin to run, but she would finally be ran down by the people who were inside the vehicle. It was eventually hauled back by 2 men and stuffed into the trunk of the vehicle. Considering the manner in which the woman reacts in the video, the authorities have come to the conclusion that this woman might have known either the man or the car she was riding in. At this point in time, there are no conclusive leads in the investigation, nor is there any evidence that can even start to indicate that this was a genuine kidnapping. Due to the fact that the footage was very hazy, neither the woman nor the guys have been identified as of yet. Another thing that is really unsettling and peculiar is the fact that none of the witnesses or bystanders did anything to actually stop this from happening. The majority of them simply turned their heads or observed as it took place. Moving on to the next case. Eadweard Muybridge. On May 20th, 1871, 21-year-old Flora Shawcross Stone, a divorcee, married 41-year-old Eadweard Muybridge. In Surrey, England, on 18/30, Muybridge was born. The son of a reasonably prosperous family, his father being a prosperous merchant. Despite the fact that his father passed away when he was just 13 years old, Muybridge appeared committed to being well known. At the age of 22, he departed the United Kingdom in search of a fresh experience in the United States. With his new bride engaged in entertaining visitors and going to the theater, Muybridge had little in common with her, probably because of their 20-year age difference. On the other hand, the photographer was more interested in his work and reading dense literature. He would frequently travel for weeks at a time without returning home to capture pictures. The couple's first and only child was born to Flora a few years after their April 14, 1874, wedding. Florideau Helius Muybridge, the son. Though it's unclear exactly when Flora started having extramarital affairs in the early years of their union. Major Harry Larkins, an Evening Post reporter, was a close friend of the family and had rapidly become close to the single mother. When Larkins started a new work at a mine near Calistoga, California, Muybridge apparently learned of the affair and believed it was over when he sent his wife to live with relatives. But when Flora's maternity nurse approached Muybridge in October 1874, she disclosed that the couple had been communicating and exchanging love letters during her pregnancy, some of which the nurse had in her possession. She also had a picture of the child, and Flora had written little Harry on the back, which made Muybridge think he wasn't Florideau's real father. Muybridge went in search of Larkins on October 17th. He said, "I have a message for you from my wife," when he found him. Then he shot Larkins close to his heart at point-blank range. That evening, the man passed away, and Muybridge was taken into custody. When a journalist approached Muybridge the next day, he appeared to be in a good mood. He said he was treated well by the authorities and that he had a positive influence on the other prisoners since he stopped bullying and harassment and reprimanded swearing. He claimed to have no remorse and that he thought males of his family would understand his decision to kill his wife's boyfriend. He was composed as he described his plan to kill Larkin. The trial for Muybridge started on February 18, 1975. Due to the photographer's altered behavior following a brain injury sustained in a bus accident in 1860s, his attorney entered a not guilty by reason of insanity plea. In support of him, a number of close friends testified that he had undergone a significant transformation from a calm, well-mannered person to a erratic, frantic person who frequently erupted into violence. While Muybridge maintained throughout the trial that his acts were planned and purposeful, he frequently showed uncontrollably strong emotional outbursts that supported the defense team's case. In addition, the defense team claimed that Major Larkins was a dishonest guy who boasted to his friends about having seduced Flora. They said that Muybridge's deception had driven him frantic with rage, and that the photographer was driven solely by his love for his wife. The love letters were admitted into evidence, and the nurse who possessed them was also questioned on the witness stand. Ultimately, Muybridge was found not guilty due to justifiable homicide, despite the fact that adultery was not a legal defense for murder. Moreover, the jury was expressly instructed by the judge that Larkins was not entitled to enforce the law on his own, even in the event that he had successfully wooed Flora. The jury had 4 possibilities to select from when deciding on the verdict and the appropriate sentence. Not one of these solutions included a murder that was justified. Despite this, the jury contended that their decision was consistent with human nature even if it did not follow the law. They said it was impossible to punish someone for acting in a way that they themselves would probably act in a like situation. Following his acquittal, Muybridge carried on with his regular life. He took a prearranged vacation to Central America where he concentrated on his photography for 9 months after leaving the U.S. On December 14, 1874, Flora filed for divorce, citing severe cruelty as the reason, but her petition was denied. Although her second appeal was granted, she passed away unexpectedly in July of 1875. While paying for Florideau's upkeep and arranging for his transfer from a Catholic to a Protestant orphanage in 1876, Muybridge did not spend much time with him. As an adult, he supposedly resembled Muybridge exactly. Florideau was a gardener and ranch hand who was struck by a car in 1944 and died in Sacramento. In 1904, Muybridge passed away from cancer upon his retirement to his Surrey, England, hometown. Moving on to the next case. Kevin Showalter. A college student named Kevin Showalter who was 20 years old at the time, and his girlfriend were traveling through New London, Connecticut, on the evening of Christmas Eve in 1973. Kevin was compelled to arrive at a stop because their automobile experienced a flat tire. In addition, as he was in the process of replacing the tire, he was hit by a vehicle that was passing by. The location of Kevin's death was less than 2 blocks away from his residence. In the beginning of the investigation, the focus was on Harvey Malov, who had previously served as the mayor of New London. Due to the fact that he had driven past the area at the time of Kevin's death, he was deemed a possible suspect. However, his testimony contradicted the statements of eyewitnesses. In spite of the fact that a single-member grand jury came to the conclusion that he was the most likely offender, there was not sufficient evidence to press criminal charges against him. Malov maintained his innocence throughout the investigation as well as after it was completed. An individual by the name of Paul Hansen, on the other hand, came forward in 1979 to admit that he was the one who did the crime. At that moment, the statute of limitations had already run its course, which is one of the likely explanations for why Hansen was not charged with any crime. An additional jury was called for the investigation. Nevertheless, they came to the conclusion that there was no evidence to back up Hansen's claim, and as a result, the investigation was terminated. From the time that Paul Hansen committed suicide at 2 p.m., the investigation remained unsolved. Through the note that he left behind, he asserted once more that he was responsible for Kevin's passing. Despite the fact that the police agency made the decision to reopen the investigation, the fact that the 3,000-page transcript from the initial investigation had inexplicably vanished was a peculiar occurrence. To this day, the circumstances surrounding Kevin Showalter's passing remain officially unresolved. This was only a cover-up for the poor work that the police had done. It appears as though we will never find out. Moving on to the next case. Kimberly King. Kimberly Kim Alice King, then 12 years old, was regarded by her loved ones as an adventurous, fun-loving, and brave risk-taker. Annie Godbounce, who had been her best friend since 4th grade, lived across the street from her in Warren in the autumn of 1979 and was among the last persons to see her before she vanished. Kim informed her folks that she would be staying over at Annie's house, and they spent a portion of September 15th together. But instead, Kim climbed over the fence in Annie's backyard and waved goodbye, heading out in the hopes of running into her sister as evening descended and the sky got dark. Kathy King never showed up for the movie date that the two had scheduled. She couldn't reserve the car for the evening, and as her father didn't have a phone at his Waterford house, she was unable to inform her sister that she wouldn't be able to make it. Kim, still in Warren, made the decision to go to 11 Mile, a well-liked hangout for teenagers and preteens at the time, which is situated near Roseville, Michigan. Kim would frequently hitchhike her way to the area because she enjoyed visiting there. She hoped Kathy would show up so they could spend the evening together. Naturally, though, Kathy never made it there either. Annie claimed that Kim would frequently stay out late and leave covertly without her grandparents noticing. She wasn't particularly troublesome, but she did enjoy going on excursions and had a hint of mischief. Furthermore, this was not the first time the 12-year-old had made up an address. She had apparently previously thought of a similar scheme and showed up at Annie's door at 7 in the morning. Annie, on the other hand, defined herself as more of a spectator in life, content to let her best friend enjoy all the fun instead of getting involved herself. That evening, Kim gave her other sister, Connie, a call between 11 and 1. Kim said she was at a neighboring phone box, just down the road from her grandparents. When asked where she was, Kim promised to go to Annie's house or come home when Connie, worried for her younger sister, told the 12-year-old to do so, but she never did. Annie waited till the wee hours of the morning for her best friend to arrive and was upset when she didn't. Later that morning, she got a call asking her to tell Kim's worried grandmother where Kim was. Annie admitted to her that she didn't know and gave her account of what had occurred the night before. The police were called to the scene within the next few hours. Investigators initially thought that 12-year-old Kim had fled on her own initiative. They assumed Kim shared the same mindset and temperament because her sister Kathy had a history of running away. But Kim's family and Annie didn't think she would just up and leave, noting that even though Kim liked to sneak about and have fun, she would never leave her loved ones in the dark about anything. They sensed that a terrible event had happened. The phone booth that Kim was using the night she vanished eluded law police. A witness observed her using a phone from the party store at Marmon and 9 Mile, despite her assertion that she was using one on the corner close to her grandparents' house. Neither booth's phone records were ever removed, and the little girl's whereabouts could not be monitored by any neighboring CCTV. Nearly every member of the local community was questioned about Kim's disappearance, both formally by the government and informally by friends and relatives. The adolescent sisters were informed that their siblings had arrived in Roseville, but it's unclear what she did next. No one knew where she had disappeared to, and no one had seen her go. Investigators received tips that resulted in interviews, but no more. Additionally, after she vanished, investigators discovered that she might have visited Grand Rapids, Michigan. However, this lead was not fruitful. The authorities quickly reached a dead end. Law police initially thought that Kim vanished because of the Oakland County child killer, an unnamed serial killer who killed 4 children between the ages of 10 and 12 in 1976 and 1977. Before they were killed, the victims of the offender were kept captive for a few days. Kim matches the description of many of the killer's victims, but if her case is one of his, it would be unusual because the murderer frequently leaves his victims unnoticed by hiding them on the side of the road. On the other hand, neither Kim nor her remains have ever been located. David Norberg is another person of interest in the Kim and Oakland County child killers cases. In 1979, Norberg worked in Warren and resided just 2 streets away from the 12-year-old. Norberg has never been prosecuted with any of the kid homicides or anything to do with Kim's disappearance. He was killed in an automobile accident in 1981 near Recluse, Wyoming. But after he passed away, his house contained jewelry that was purportedly owned by a number of the child killer's victims. When his body was excavated in 1999, his DNA was linked to a hair strand discovered on the corpse of Timothy King, the last victim of the child killer. But 3 years later, officials declared that the hair did not match Norberg. It's unknown if Norberg had anything to do with Kim's disappearance or was the murderer. Even though he is not the serial killer, investigators think he may have been involved in the kidnapping of the 12-year-old. Arthur Ream is a man who was the 3rd suspect in the case against Kim. This announcement was made in 2018 after investigators re-examined her disappearance. Ream was found guilty in 2008 of killing 13-year-old Cindy Sergy, a young girl who had vanished about the same time in 1986 while dating his son. Ream pretended to be planning a surprise party for his son in order to entice Cindy to a Dairy Cream shop in East Points. Afterwards, he kidnapped her, killed her, and buried her body some 30 miles outside of Detroit. He guided detectives to this spot after being charged with the crime in order to retrieve Cindy's remains. Ream was already serving a 15-year sentence in prison at the time for abusing a 14-year-old girl. In addition, he served time in prison from 1974 to 1978 after being found guilty of sexually abusing a 15-year-old. In an effort to find other victims, investigators excavated the spot where Ream had buried Cindy in 2018. They'd heard that while he was inside, he boasted of having killed 46 other people. Despite not finding Kim's remains, law enforcement was certain that Ream had buried his other victims close by. Ream does not seem to have confessed to authorities about Kim's case or any of the other crimes he is thought to be involved in thus far. Since 2018, there haven't been many updates. Kim's sisters are still searching for answers despite the death of their grandmother in 1995. Annie is hoping that someday they will be able to come to a true understanding. Kim's grandmother bought her a burial plot before she passed away. The last time 12-year-old Kimberly Alice King was seen was on September 15, 1979, when she left her best friend Annie's Warren home. She might have been at the Roseville, Michigan, vicinity of 11 Mile after this. She talked on the phone with one of her sisters from 11 to 11:30 p.m. Never again have we seen or heard from her. Kimberly is characterized as a 5'5" Caucasian woman with blue eyes and blonde hair. When she was last seen, she weighed about £105 pounds and was dressed in trousers and a blue sweater. She goes by Kim, and her upper front teeth are spaced apart. It is said that her upper incisor is peg-shaped. Kim will be 55 years old if she survives. You can call the Warren Police Department at 586-574-4700 if you know anything about her disappearance or location. Moving on to the next case. Lars Mittank. Lars Mittank, who was originally from Germany and was 28 years old at the time, took a vacation with a handful of his friends in Bulgaria in July of 2014. They made the decision to go to a bar quickly after their jet landed, since he wanted to go out with his pals instead of staying in the hotel. As a result of the fact that Lars was a huge fan of Werder Bremen and he came across supporters of the rival Bayern Munich side, he began to argue with other tourists about football while he was out partying. In the end, this disagreement resulted in a fistfight, during which Lars sustained an injury to his eardrum. In the final stages of his journey, a physician recommended that Lars refrain from flying, so he remained in Bulgaria for more medical care. He was successful in persuading his buddies to depart without him. Following the conclusion of his time with his pals, he proceeded to his hotel and placed a call to his mother. Not only did he feel terrified, but he also mentioned that the hotel appeared to be peculiar. After another couple of hours had passed, Lars called his mother once more and informed her that he was currently hiding out because 4 men were intent on pursuing him. After the call was over, he sent her a message. "Where can I find Cefuroxime 500? Which medications were prescribed to him for his ruptured eardrum? What was the name of the antibiotics she prescribed?" The taxi took him to the airport 2 hours after he had arrived. It is possible to view footage from the airport's closed-circuit television system that shows Lars entering the medical center at the airport while carrying all of his bags. After only a few minutes, Lars was observed escaping the airport without any of his stuff. He was seen running out of the airport. Immediately after leaving the airport, he climbed over a barbed wire fence and then vanished into a neighboring woodland. He vanished without a trace. That was the last time anyone saw or heard from him. According to Lars' family, he did not have a history of mental illness, and they further suggested that his hysterical conduct might be the result of an undiscovered brain injury that occurred during the bar brawl. It was also mentioned by the physician who treated him in Bulgaria that the antibiotics that were prescribed to him could induce adverse consequences, such as erratic behavior, if they were taken with alcohol. To this day, there is no information available regarding what took place with Lars. Moving on to the next case. The spontaneous combustion of Matilda Rooney. Patrick Rooney and Matilda Rooney were an old couple who resided in the vicinity of Seneca, Illinois. John Larson, the couple's hired worker, joined them for a night of casual drinking on the evening of December 24, 1885. The couple found themselves in a comfortable setting. Pat Rooney, who was 72 years old at the time, was the owner of a modest but successful farm and required assistance with his day-to-day activities. The family extended an invitation to John Larson, who was recruited by him, to spend Christmas with them. It has been reported by Larson that Mr. and Mrs. Rooney had a couple of beers together on that particular evening. When Larson had finished his 2 drinks, he made the decision to retire to his room, which was located on the 2nd floor and right above the kitchen. However, at some time he experienced a coughing attack and had difficulty breathing, despite the fact that he fell asleep quite soon. On the other hand, he believed that he was only getting a cold, and he quickly fell back asleep again. The following morning, when Larson awoke, He walked downstairs to the chamber of Mr. Rooney and discovered the farmer laying on the floor. Larson initially believed that his employer had consumed an excessive amount of alcohol the night before, so he attempted to shake the individual in order to assist him in getting into bed. Nevertheless, Mr. Rooney did not respond to my questions. After coming to the conclusion that the elderly man had passed away, Larson hurried to the chamber of his wife, Rooney, but she was nowhere to be found. From the beginning, Larson had a strong hunch that Mrs. Rooney had murdered her husband and then fled the scene. Therefore, he made the decision to walk to the Murphy residence, which was located nearby, in order to seek assistance. Michael Murphy and he came back together, and the two of them made the decision to search the house. During the course of their investigation, they discovered that the pillows in the Larsons' room on the second floor had become charred with soot. This was the reason why he complained of coughing and was unable to breathe while he was sleeping. On the other hand, the most surprising thing was found in the kitchen. It was in the middle of the kitchen where they discovered a hole that was burnt and blackened. There was a hole that was large enough to allow the remains of Miss Rooney to slide through. It was discovered that the left foot was located almost at the edge of the opening in the floor through which the body had vanished. The flesh had been completely devoured. A calcined skull, a portion of a spinal column, and a handful of white ashes were also discovered beneath the floor of the kitchen. Dr. Floyd Clendiden, who served as the coroner for LaSalle County, came to the conclusion that the skull and the hip bone were the single most important pieces of evidence that could be used to establish that a human person had been incinerated at that location. According to his hypothesis, Mrs. Rooney was consumed by a fire that reached temperatures of over 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit and burnt him to death. However, there was no other theory that could explain how such a serious fire could have prevented the rest of the house from being consumed by flames. It was established that Mrs. Rooney's husband had passed away as a result of smoke inhalation, whereas Larson was spared death due to the fact that he slept on the second story behind a door that was closed. A person who was a descendant of the Rooneys felt that their deaths were the consequence of divine vengeance for the excessive amount of alcohol that they consumed on Christmas Eve. Moving on to the next case. Patricia Spencer and Pamela Hovley. On October 31st, 1969, a cool day, 15-year-old Pamela Pam Sue Hovley and 16-year-old Patricia Patty and Spencer walked out of their Oscoda, Michigan, school together. Although the two teenagers were not known to be friends, there was a local rumor that suggested they may have dabbled with drugs and alcohol, which led some internet detectives to believe that the two became close because of their common experiences. It is thought that the two females skipped their afternoon courses that day in order to leave school early and travel to an unidentified location. Some accounts on the case suggest that a bomb scare may have made this truancy possible, because it could have been simpler to leave unnoticed amid any mayhem that occurred at the business. The two had informed their families earlier in the day that they would be attending their school's homecoming football game in the evening and then going to a party, even though they were traveling to an unknown location. Pam mentioned that she will be going to the event with her boyfriends and friends. The girls were initially last seen walking down River Road away from their school and towards the business sector. He had, in fact, taken the girls to a petrol station near River Road and Interstates 23, according to a witness who came forward in 2013. He told the police that he had given the two a lift. Therefore, he was surprised that the investigators were unaware of this beforehand. The detectives observed that their case files had no such reports. Although it's unclear how or why this confusion happened, the witness was exonerated of any role in the disappearances of the teenagers. When Pam's mother Lois, a single mother of 3 kids, and her 2 youngest daughters came home after trick-or-treating that Halloween night, Pam's boyfriend informed her that she hadn't shown up for the party or the school football game. When Lois contacted the parents of her daughter's classmates and friends after this discovery, she found out that Patty was also AWOL and had not shown up for the 2 gatherings. Permitted by this, the relatives filed missing reports for both girls. Police interviewed friends and family over the course of the following several days in an attempt to locate the couple and determine their last known whereabouts. At first, it was thought that the teenagers had escaped to Flint on their own initiative. Their family were not persuaded, especially Pam's. Later, Pam's sister told the media that the 15-year-old seemed happy and to be in a good place in her life, so she didn't think she had ran away. In addition, she and her partner had recently become engaged. Moreover, it appeared that neither female planned to stay gone for very long because neither had taken their ID, handbag, or extra set of clothes. After a week, neither of the girls communicated with their families. Investigators started to speculate at this point that Halloween may have been the occasion of something more nefarious. Detectives eventually started to speculate that the girls might have become victims of a sketchy character if they had continued to hitchhike. They postulated that the two were murdered after being kidnapped by two or more people. Although the possibility of a connection to the Oakland County child killer was investigated, it doesn't seem likely. After following one lead, investigators discovered that the object they thought was a makeshift cemetery in the woods was actually an animal buried underground. Pam's family, who were desperate for information, offered a $1,000 prize for any tip that would help them find their missing loved one, but the money was never claimed. The case became cold very soon because there were no leads or witnesses. 16 years later, in 1985, a tip came into the police claiming the two adolescents had been killed by two guys in the region and buried close to a barn that the teens used for gatherings. A fresh team re-examined the case in 2010 after decades had passed, interviewing acquaintances, relatives, and any possible witnesses. At this time, cadaver dogs and excavating equipment were used to look into the location of the barn mentioned in the tip, which was on Brooks Road and belonged to a man named Jack Searle in 1969. Nevertheless, no evidence of human remains or girl belongings was discovered. Whether Jack Searle was ever regarded as a person of interest is unknown. Further searches in 1969 of other localities frequented by teens yielded no results. Mary, one of Pam's sisters, who was only 8 years old when the adolescent disappeared, told the media in 2011 that her family thought the two girls had passed away. She informed the Oscoda media that Patty and Pam had passed away. In our darkest corners of the soul, the families are aware of this. Although we are clueless about the how or why, someone knows. Mary is still working to resolve the case. In the years since the 15-year-old vanished, Pam's parents and grandparents have both passed away, leaving them to never know what became of their cherished daughter and granddaughter. The Oscoda Township Police Department has stated in recent years that the age of the case is currently their largest obstacle. They think there is a solution, but they feel that things are getting harder with time. Authorities said in 2013 that they had located a person of interest, but in order to move on with the investigation, they required further details. Pam's boyfriend has never been regarded as a suspect or a person of interest. It is important to note here. Both girls' DNA has been collected and is kept on file so that other Jane Does who fit their descriptions can be compared. While Patty's dental records are not available, Pam's are. The fingerprints of neither girl have been located. On Halloween night in 1969, Patricia and Spencer and Pamela Sue Hobley were last seen strolling along River Road, away from their school and towards Oscoda's business center. The man who gave them a lift and dropped them off at River Road and Interstate 23 is the last known witness sighting of them. They haven't been seen or communicated with since. At 16 years old, Patricia's height ranged from 5'3" to 54, and her weight was approximately a pound 120. She is characterized as a Caucasian female with blue eyes and brown-hued hair. Although she should have been wearing spectacles, she wasn't when she vanished. She goes by Patty and has a scar from a dog bite on one leg. When she was last seen, she was sporting a brown jumper, a brown tweed or plaid skirt, brown shoes with a high heel, and a silver necklace with a pendant with a peace symbol on it. When Pamela vanished, she was only 15 years old. She has a scar on the bridge of her nose and is characterized as a white woman with brown hair and eyes. She also has a birthmark or scar on the left corner of her mouth. She goes by Pam, is between 5 feet 6 and 5 feet 8 inches tall, and weighed between 100 and 115 pounds when she was last seen. She was wearing a brown-trimmed, 3/4-length white fake fur coat, a long-sleeved shirt with ruffled sleeves, a brown and white plaid skirt, knee-high socks, and chunky heels when she vanished. Patty would be 68 years old, and Pam would be 67 if the girls were still living. In recent years, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children has made photos of the girls available for public viewing. While Pam's photograph depicts her at 57, Patty's portrays her at 60. You can call 989-759-9113 to reach the Oscoda Township Police Department if you know anything about this case. As an alternative, you can dial 180-084-35678 to reach the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Moving on to the next case. Ray Grykar. From 1985 until 2005, Ray Grykar, an American attorney, held the position of District Attorney for Center County, Pennsylvania. He served in this capacity until 2005. Since the 15th of April in 2005, Grykar has not been seen or heard from, and the circumstances behind his disappearance remain a mystery. On the morning of April 15, 2005, at approximately 11:30 a.m., Grykar called his girlfriend at the time to let her know that he was driving through the Brush Valley region, which was not extremely far from their residence. In spite of this, he did not show up at his residence, and his girlfriend filed a missing person report shortly after that evening. In the time that has passed since then, the case of Ray Grykar has developed into one of the most intriguing instances in the nation. During the course of the past 10 years, investigators have engaged in activities such as diving to the bottom of lakes, digging up graves, pursuing over 300 sightings that have been recorded from Arizona to North Carolina, and even consulting a psychic, conducting an interview with a member of the Hells Angels, and utilizing technology obtained from NASA. However, none of these attempts were successful in locating the seasoned district attorney, who had reached the age of 59 at the time of his disappearance. A red Mini Cooper, which was the vehicle that Ray Grykar had been driving, was discovered in the parking lot of an antique store in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania, some 55 miles away from his residence. This was the first piece of evidence that pointed to Ray's disappearance. Several months later, his laptop and hard drive, both of which were issued by the county, were discovered separately between a bridge that connected Lewisburg and Milton. The investigators have been considering 3 different scenarios from the very beginning. Grykar either took his own life, was the victim of a crime, or walked away on purpose while he was still alive, particularly since 2009, when a review of his Google history on his home computer discovered that someone had been searching for ways to fry a hard drive and water damage to a notebook computer. The most prevalent opinions have been that he committed himself or walked away from the situation. Before taking his own life in 1996, Roy, Ray's older brother, had been struggling with depression for a very long time. His death was discovered a few days after the authorities discovered his car parked beside the Great Miami River in Ohio. The authorities had found his car. Because of this kind of history, the police decided to conduct a comprehensive search of the river, which included the participation of boat owners, as well as people who were just curious about the situation. Ray, however, never genuinely thought that his brother had committed suicide, since he was under the impression that Roy would never leave his 2 sons without a parent. Additionally, it was peculiar that this case was handled by the minuscule Bellefonte Police Department, where just one detective was assigned to handle Grykar's case in addition to numerous others. As of 2014, the state police took control of the investigation. However, this occurred 9 years after Grykar had been reported missing and 2 years after he had been officially declared dead. To this day, Ray's daughter is under the impression that she will never be able to obtain a conclusive response to the question of what happened to her father. Moving on to the next case. Sodder children disappearance. Near Fayetteville, West Virginia, there was a billboard that displayed grainy photos of 5 children all along Route 16. This billboard was visible to anybody driving along Route 16 for nearly 4 decades. It is true that Fayetteville was and still is a small town, and in this particular case, rumors have always played a more significant role than evidence. Nothing ever came to a consensus regarding whether or not the 5 children were still alive. Nevertheless, it was universally acknowledged that George and Jenny Sodder, together with 9 of their 10 children, went to sleep on the evening before Christmas in the year 1945. During that evening, a fire broke out, which ultimately resulted in a horrific tragedy that led to the disappearance of 5 children. Around 12:30 in the morning, the telephone rang, which marked the beginning of the chain of sad events. As Jenny made her way downstairs to respond to the call, she overheard a woman requesting a name that she was not familiar with. Later on, Jenny recalled the peculiar laugh that the woman had. The lights were still on, and the curtains were not drawn, which are the 2 things that the children often attended to when they were up later than their parents. She also noted that the curtains were not pulled. Considering that it was Christmas Eve, the youngsters were permitted to remain up a little bit later than is customary. She presumed that the youngsters had gone to the attic, which is the conventional location for them to sleep. Around 1 in the morning, Jenny was once more roused from her sleep by the resounding sound of something hitting the roof of the home with a tremendous thud. The smell of smoke greeted her once more as she awoke after another half an hour. As soon as she stood up, she discovered that the room that her husband had been using as his office was on fire. George awoke, and he awoke his older sons. She roused him up. The residence was escaped by both of the parents as well as 4 of their children. They shouted out in a panicked manner to the 5 children who were still inside the house, but they did not receive any response. Despite the fact that the staircase was already on fire, they were unable to get to the attic. In his initial interview with the police, one of the children, John Sodder, stated that he climbed up to the attic in order to wake up his brothers who were sleeping there. However, he later amended his statement to say that he merely called up there and did not actually see any of his siblings. Unexpectedly difficult were the efforts that were made to locate assistance and rescue the children. At the same time that the phone was not functioning properly, it was quickly noticed that a ladder that was supposed to be resting against the home and might have been used to access the attic was not in its typical location. A water barrel that could have been used to put out the fire had frozen solid, but was not available for use. Both of the trucks that George used in his business were attempting to climb up to the house, but neither of them would start. George even tried to pull both of them up to the house himself. During the subsequent half an hour, the Sodders watched as the house burned down and eventually collapsed. In the aftermath of the tragic tragedy, the Sodders lamented the death of their 5 children by planting flowers across the area where their house had been located. Despite this, they are of the opinion that the children were kidnapped because their corpses were never discovered despite their search. A private experiment was carried out by Jenny, in which she burned animal bones to determine whether or not the fire could entirely devour them. On each occasion, she was left with a stack of bones that had been burnt. To add insult to injury, she was informed by a worker at a cremation that bones are still there after bodies are burned for 2 hours at a temperature of 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Given that their home was completely obliterated in a span of 45 minutes, it seems inconceivable that the bones of the children could not have been discovered. According to a large number of accounts, there were other sightings. Quite a few of them commented on a vehicle that had Florida license plates. A woman who was staying at a hotel in Charleston saw photographs of the children in a newspaper and stated that she had seen them approximately 4 or 5 weeks after the fire. She went on to say that the youngsters were accompanied by a total of 4 people. including 2 women and 2 males. Throughout their whole search for their children, George and Jenny Sodder never gave up. They frequently traveled throughout the United States based on information obtained from sightings and tips. It was at the scene of the fire, when many little fragments of bones were discovered, that they made the decision to begin a new investigation. According to the findings of the study, however, the bones had not been subjected to any form of fire. According to the findings of the research, the bones were most likely present in the shipment of earth that was used to fill the basement. 1968, more than 20 years after the fire, was the year that the final clue was discovered. At this point, Jenny discovered an envelope that was specifically addressed to her. A picture of a man in his mid-20s was found inside the package. When the fire occurred, she and George were unable to deny the likeness to their son Louis, who was 9 years old at the time. However, despite the fact that they had employed a private investigator, this probe was yet another fruitless attempt. While George passed away not long after, Jenny made it a point to retain the billboard with her 5 children who had gone missing until the time of her own passing in 1989. Sylvia, the only child of the Sodder family to have survived, is now 69 years old and continues to harbor the hope that she may one day locate her siblings. To this day, she claims that the night in 1945, when she was just 2 years old, is the first time she can recall anything. Moving on to the next case. Sarah Mobley Hall. In 1984, 27-year-old Sarah Mobley Hall and her 10-year-old son Derek Mobley resided in Charlotte, North Carolina. During the day, Sarah, a single mother, worked with kids who had difficulties. Derek was one of those youngsters with exceptional needs. Derek was characterized by all as a cheerful young man who got along with everyone. When Charlotte police officers arrived to Sarah's Ventura Way home on March 14, 1984, they found a horrifying crime scene. Derek and Sarah were brutally murdered by someone who broke into their home. According to autopsies, they had both been battered and strangled. Despite the copious amount of labor detectives put into tracking down potential suspects, the case was never solved. Investigators looked into the case again over time. Johnny Jennings was one of those investigators in 1998. Using evidence gathered from the 1998 murder scene, he was able to identify the suspect's DNA. Regretfully, DNA technology was not developed enough in those days to identify the offender using DNA. Investigators have only lately been able to utilize DNA to identify a person thanks to genetic genealogy. Investigators in South Carolina were directed to a person of interest following DNA testing. The FBI assisted Charlotte police in obtaining samples of that person's DNA. He is James Thomas Pratt, 60 years of age. Additional testing verified that Pratt was in fact accountable for Sarah's and Derek Mobley's experiences. On February 1, 2023, he was taken into custody in a motel located in York County, South Carolina. He was accused of murdering them. He is being detained without being allowed to post bail. As part of an ongoing investigation, investigators confirmed that Pratt and Sarah had been in a relationship but did not provide any other information regarding the case, motive, or other specifics. Captain Joel McNelly of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department stated at a press conference announcing the arrest that forensic DNA played a significant role in identifying the perpetrator in a case that many people had long since forgotten. These people are probably forgotten by society. He said, "It's been a long time. Despite all that has transpired, the family and we have never forgotten. A family has been waiting for 39 years. And they are curious as to what has transpired. Imagine spending 40 years in a chair and not knowing what happened to your sister or your nephew. And for this family, having this resolution is really, really crucial." Mary Day, Sarah's sister, said this, "Hearing that we can now provide some closure after all these years is really exciting. I sincerely hope that this individual lives out the rest of his days behind bars and am extremely appreciative that the authorities have located him. Moving on to the next case. The Toxic Lady. The term toxic lady refers to an inexplicable medical issue that is associated with a woman named Gloria Ramirez. She is responsible for making a number of individuals sick after they were exposed to her body components and blood. Ramirez was taken to the emergency room of Riverside General Hospital in Moreno Valley, California, on the evening of February 19, 1994. He was hospitalized there for treatment of his condition. As a result of advanced cervical cancer, she was experiencing the symptoms of the disease. In addition to this, she was experiencing signs of tachycardia, which is characterized by an irregular pattern of breathing, while simultaneously exhibiting a significant level of confusion. In addition to the other medications that are related with her health condition, the employees of the medical facility administered an injection of a combination of sedatives to her in an effort to calm her down. Due to the fact that Ramirez did not respond favorably to this treatment, the medical staff ultimately opted to perform a defibrillation on her heart. At that point, a number of individuals began to observe an oily material emanating from Ramirez's body through the skin. Additionally, the medical staff saw a smell that was reminiscent of fruit emanating from the mouth of the patient. A pair of nurses took blood from Ramirez's arm as all of this was going on. As they were doing so, they noticed unusual particles floating in the blood, as well as a stench that was similar to ammonia emanating from the tube. During this time, 3 members of the medical staff passed out, and the staff members themselves began to experience weird feelings. Overall, 23 persons became unwell, and 5 of them were admitted to the hospital. It was determined that Ramirez had died from kidney failure after he had struggled for 45 minutes. The matter was chosen to be looked into by the Department of Health and Human Services of the state of California. On a team consisting of 2 scientists, there was no explanation that could be considered rational or scientific. There is a widespread belief that the healthcare worker was affected by mass hysteria. On the other hand, the 2 nurses who were being responsible for handling the blood had a number of health issues, which is evidence that something caused them to become ill. Following Ramirez's passing, her body was made available for an independent autopsy and burial 2 months after her passing. But the body had already decayed to an unacceptable degree. On the 10th week after her passing, Ramirez was laid to rest in a burial that was not marked. Moving on to the next case. Alexis Miranda Badger. On June 23, 1974, Alexis Miranda Badger was born in New Orleans, Louisiana. Her real mother put her up for adoption when she was 5 months old. She spent some time in foster care before being taken in by the Michigan-based Bowman family. Andrea Bowman became her new name. Andrea, at 14 years old, told her high school staff about it in 1988. She was afraid to return home. The police were called to the school. Dennis, Andrea's adoptive father, was allegedly improperly touching her. Dennis and his spouse rejected the accusations. They said Andrea was only angry since she had just learned she was adopted. Allegan County is a remote place where the Bowman family relocated shortly after this tragedy. Andrea's adoptive parents reported her missing not long after the transfer. Dennis said that Andrea had stolen from them and fled. When Dennis Bowman vanished, she had a noteworthy criminal history. He was taken into custody in 1980 because it was alleged by a young lady that he tried to entice an attacker in a forest. He entered a guilty plea. In 1998, 10 years after Andrea vanished, Dennis was taken into custody for breaking into an Ottawa County co-worker's house and taking her pants. In 1999, a Jane Doe was found in a Wisconsin cornfield the next year. There was enough of a resemblance to raise the possibility that it was Andrea, but she was eliminated. In case you were wondering, Vicki Johnson was eventually recognized as the Jane Doe. Dennis Bowman was taken into custody in November 2019 for the 1980 murder of Kathleen Doyle, a 25-year-old. Early in 2020, Dennis acknowledged that he had taken Andrea, his adoptive daughter, from her parents. He directed them to the location of her remains. The 200 block of 136th Avenue in Monterey Township, Allegan County, is where Andrea's bones were discovered. If found guilty, he might spend the rest of his life behind bars. If you're fascinated by true crime and enjoying the video so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up to stay updated on all our latest content. Moving on to the next case. Blanca Mabel Otero Alvarez. In the Argentine province of El Chaco, the village of Cuitlapai is where Blanca Mabel Otero Alvarez was born in 1952. After Blanca became 21, her family relocated to Silices, her parents' hometown in Spain. In Argentina, Blanca worked as a school teacher, but finding employment in Spain proved to be difficult. She eventually obtained employment with the National Railroad Board. To be nearer to her job, Blanca moved away from home and settled in Leon City, while she continued to see her parents once a week. Then one day she was gone. Nothing was taken with her when she left. Her father did not want her family to file a missing persons report, therefore they initially chose not to. When it came time to report Blanca missing, it was in 1997. She would have been 45 years old by then. After Blanca was reported missing, the authorities located her in Guayhan after a few days. But she did not want to communicate with her relatives. She informed the police. Despite their disappointment, her family was resolved to see her again. They traveled to Guayhan, where they discovered that Blanca had given up her flat and moved on after realizing they were approaching. Blanca sent a message and a picture of herself to her family in 2005. She promised to stay in touch with her family and begged her father's forgiveness in the letter. However, she never did. Blanca relocated to the La Fresnada estate and changed her name to Ava, a decision that her family was unaware of. She was taking care of her kids and pets, cleaning houses, and working. Her neighbors had known her for years, but they were unaware that she had vanished. La Fresnada locals called the local police department multiple times in August of 2020. They hadn't seen their neighbor Ava in a few days, which worried them. To enter her home, the police had to pry open the windows. They entered and saw 68-year-old Ava lounging on the floor in her living room. She was thirsty, seemed cognitively absent, nonverbal, disoriented, and didn't seem to be aware of anything going on around her. She was brought to Central University Hospital in Astoria. They made an effort to find her next of kin. Then, it was found that Avio is not listed in the local census. She was finally recognized as Blanca Otero Alvarez, who had gone missing. After being called, her family reportedly expressed shock at learning that Blanca had been located and was still alive. Even at 90 years old, Blanca's mother still needs to be informed that her daughter has been located. Moving on to the next case. Christine Jessup. 9-year-old Christine Jessup was a resident of Queensville, Ontario, Canada. Christine's mother and her elder brother Kenny attended Kenny's dentist visit on October 3, 1984. Bob, Christine's father, was incarcerated. This implied that Christine was abandoned at the house by herself. When Christine's mother and Kenny got home at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they saw Christine was gone. Despite being told to stay inside, they presumed she went out to play, so they weren't frightened right away. They started to grow concerned after a little while, and the police were summoned. Queensville is a little town with about 600 residents. The town was alerted to her disappearance, and the hunt for her began right away. A witness came forward and said that, shortly before 4 p.m., he had seen Christine at the store purchasing gum. The police determined that her situation constituted an abduction after conducting a search of the immediate vicinity of her residence. All of her relatives and acquaintances were questioned. Paul Morin, Christine's neighbor, was one of the individuals that was investigated by the police. Why the police were so interested in him is unknown. He lived with his parents, was in his 20s and had no prior criminal record that would suggest he might be interested in kidnapping a young child. His car also piqued the interest of a police dog. The cops disregarded the fact that he had a very strong alibi. Christine's body was discovered on New Year's Eve 1984, a few months after she was last seen. It was in a pasture about 25 miles from Queensville. After being beaten, Christine was stabbed. On her pants, the DNA of a male suspect was discovered. DNA was still a relatively new technology in 1980, and there weren't many applications for it. For future use, the investigators preserved it. Christine, 9 years old, was still in question. Who did this to her? Guy Morin remained the focus of the police, who conducted multiple interviews with him. That resulted in his arrest by them. Although it's unclear exactly what he said, he seemed strange and knowledgeable about the location where she was located. It did not assist his cause that the media painted him as a deranged recluse who was infatuated with Christine. A prisoner who was awaiting trial stated that G had admitted to him that it was what killed Christine. In a subsequent trial, the jury concluded that G. Morin had killed her. Guy challenged this ruling. That was 1995. DNA technology had progressed a little bit by that point. Following DNA testing, it was established that the suspect's DNA did not match Guy Morin's DNA recovered at the crime scene. Guy was found not guilty. In addition, he received $1,200,000 for his false conviction. This implied that after 11 years, the detectives were back at square one, and that it would take another 25 years to solve this case. The Toronto police declared in October 2020 that they had identified the individual who had killed Christine via genetic genealogy. By comparing a sample to a DNA database, genetic genealogy matches DNA analysis with genealogical research to establish a likely suspect and establish a familial tie. It's Calvin Hoover who has been identified. He was a friend of the Jessups family. When the crime was committed, he was 28 years old. In 2015, Calvin took his own life. According to investigators, he would have been taken into custody for the crime if he were still living today. Despite not being a suspect in the case, he was considered a person of interest due to his proximity to and familiarity with the family. Calvin attended Christine's burial in addition to helping with the search for her. The news has relieved Christine's family, but they are still in disbelief that a person they know could have perpetrated such a horrible act. Moving on to the next case. Emmett Velton. On April 24, 2011, at around 8:10 a.m., 69-year-old Emmett Velton and an unidentified male went into his condominium complex, which is around 2300 North Central Avenue. The young man and Velton went side by side from the parking lot into Velton's apartment building and into the elevator after leaving the doctor's RAV4. After 2 hours, Velton's guest came out by himself. He discreetly stole Velton's car by using the stairway back to the parking lot. 3 days later, the police found the car, but even with the video and a clear, bloody footprint removed from the apartment, Velton's murder is still unsolved. The victim himself provided what may have been the most promising lead in Velton's homicide investigation. He lived long enough to inform police that he had picked up the suspect at the downtown Phoenix homeless shelter CAS. He was alert when police first arrived. Although Velton was openly gay, he kept his personal life largely hidden from his pals. Velton had never addressed picking up strangers for amorous encounters, according to friend Brad Stacy, and he couldn't have imagined that would be a part of Velton's life. Velton has never been known by the police to use prostitutes, but there was a sexual undertone to the crime. After the suspect had been gone for around 45 minutes, Velton came out of his flat, his pants half off and his head bleeding. After seeing him lying near the elevator, a neighbor phoned the police. Investigators were informed by Velton that the man had shackled his legs and physically assaulted him until he passed out. Shortly later, he passed away in the hospital. It didn't seem like robbery was the reason. Velton's residence was found to be empty of any missing items, and the suspect quickly abandoned the stolen car. Shortly after the attack, security personnel saw the RAV4 at North 35th Avenue and West Glendale Avenue. On the other hand, it wasn't reported to the police until April 27th. The man's image was given in passing in the video. It is assumed that he was no taller than 5 feet 9, as he was clean-cut, skinny, and white. Pixels partially covered the suspect's face, and he never appeared to be facing the proper direction. However, the authorities thought that some of the goods he had on that day may aid in his identification. The man wore a neon green baseball cap and carried a tan messenger bag. After testing one lead's footprints, authorities dismissed him before interviewing him further. Police had a ton of potential physical evidence at Velton's house. The door handles, an electrical cable, and an empty beer bottle, according to the police, but the results were either inconclusive or empty. The beer bottle is currently being resubmitted to investigators for more thorough examination. Detective Dominic Rosenberg of the Phoenix Police Department stated in a recent interview that, aside from the footage, it's highly likely the culprit wasn't a local. He is not under our jurisdiction. Police ask that anyone with knowledge on this or any other cold case get in touch with Silent Witness at 480-948-6377 or silentwitness.org. Moving on to the next case. Lieutenant Felix Moncler. First Lieutenant Felix Eugene Moncler was a pilot for the United States Air Force who vanished without a trace in 1953 as he was conducting an air defense intercept over Lake Superior. This event is now commonly referred to as the Kinross Incident, which was called after Kinross Air Force Base, which was the location where Felix was stationed temporarily at the time of his disappearance. A target that had not been identified was brought to the attention of the Air Defense Command Ground Intercept Radar Controller at Troy Air Force Base on the evening of November 23, 1953. Kinross Field Base, which is located close, dispatched an F-89C Scorpion jet to the scene. When the Scorpion jet neared the target at a speed of more than 500 miles per hour, ground control saw that the target had changed its trajectory. They then directed the jet in the direction of the target. The jet made an attempt to close the gap for a period of 30 minutes while the UFO was accelerating over Lake Superior. The distance that separated the two blips on the radar screen shrunk and shrunk until the two blips were reduced to a single blip. This occurred while ground control was watching. The ground control believed that Moncler had flown over the objective and that the two blips would split apart once more as he went from one location to another. Nevertheless, this did not take place. The single blip suddenly disappeared from the screen, and the radar screen was completely devoid of any trace of its previous appearance. The ground control team attempted to make radio contact with the jet, but they did not receive any answer. There was not a single trace of the plane or its pilot after an all-night search that included both air and water rescue operations. Not a single piece of debris, not a single oil slick, and nothing. The authorities published a statement claiming that the Scorpion jet had exploded at a high altitude, but they chose to ignore the fact that this would have resulted in a significant amount of debris being left on the surface of the lake. In addition, any and all references to Moncler's mission had been removed from the official records. According to reports, both aircraft vanished at the same moment, which has led many people who are interested in UFOs to suspect that Moncler's aircraft was involved in a collision with the UFO. When it comes to Lieutenant Felix Moncler, it appears that we might never find out what happened to him. Moving on to the next case. Gerard John Schaefer Jr. In Neenah, Wisconsin, on March 26, 1940, Gerard John Schaefer Jr. was born. By all accounts, a number of things contributed to his upbringing, which was described as turbulent and difficult. Most notably, the family's many moves and his father's verbal and drink abuse. In school, he was regarded a loner, and he looked to be particularly interested in bondage and sadomasochism from an early age, while he began peeping as a teenager. He allegedly tied himself to trees in remote locations in an attempt to induce autoerotic asphyxia. This tactic would recur in his subsequent killings. Schaefer attempted and failed for a number of years to become a teacher before joining the Wilton Manors Police Department in September 1971 at the age of 25. His service with the Wilton Manors Police was short, 6 months, but he did win one commendation. Overall, his performance at work was viewed as subpar, and when his supervisors learned that he routinely stopped female drivers for offenses, they fired him. After getting their personal information, he would utilize it to get in touch with the women and make a date request. The police in Wilson Manor did not put up with his improper behavior, but it did not prevent Schaefer from finding work in law enforcement elsewhere. He applied to work as a constable with the Martin County Sheriff's Department in Florida in 1972, and after forging a recommendation letter from his former police employers, he was given the job offer. Fortunately, Schaefer's initial victims managed to flee without harm. On July 21, 1972, Nancy Trotter, then 18, and Paula Wells, then 17, were picked up by Schaefer, who happened to be on duty when they were hitchhiking. He drove the two to their intended destination, the city of Stuart, but not before he forewarned them about the perils of taking rides from strangers. The females clarified that neither of them was from Florida and that they were going to Jensen Beach the next day. Using this as a chance, Schaefer offered them a lift to the beach the next morning, and they accepted. But instead of going there, he drove them to a remote woodland and stopped the car near a rundown cottage. Then he put the females in handcuffs and gagged them. Nancy was led by him to a tree, where a noose was fastened around her neck and her legs were bound to the trunk just below her knees. The 18-year-old had to stand on the tree's roots to keep the rope from tightening because the situation was so dangerous. Paula was led to another tree and fastened similarly. Schaefer warned the girls that they were going to be sexually assaulted and killed, but before he could follow through on his pledge, he received a radio call instructing him to head straight to the police station. When Schaefer went and came back 2 hours later, neither of the females was there. Telling Sheriff Robert Crowder, "I've done something very foolish," he phoned him right away. "I'll make you angry." He clarified that he had overdone the job and had left the two girls in swampland, but that he was only attempting to teach the girls a lesson about the risks of hitchhiking. Luckily, Nancy was discovered swimming in a river with her gags still covering her mouth and her hands locked behind her back. There were rips and tears in her clothes. Paula had been found a little while earlier, meandering towards the roadway through the forest. Though understandably traumatized, neither girl suffered any physical harm. Nancy and Paula recounted their escape and their conversations with Schaefer back at the police station. Schaefer did not hold his account of events up, even though he maintained that he had just gone too far in trying to warn the ladies about the hazards they took while hitchhiking from strangers. He was swiftly removed from the force, taken into custody, and charged with aggravated assault and false imprisonment. But 2 weeks later, he posted bail, setting himself free until his trial in November. Schaefer kidnapped 2 teenage girls, Georgia Jessup, 16, and Susan Place, 17, on September 27, 1972. They had met Schaefer at an adult education center in Fort Lauderdale, where he had presented himself as Jerry Shepard. Schaefer had gained their trust by acting as though they shared their interests. When they presented Schaefer to Susan's mother, the 2 girls informed her that they had planned to spend a few days at the beach with him. Lucille, Susan's mother, took notice of this Jerry Shepard's number plate number and expressed suspicion about him. At 8:45 that evening, Susan and Georgia were last saw leaving the property with Schaefer. Concerned, Susan and Georgia's parents called the police to report their disappearances after 4 days without seeing either of them. Even though Susan's mother, Lucille, sent the number plate number she had jotted down to the authorities, the registration was linked to an entirely other case of the girls' disappearance. The case was soon abandoned. Regarding the girls' abduction, meanwhile, Schaefer made an appearance in court in December 1972. He made a plea agreement in which he admitted guilt to one count of aggravated assault and was sentenced to 1 year in prison with the possibility of release after 6 months. After that, he had to complete 3 years of probation. In July 1973, he started his prison sentence. A breach in the Susan Place and Georgia Jessup family occurred in the spring of 1973 when Lucille Place found a letter from Jerry Shepard in her daughter's bed. The letter's return address directed her to an apartment building, where the management of the building told her that Schaefer, who had just been sentenced to prison for the kidnapping and attempted hanging of 2 girls, was the tenant of the same unit she was looking for. Lucille quickly came to the realization that she had also erred in her note-taking of his number plate number. She had misreported that it was registered in the wrong jurisdiction. Following her report of this inaccuracy to the police, they were able to identify Schaefer as the guy who had been in Lucille's daughter's room the night she vanished, despite Schaefer's denial of any knowledge of Georgia or Susan. The severely decomposed bodies of 2 adolescent girls were found in Oak Hammock Park in Port St. Lucie, Florida, on April 1st. Very little clothing was discovered at the scene, with the only noteworthy item that remained being a pair of jeans with a patch showing Roadrunner, the cartoon bird from Looney Tunes. Parts of the remains had been spread around by nature. The 2 victims had been killed while bound. A knife or machete had severed numerous of their bones, and their spinal cords had been severed at the lumbar region. Their jaw bones displayed evidence of fractures, and they had been beheaded after death. A .22 caliber handgun had shot one of the bodies in the lower jaw. The bodies of Georgia Jessup and Susan Place were quickly recognized. The owner of the Roadrunner jeans was Georgia. Schaefer was named as the police's top suspect shortly after the identification, based on Lucille Place's information and his criminal history. They started looking into it right away. Investigators found 300 pages of violent, twisted stories Schaefer had penned over the years inside his mother's home. They described in graphic detail the kidnapping, humiliation, sexual assault, and deaths of several young women and adolescent girls whom he derogatorily called sluts and whores. He described in his writings how he would often return to the locations of his murders to perform necrophilia with the severed corpses, occasionally even taking teeth out of his victims' skulls as mementos. The property was searched by police, and they found a lot of softcore pornography, most of which he had altered to depict nude women bound with ropes hanging from trees or with bullet wounds, as well as 11 weapons, 13 hunting knives, lengths of rope, and other items. Investigators also found a letter from an Australian guy they had met in Morocco in 1970 that included more Polaroid pictures of a Saharan hamlet massacre, along with 37 Polaroid pictures of women being hung or disfigured. The majority of the photos featured ladies with injuries. The fact that Schaefer, like many serial killers, had retained mementos from his victims was even more incriminating. Authorities found jewelry, passports, and clothing inside a jewelry box that belonged to people they thought were his victims. One gold lock bearing the name Lee was connected to Lee Bonadies, a woman who went missing. She had disappeared in September of 1969, having been Schaefer's neighbor that year. A further item of jewelry discovered, a heart-shaped charm bearing the initials MTN, has not yet been connected to any individual. Barbara and Wilcox's driver's license was also found. In January 1973, Barbara, then 19 years old, disappeared while traveling from Sioux City, Iowa. She was going with the 19-year-old Colette Goodenough. Together with Barbara's driver's license, Colette's passport was found. At the time of their disappearances, Schaefer was known to have been in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. When their corpses were found in 1977, there was indications that they had been hanging from trees at the murder scene. Schaefer is firmly thought to have been a serial killer, even though he was only ever charged with the deaths of 2 victims. At least 8 people's teeth and bones were discovered on his mother's land. Additional tangible proof was discovered in Schaefer and his wife's shared residence. which contained Georgia Jessup's suede purse that he had purportedly given her as a present in November 1970, 2 months after her disappearance. In addition, they discovered 2 human teeth, a number of knives and firearms, and a pillowcase badly stained with blood that he had clearly tried to clean. Schaefer was connected by May 1973 to 9 homicides and 9 unresolved cases of missing persons that occurred between 1969 and 1973. Even yet, one newspaper ran a list of 28 people who were either murdered or went missing and were thought to be connected to the former police officer. Schaefer was accused on May 18, 1973, with 2 counts of first-degree murder in connection with the deaths of Georgia Jessup and Susan Place. That September, he was found guilty on both counts. After that, he was handed 2 life sentences that were to be served consecutively. In spite of the evidence against him, Schaefer persisted in claiming his innocence. Then, while maintaining that he had never met either girl, he accused Susan Place and George Jessup of being promiscuous, cop informants, heroin addicts, and even of insulting their parents. Schaefer was a recluse and an outcast in prison. Because of his image as a police informant, which wasn't wholly made up, the other inmates didn't want to associate with him. While he was incarcerated, he assisted in the conviction of multiple pedophiles. Schaefer, 49, passed away on December 3, 1995, from multiple stab wounds caused by fellow prisoner Vincent Rivera, 32, who was already serving a sentence for murder. Days prior to Schaefer's passing, according to police reports, the 2 got into a fight about who got the last cup of hot water from a dispenser. After Rivera was found guilty of Schaefer's murder in 1999, his 20-year sentence was increased by 53 years. Although Rivera never acknowledged the crime or provided an explanation, it is believed that Schaefer was killed because he was an informant. He had multiple instances of rubbish being thrown at him and his cell being set on fire in the year before to his death. For many, one of Florida's most vicious and sadistic murderers, the murder was a just and appropriate conclusion. Moving on to the next case. Jackie Sutton, an activist and humanitarian worker, was discovered dead and alone in a lavatory at Istanbul's Ataturk Airport in October of 2015. Her death was a sudden and unexpected occurrence. Due to the fact that this discovery was so peculiar and inexplicable, the news spread all over the world, which resulted in the Turkish police conducting an inquiry into the circumstances surrounding the death almost immediately. The overall conclusion, on the other hand, caused many who were close to Sutton to disagree with their findings and state that nothing about the case made any sense. Sutton was found to have committed suicide in the restroom, according to the findings of the investigation. Several Turkish media outlets said that Sutton had committed suicide after becoming distraught over the fact that she had missed a flight to Iraq and did not have sufficient funds to purchase another ticket. This, however, was something that the friends of the British campaigner did not approve of at all. Due to the fact that Sutton was a tough individual who had served for a considerable amount of time in both Afghanistan and Iraq, many people asserted that there must have been some sort of criminal activity involved in her passing. However, in June of that same year, Sutton did express her concern that she would be targeted by ISIS. She also mentioned that she has experienced other weird experiences in the past. According to her account, she was once imprisoned by a spy in intrigue while she was reporting in Baghdad during the 1980s. Additionally, she narrowly avoided being killed in a bombing that occurred in Baghdad. She never wavered in her commitment to her work and the cause she was fighting for. The fact that her death was deemed a suicide adds to the sense of disbelief and the peculiar incidents of her passing. Moving on to the next case. Jessica Bagan. Jessica Bagan, 17, resides in Sitka, Alaska. She concluded her 17th birthday celebration at her sister's home on May 4, 1996. She made the decision to walk as her parents' house was only a mile away. She was celebrating, so she was allowed to remain out later than her normal curfew, which was around 1 in the morning. Her parents weren't concerned at first. They thought she had lost her sense of time and was still celebrating. But as the evening wore on, they began to worry that something might have happened to her, so they made a missing persons report with the police. That night, Jessica never returned home, and she was never seen alive again. A green Letterman jacket, a sock, some jewelry, and a blouse were discovered by the police next to a cycling route 2 days after she vanished. Jessica was the owner of all these clothes. This bike path was frequently used by students to travel to and from the neighboring Sheldon Jackson College campus. Jessica's body was discovered in a forested area next to the bike path a few hours later. After being attacked, she was strangled. Her blackened eyes gave away that she had been hit in the head or face. Within a week following the incident, Richard Bingham, a caretaker at a nearby college, admitted to the crime. He would later learn that his confession was untrue, even though he was aware of important details. In 1997, a jury found Richard not guilty due to insufficient physical evidence. A private investigator was engaged by Jessica's family, but the investigation was fruitless. Throughout 100 DNA profiles were analyzed throughout the years, but the case was abandoned when no matches were discovered. Subsequently, in 2019, detectives utilized a public genetic genealogy database to obtain a sample of the suspect's DNA profile, which they then utilized to identify a potential suspect. Doubting, at last, they were given a name: Stephen Allen Branch. Officers visited the now 66-year-old suspect at his Austin, Arkansas, home in August 2020 for an interview after he moved there in 2010. In addition to denying any participation, Stephen refused to voluntarily provide a DNA sample for comparison with the victim's profile. Documents reveal that in Sitka, Stephen Branch had attacked another adolescent girl in the same year Jessica Bagan was killed. Still, he was found not guilty. Liz, Stephen Branch committed suicide an hour later following the police questioning. During his autopsy, the police were granted a warrant to take a sample of his DNA, which would then be compared to a profile discovered at a crime scene. A match was made. After more than 20 years and one fake confession letter, Jessica Bagan's case, who was 17 at the time, was ultimately resolved. Moving on to the next case. Mark Jeffrey Dribbin. 42 years old Mark. In 1999, Jeffrey Dribbin resided in Portland, Oregon. He was employed by United Airlines. Mark had a family emergency on July 2nd, so he called his work and asked to be let off for the night. He was spotted at the Eagle Tavern on Burnside Street the following day. His manner was unremarkable in any way. Mark Dribbin was last seen by anyone at that point. He was a trustworthy employee. Mark had a strong bond with his family as well. Friends and relatives did not think Mark had just up and left town. Investigators visited his home. They discovered that his car had been stolen and that several valuables were missing. Blood was discovered in large quantities on his home's walls. Someone obviously made an effort to tidy it up. No evidence of forced entry was present. A few weeks later, his automobile was discovered in a location he didn't usually visit. The detectives searched everywhere, but they were unable to locate Mark. However, based on what they discovered inside his home, they were quite certain that he was the victim of foul play. The case was abandoned. Mark's case was reopened by the police's cold case team in March 2019. They sent a private lab the suspect's DNA from his case for forensic genealogical examination. I'm not precisely sure where the DNA originated. It might have been in his residence or in his automobile. Ancestry.com and 23andMe are two examples of publicly accessible databases that the private lab compared the DNA in. Further additional testing and research. Christopher Lovren, 52, was taken into custody by the police in May 2020. He resided close to Mark's residence. How the two men knew one another is unclear. It is believed that the two men's failing friendship was the reason for Mark's death. Some questions remain unanswered even after the case has been resolved. Why did Christopher take Mark's life? And where was Mark's body buried by him? This is what Mark's 87-year-old father had to say. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Portland Police Department and the whole judicial system for their tireless efforts in advancing this matter to this stage. Moving on to the next case. Mary London. Mary London attended Sacramento High School as a sophomore, age 17. She had developmental disabilities. Mary was reported missing on January 14, 1981, following her non-attendance of a prearranged school transportation. Her body was discovered the following day, on January 15th, early in the morning, discarded on the side of the road west of Interstate 5. At a crime scene, the only thing the Sacramento Police Department could do was get the suspect's DNA. Detectives have been working on Mary's case for decades in an effort to identify the culprit. Detectives revived the case in 2016, which was 35 years after the crime. They requested assistance from the public in locating a man by the name of Daryl. Although Daryl was not on the police's list of suspects, they nevertheless wanted to speak with him as a friend of Mary's. The suggestion to use genetic genealogy to aid in the case's resolution came from Daniel Hahn, the head of police in Sacramento. In an attempt to find a match, the DNA evidence collected from the crime scene was submitted into databases. Daniel Hahn and street lawyer Anna Marie Schubert declared in April 2020 that they thought they had finally found Vernon Parker, the man who killed Mary London. In 1982, Parker's life was taken, 1 year following Mary's death. According to the district attorney, investigative genetic genealogy has completely changed how law enforcement investigates violent crimes, finds the guilty, and clears the innocent. Investigators and Mary's surviving family are thankful for the information even if Vernon Parker will not go to jail for his crime. As Esther, Mary's sister, put it, they really did work hard to figure out who done it. I appreciate all of the people that worked on the case. Moving on to the next case. Mary Scott. Mary Scott, at 24 years old, resided in San Diego, California, in 1969. She and her spouse and their 2 girls used to reside in Louisiana. She moved to California by herself after her marriage did not work out. Mary started out as a cocktail server before moving on to become a dancer at a nearby club under the stage name Lucky. After she failed to arrive for work, I went to check for her at her flat. Mary had been beaten and then strangled, and her body was within. Her door's chain was broken, and the furnishings was a mess. Although detectives followed a number of leads and periodically inquired about her relatives, the case ultimately came to a dead end. Over time, DNA technology developed to a very high degree. Rosalie Sands, Mary's sister, observed this. Why can't DNA technology aid solve her sister's case? She wondered to herself. In 2019, Rosalie then got in touch with a friend who was a retired police officer. He then made contact with former police officers, and so the case was reopened. Using forensic genealogy and DNA recovered from the crime scene in 1969, the San Diego Police Cold Case Unit was able to identify a suspect. A DNA test revealed John Jeffrey Sipos, 75, to be the person they were looking for. When the crime occurred in 1969, John was serving in the Navy in San Diego. John was taken into custody in Schnecksville, Pennsylvania, on October 24, 2020. He's being held at a detention center in Lehigh County right now. Rosalie made this statement after discovering who killed her sister. The thing that upsets me the most is that he continued to live his life. It bothers me that he led such a regular life for so long after learning that he is content and free. Her life was robbed of so much opportunity that lay ahead of her. It took 50 years to solve this case, making it one of the first unsolved homicide cases involving DNA. Moving on to the next case. Max Headroom broadcast intrusion. Beginning at 9:14 p.m. on November 22, 1987, The programming that was broadcast on televisions in Chicago consisted of a variety of entertainment, news, and game shows that were rather typical. At approximately 9 o'clock in the evening, those who turned in to WGN in Chicago wanted to watch the channel's primetime newscast. The screen went completely black for 15 seconds while the sports report was being shown, and when it came back on, the individual who was wearing a Max Headroom mask and sunglasses was back on. There was only a buzzing sound, and there was no other sound. Once the engineers at WGN changed the frequency of their studio link, they were able to put an end to this hijack much more quickly. During the course of a television series that was being broadcast on the channel WDTW, the signal of the station was hijacked by the same individual who had previously succeeded in hijacking the signal of WGN earlier that evening. The hijacking occurred at approximately 11:15 p.m. In contrast to the 30-second hijacking that came before it, this one was audio-based and lasted for 1 minute and 22 seconds. In a tone that is reminiscent of a cartoon villain, Max declares, "He is a nerd for crying out loud." Max Headroom was a well-known television figure during that time period, and the metal panel that was spinning hypnotically behind the man was a copycat representation of his bitmapped background. At the same time, the prankster cries out the new Coca-Cola tagline, "Catch the Wave," and hums the theme of the television cartoon Clutch Cargo, which was produced in the 1960s. At one point, the camera cuts to Max, who is facing away from the screen, from a slightly different angle than before. His mask hangs in the vicinity of the camera. However, his buttocks are visible, and his face is not visible on the screen. On the right-hand side of the screen, a woman is seen using a fly swatter to give him a serious spanking. Then, in the same instant that it came, the signal becomes relatively noiseless. It was discovered by WETW's engineers that they were unable to stop the signal from coming from the transmitter that was located on top of the Sears Tower. When the engineers finally started looking into what was going on, it was already too late to save the situation. At both WGN and WETW, the phones started ringing off the hook with patrons who were perplexed by the situation. It didn't take long before the incident was carried by the neighborhood newspapers and the local television. A commitment was made by representatives of the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, which is the institution in charge of regulating the airwaves in the United States. To this day, however, we are still unable to determine who was responsible for this hijacking of the program. Moving on to the next case. Michelle Martinko. On October 6, 1961, Michelle Martinko was born in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. She was a student at Kennedy High School in Cedar Rapids. Her intention was to get an interior design degree at Iowa State University. Sadly, she was never able to. Michelle attended a function at the Sheraton Inn in Cedar Rapids on December 19, 1979, in the evening. She then asked her buddy if she would like to go shopping with her at Westdale Mall. Michelle made the independent decision to travel when her friend declined. She was last observed outside a jewelry store between 8 and 9 p.m. Michelle was still not home at 2 in the morning, so her father filed a missing persons report. He and the cops started looking for her. Michelle's family's vehicle was discovered in the shopping center's parking area. Michelle's body was slumped over a passenger seat inside. She suffered 29 stab wounds. The crime was committed without witnesses. There were no fingerprints left by the assailant. The attacker's gender was an open question to the police. Michelle did not suffer any indecent assaults, nor were any of her belongings taken. Moreover, the motivation was unclear. There were those who later came forward, stating that they could have seen anything that could aid the inquiry, even though there were no direct witnesses. The witnesses gave a hypnotized description of a Caucasian man who was in his teens or early 20s, around 6 feet tall, and weighed about 170 pounds. Based on this evidence, the police issued a composite sketch on June 19, 1980. Michelle's parents died in 1995 and 1998, respectively, and they never found out who killed their daughter. An investigator was tipped off about the case in 2006. While going over the case files, the investigator discovered something intriguing that had belonged to the attacker, even though the tip itself proved to be fruitless. After that, a DNA profile was made using it. After that, it was added to the Cody's database. Sadly, no matches were found. Then, in 2017, further pictures of the attacker were made by hiring a genetic genealogy company. The pictures were radically different from the ones they had used in 1980. It featured a man with blue eyes and blonde hair. The DNA business entered the data they had gathered into JetMatch in 2018. Law enforcement has also utilized this open-source genealogy database to assist in the resolution of other cases. One individual was discovered who had the suspect's DNA. They were able to construct a family tree with more testing. 3 brothers who had grown up in Manchester, Iowa, were the only ones left. They came under observation. Investigators started gathering their DNA covertly. Jerry Lynn Burns, one of their brothers, was seen by an investigator on October 29, 2018, sipping several sodas with a plastic straw. The investigator gathered the straw after Burns threw it out and ran a DNA test on it. His DNA was confirmed to match the blood recovered at the crime scene by the results that had been obtained. After that, investigators visited his home to speak with him. He said he was not present when Michelle's life was taken and denied ever knowing her. Geraldine Burns was hauled into custody on December 19, 2018, precisely 39 years after Michelle was murdered. The jury convicted Jerry Lynn Burns of the crime early in 2020. Then, on August 7th, he received a life sentence without the possibility of release. Moving on to the next case. Mona Blades. At the age of 18, Mona Elizabeth Blades disappeared while trying to hitchhike from Hamilton, New Zealand's North Island. Her story was heavily reported by the media at the time and is among the longest-running unexplained disappearances in the nation. A cold case squad has examined the case in recent years, but the mystery surrounding her disappearance has not been solved. Mona had planned to take a rideshare from her hometown of Hamilton to Hastings on May 31, 1975, the first day of the Queen's birthday long weekend. She purchased a set of vibrant tumblers for her nephew as a surprise birthday present. Mona was living at the time with her brother-in-law Tom, her sister Lillian, and her infant niece Angela. Tom left his sister-in-law off on Cambridge Road early in the morning. The last time anyone in the family saw Mona was at this event. No one knew that Mona was visiting Hastings because the trip was supposed to be a surprise. Because of this, the adolescent wasn't reported missing until 3 days after she failed to get home on schedule. Although not much is known about the first inquiry, what is known is that over 500 people were looked into over the course of 6 months and 5,000 hours of search work. Not a single piece of evidence that might have revealed Mona Blades' whereabouts has been discovered, despite the greatest efforts of law enforcement. But little information they did get was a plethora of varied sightings throughout the town. The most famous witness sighting of Mona came from a truck driver who said that at around 10 in the morning, he saw Mona getting into an orange Datsun 120Y station wagon. A similar car was seen by a number of other residents traveling off the highway and coming to a stop on Taupo's rural Madia Road. About 200 meters down the same road, a fencing contractor who was a witness as well noticed the car. He saw that a middle-aged white man was driving and a woman who fit Mona's description was seated in the back. A little while later, the witness saw the car again and discovered it was empty. The orange Datsun lead was regarded as a significant development in the case. The fact that the investigators devoted a significant amount of time to this tip-off might have hurt the case. During the case's 2018 appearance on TV New Zealand's Cold Case series, seasoned investigators went over each case file again in an effort to uncover fresh leads. Re-examining the files, some concluded that the authorities had overlooked several other potentially useful leads because they had focused too much on the Datsun. They also thought that by utilizing an old photo of Mona, the cops might have deceived witnesses. Mona had blonde locks in the police enforcement photo. That being said, she had a mullet at the time of her disappearance. In addition, it was determined that Mona had lived in Taupo for a longer period of time than first believed and may have never left. Furthermore, it was found that the truck driver who had first reported the orange Datsun sighting had altered his account several times, perhaps as a result of hearing or reading about the case. A number of witness reports were disregarded in favor of the orange Datsun tip. One employee of the store, who was acquainted with Mona, reported that they observed her getting into a dark blue-green station wagon and that it drove off towards the Napier-Taupo highway. The 18-year-old, according to the witness, was in the car with another female hitchhiker. An additional sighting was reported by an individual who had conversed with a woman identifying herself as Mona Blades. On May 31st, in the early afternoon, the woman was spotted at the Spa Hotel in Taupo. A little later, she was seen boarding a red Toyota station wagon. Although the cold case team thought Mona had met and departed with people she knew in Taupo, some detectives have speculated that she might have been kidnapped and murdered that weekend by gang members heading to Wellington. The 18-year-old allegedly had friendships with a number of members of the infamous Highway 61 biker gang. Furthermore, in 2018, an unidentified guy contacted the Rotorua Daily Post claiming that he had been informed by a buddy who passed away in 2013 that Highway 61 was connected to Mona's disappearance. A year after the kidnapping, the gang members allegedly discussed it and claimed to have killed her. It appears that the group was going in a red Toyota, and witnesses noticed two individuals carrying a rolled-up carpet piece to the rear of the car. It's uncertain if the witness who had seen Mona at the Spa Hotel saw the same vehicle. But there are other suspects in this case besides the biker gang. Soon after the investigation started, officials looked into a guy named John Freeman after learning that he had rented an orange Datsun the weekend before the tragedy. After 2 weeks, when the police made it known that they were searching for an orange Datsun, Freeman shot and injured a student at the university before killing himself. It's unclear if Freeman had anything to do with the disappearance of Mona's. Charlie Hughes, a Hamilton resident who has provided a DNA sample and been interrogated 3 times since the 1970s, is another man who was the subject of an investigation. Throughout the years, he has consistently maintained his innocence, and he has openly expressed his annoyance at being looked into. A purported shallow grave in the garage of a Huntley home bearing Mona's name was reported to investigators in 2004. It was said to have been a joke when the name was written on concrete 6 years prior. Later on, the ex-homeowner expressed regret to the Blades family. The concrete floor of a Correo home that originally belonged to a traffic cop who passed away in 2009 was excavated by police in 2012. A fellow policeman had accused the officer of kidnapping and murdering Mona. Tony Mueller, the accuser, says he's had his doubts for a very long time. It seems that in 2011, he forwarded an information compilation to the authorities. Authorities arrived at the residence a year later to look under the laundry room floor. Mueller saw police enforcement drill 80 centimeters and then explore an additional 80. And he was confident there was a body beneath the concrete. But under the floor, nothing of significance turned up. Mueller is certain that a body is buried in the house despite this, even though he now thinks it's under the stairwell. The homeowners likewise think this to be true, according to a 2012 New Zealand Herald report, but officials are unable to dig without proof. Mona's case is still unresolved even after it was reopened, and a new investigation was launched in 2018. Moving on to the next case. Nancy Doherty. Nestled in Chisholm, Minnesota, was Nancy Doherty. She was married, with 2 children. Her spouse was serving with the Air National Guard abroad. Nancy held part-time jobs as a carer in a nursing home and as a barman. She had a lover in addition to being unfaithful to her spouse. Nancy went out drinking with her boyfriend on July 15th, 1986. The boyfriend then dropped her off at her house. When he called Nancy the following morning, she did not respond. Then he requested that she be checked on by the police. When the Chisholm police knocked on her door, nobody picked up. When they did eventually get inside her house, they discovered something shocking. The body of Nancy Doherty lay on the ground. Before being strangled, she had been abused and assaulted. At the scene of the incident, DNA evidence belonging to a potential suspect was recovered by the police. Next, a DNA profile was made. Nevertheless, no one in a criminal database matched the profile. More than 100 persons were questioned by the police, and their DNA was gathered, but it was fruitless. Since he was the last person to have seen her, the boyfriend was investigated for a short while. He was excluded, though, as was the spouse. Sadly, the case was abandoned by the police since they had run out of leads. Subsequently, in 2020, officers working for the Chisholm Police Department came up with the notion of getting in touch with Parabon Nanolabs, a business that assists law enforcement agencies in finding leads by analyzing public genealogical databases. The work of Parabon Nanolabs was found in a parent match. Michael Allen Carbo Jr., 52, resides in Chisholm, Minnesota. A few questions were raised by Michael's identification. Nancy was unknown to Michael, who was only a teenager when she was killed. In 1986, he was not even a person to be interested in. Nevertheless, a subsequent analysis did confirm that Michael's DNA matched the first profile. He may receive a term of up to 40 years in jail for the actions that led to his arrest in July of 2020. This is the day Nancy Doherty's family and the entire town of Chisholm have waited for over 34 years, stated the Chief of Police of Chisholm, Vern Manor. In addition, he delivered a message from Gina, Nancy's daughter. Helping people was my mother's passion. The horrible voids that were left in so many lives, including mine, are beyond words. Moving on to the next case. Betty Lee Jones. Betty Lee Jones, a 23-year-old mother of two, and her husband resided in Boulder County, Colorado, in 1970. She had only been married for 9 days to Robert Ray Jones. The two of them argued for the last 2 of those days. On March 8, 1970, they had their final fight in their Denver house at the intersection of York and 12th Streets. In the end, Betty tried to flag down automobiles on the street next to their house, while Robert drove away from the house. The last thing Betty was spotted doing was getting into a stopped blue car. The vehicle then proceeded south on York Street. This occurred at 3:30 p.m. On March 9th, 2 employees of the Colorado Department of Transportation discovered a woman's lifeless body by the side of an embankment on Highway 128 close to the boundary between Boulder County and Jefferson County. The woman had been beaten, strangled, and bound. It didn't take long to identify her as Betty Lee Jones. Despite her last sighting getting into an unfamiliar car, suspicion landed on her husband, Robert. Her family and the police both thought Robert was to blame. The case was abandoned when the police were unable to locate the owner of the blue sedan and could not find any hard evidence connecting him to the crime. The case was revisited in 2006. After Betty's body was sampled in 1970, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation received the DNA. The generated profile was uploaded to the CODIS database. However, no matches were found. The police thought it would be a good idea to see if Betty's husband Robert's DNA matched the sample. Given that he had died in 2000, his parents were required to provide DNA samples. Subsequent DNA testing verified that Robert's sample did not match, ruling him out as a suspect. There have been numerous advancements in DNA technology over the years. The suspect's DNA has a more sophisticated profile in 2019. They were able to create the suspect's family tree as a result. It was eventually reduced to 2 sons of a woman who they thought had a close relationship with the suspect. Out of the 2 sons, just one was still alive. In 1977, the other one passed away. DNA samples were collected, and the surviving individual was interrogated. He claimed to have a different brother than the one who had died in 1977 when he spoke with investigators. The last the family heard from Paul, whose name was Paul, was in 1970, the same year that Betty was murdered. In addition, he possessed a blue sedan similar to the one Betty was last seen getting into. Following the exclusion of the brother who informed them about Paul and the sibling who died in 1977, the detectives understood they needed to find Paul. They did manage to find Paul in April 2020. He was located in the National Cemetery at Fort Logan. June 2019 saw his passing. His body was exhumed for DNA testing on April 8, 2020. Then, on April 24th, it was established that the DNA taken from Betty's body and Paul Leroy Martin's DNA matched. It's unlikely that Betty and Paul were acquainted. According to police theories, Betty entered his automobile that day, and at some time he killed her by assault. This is what Sheriff Joe Pell had to say. We would like to express our gratitude to the CBI, the FBI, and all the scientists and investigators who helped with this investigation. We also individually appreciate Detective Steve Ainsworth for his hard work and perseverance in cracking this extremely cold case, which was so cruelly committed. Steve does an amazing job for these victims and their families, and he has a long career that has been devoted to cold cases. If you're fascinated by true crime and enjoying the video so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up to stay updated on all our latest content. Moving on to the next case. Christopher Hervey. A fatal incident happened in Santa Ana, California, on January 4, 1996. 22-year-old Christopher Hervey lost his life defending himself during an attempted robbery. His girlfriend Jade Benning was the only person there when the assault occurred, and she quickly reported the crime to the police. 20 years later, an unidentified tip has reignited interest in the case and identified an unexpected suspect. The second most populous city in Orange County and the county seat is Santa Ana, which is well known for its favorable climate. Due to its abundance of outdoor activities, many museums, and the Santa Ana Zoo, it is a well-liked travel destination for people all over the world. It's interesting to note that this beautiful city is the birthplace of well-known actresses Michelle Pfeiffer and Diane Keaton. But in 1996, Santa Ana served as the setting for a true crime mystery that was on par with the production from Hollywood. The Santa Ana Police Department responded to a troubling 911 call in the early hours of January 4, 1996. When they finally arrived at the North Broadway Street apartment complex, they saw a horrific scene. A young guy named Christopher Hervey was lying in a pool of blood on the living room floor, gasping for air. A young woman who was identified as Christopher's live-in girlfriend, Jade Benning, was standing close by in a state of shock and was clearly harmed. Sadly, Christopher did not live, and his body was brought to the nearby mortuary for additional testing. After her first shock subsided, the authorities questioned Jade, the only witness to the incident. She recalled that while the flat was still undergoing renovations, she and Christopher had been sleeping in the living room. When she awoke at 3 in the morning, she saw Christopher fighting with an unidentified attacker. Her right hand was cut by the attacker when she tried to step in and help. Investigators noticed the damage to her right hand. Christopher had already fallen to the ground at that point, and the intruder had made off out the back door. She then made a 911 call to report the situation and ask for help. Police questioned Jade further, but after her general claims were confirmed, she was released without being charged and was no longer considered a suspect. The investigators launched an instant probe into the case. Upon conducting interviews with several neighbors, they were able to gather proof in favor of Jade's story. 15 minutes before the cops arrived, the neighbors claimed to have heard a furious dispute coming from the flat. Furthermore, a neighbor reported seeing a man run away from the area. The neighbor attested to the man's male gait, even though it was too dark to make out any distinguishing traits. Even though the flat was thoroughly searched, not much was found. Although the flat was messy, no murder weapon was found within or close to the apartment building. Technicians working at crime scenes were very careful to gather any possible DNA or fingerprint evidence. They also took evidence-related objects from Christopher and Jade's flat. When Christopher was autopsied in the days that followed, it was discovered that he had sustained many stab wounds to his upper chest. The hemorrhage was fatal due to the major arteries being ruptured. His body was sampled for DNA testing, with swabs and fingernail clippings taken. After all the formalities were finished, Christopher's body was returned to his family and buried in Forest Lawn Memorial Park in a secret ceremony in the middle of January 1996. Following that, Christopher's family declined to speak with the media and opted to keep their privacy intact. There were many challenges the investigators faced right from the start of the inquiry. All of the fingerprints that were discovered at the crime site were identified, and no criminal database contained any matches. Moreover, no evidence of a murder weapon was found. Speaking with those who knew Christopher and Jade well did not yield any noteworthy leads. Jade, along with her family and friends, were left in a state of uncertainty as the murder case of Christopher Hervey appeared to have come to a deadlock. Time passed with no fresh leads emerging, and the investigation seemed to have reached a standstill. The authorities came to the conclusion that a botched robbery attempt was the reason for Christopher's death. After the terrible incident, Jade went back to her family and carried on with her life. She had resided in several Californian cities throughout the years, including Arleta, Huntington Beach, Santa Ana, and Anaheim. She eventually traveled to Las Vegas, Nevada in 2001, and then she settled in Austin, Texas. Jade avoided the spotlight by maintaining a low profile, and not much was known about her life following Christopher's passing. Although it's unclear if she was actually married, there are rumors that she had 3 kids. Jade also had her own vintage clothing business. It appeared as though the investigation had been closed, leaving Jade and Christopher's loved ones in a never-ending state of uncertainty. A ray of hope did, however, surface in January 2020 when the Santa Ana police received an anonymous letter that contained information that had not been made public before. This unexpected tip identified a possible suspect and provided fresh insight into the investigation. The Santa Ana Police Department's cold case detective Michael Gibbons took over the investigation, going over the evidence once more in the hopes of discovering the truth. The witness statement contained a detailed account of the crime that Gibbons and his team carefully investigated. They also carefully examined the neighborly testimonies and the DNA evidence found at the location of the crime. The investigation specifics remain under wraps, but Santa Ana Police Department investigators noted that it required a careful examination of the forensic evidence. There was also a circumstantial aspect that was investigated, albeit there is still not much information available on this. A search warrant was issued for a person of interest connected to the investigation on June 11, 2020. Investigators did not immediately reveal the person's identity, but they did say that their search took them to Austin, Texas. Numerous intriguing objects were seized and taken into consideration as possible proof. Investigators from the Santa Ana Police Department, the Austin Police Department, and the U.S. Marshals Lone Star Fugitive Task Team then surveilled the suspect for the following 2 years. They collected enough evidence during this time to obtain an arrest warrant for the suspect based on a criminal complaint. When detectives eventually zeroed in on the suspect, it took a surprise for all those connected to the case that the suspect had been apprehended. It turned out that Jade Benning was the suspect. U.S. Marshals detained 48-year-old Jade Benning during a traffic check close to her Austin, Texas, home at 2:20 p.m. on Tuesday, May 3, 2022. That afternoon, Jade had been on her way back home from picking up her youngest boy from school. The arresting officers took her into a parking garage as she was handcuffed. Detectives have surmised that a confrontation between Jade and Christopher might have become violent, despite the fact that Jade gave no information to them. Before calling 911, Jade is thought to have stabbed Christopher and disposed of the murder weapon. Then she made up a tale about an unidentified person breaking into their flat with the intention of robbing them. This view is further supported by the neighbors' comments, which show that there was a heated dispute prior to the police showing up at the crime site. Jade was placed under arrest, and her bond was set at $1 million. She was being held at the Travis County Jail. She was extradited to California in May 2022 to appear in court. Jade's arraignment was set until June 8, 2022, after her initial court appearance on Monday, May 23, 2022. She entered a not guilty plea to the murder accusation during the hearing. Jade is presently being held at the Orange County Jail with a $1 million bond. There is not much information at this time because the matter is still being investigated. Regarding the evidence found, no updates have been given. The date of Jade Bennings' trial has not yet been disclosed. Jade's mother currently has custody of her children at their Austin, Texas, home. About Jade Bennings' arrest, Christopher Hervey's family has not released a statement. Moving on to the next case. Claire Morrison. At the age of 13, Claire Morrison resided in Geelong, Victoria, Australia, with her parents. Claire was a typical rebellious young girl who had lately taken up smoking cigarettes and mingling with teenagers on the streets. She did, nevertheless, have a large number of school pals. Claire went to Geelong Mall with her pal on December 18, 1992. Claire informed her pal that she planned to ride the bus home and obtain some cash to shop for Christmas presents. She would not be seen alive again after this. Witnesses observed her making her way towards Moorabool Street, where she was scheduled to meet a friend at a McDonald's restaurant along Little Mallop Street Mall. She seemed inebriated, according to the witnesses. Her relatives filed a missing persons report after she failed to return home. The following day, December 19, 1992, a surfer discovered her nearly nude body close to Bells Beach. Her body was discovered in the water, strangled and bruised. In addition, sharks attacked and bit her body, making it challenging for the coroner to ascertain the cause of death. Shane McLaren, age 18, provided the police with the only lead they could uncover. He reported saw Claire get into a blue Holden Commodore with two men. For the following few months, police looked for this automobile. But after a few months, the police found out the claim was untrue, and Shane admitted it was all a fake. He was detained by police for perjury. The only person suspected of her murder is Shane McLaren, an ice addict who self-reported. Although Shane claims he was not involved in Claire's death, he acknowledged that he was a friend of Claire's and that they had been out and about when she vanished. He claimed that he made the fake report in an attempt to get into trouble. Claire's brother claimed that the police lost interest in the investigation and it became cold after it was discovered that the lead was bogus. Since then, there have been no developments in the case, and anyone with information on her murder might be eligible for a $50,000 prize. Moving on to the next case. David Allen Gore. Born in Florida in 1953, David Allen Gore had problematic behaviors from an early age. His first work as a petrol station attendant when he was a teenager ended in his dismissal after his supervisor found that Gore had been peeping at unsuspecting customers through a hole in the women's lavatory. Even though he never held an official position in law enforcement, as an adult he joined the volunteer sheriff's deputy program and on multiple occasions utilized his badge to commit some of his crimes. As a murderer, Gore did not operate alone. His 1-year-old, New Jersey-born cousin Fred Waterfield was his accomplice. The media would eventually refer to the two guys as the Killing Cousins. Throughout the 1980s, the two operated in Florida's Vero Beach and Indian River County. On February 19, 1981, Gore and Waterfield committed their first crime when Gore showed his police badge to Ing Ling, then 17 years old, and she was persuaded inside his truck. After that, he took the youngster to her house, where he met Sien Ling, her 48-year-old mother, and concluded that she would also have to be one of their victims. Gore would subsequently confess to the authorities that he and Waterfield had sexually raped Ing and that he had tied Sien to a tree where she suffocated to death. Following their deaths, Gore and Waterfield dismembered the bodies of the two and buried the remains in oil drums. The next person the murderous cousin killed was 35-year-old California visitor Judith Daly. Almost 5 months after their first kill, on July 15th, Gore deliberately destroyed Judith's car so that it could not be driven. When Gore saw that Judith couldn't start her car and was alone and in danger, he approached her and offered to give her a ride to the closest phone. Judith agreed to the ride, feeling reassured by the police badge he was wearing. Nevertheless, Gore escorted her to a remote location where they met Waterfield rather than taking her to the phone booth as agreed. After that, the two men killed Judith and sexually raped her. The 35-year-old's body was disposed of in a marsh, according to Gore's later claims. Things took a tragic turn for Gore, though, when he tried to use his police badge to kidnap a teenage girl in the weeks after Judith's death. The plan backfired, and Gore lost his volunteer badge after the girl's father reported him for his actions to the sheriff's office. A few days later, Gore was seen by police with a weapon, handcuffs, and a police scanner in the back seat of a woman's car. After being apprehended by the police, he was charged with and found guilty of armed trespassing. Despite receiving a 5-year prison sentence, he was freed on parole in March 1983, less than 2 years after his sentencing. The following two hitchhiking girls, ages 14 and 15, were the victims of Gore and Waterfield. They began talking on May 20th, 1983. After that, Barbara and Bayer and Angelica Lavelle were brought to a remote location and subjected to sexual assault, murder, and mutilation. Two classmates at Vero Beach High School, Reagan Martin, 14, and Lynn Elliott, 17, were the last known victims of the killings of their relatives. The two girls were picked up by Waterfield and Gore on July 26, 1983, as they were hitchhiking to a Beso beach in Indian River County. After driving them back to his parents' empty home, Gore chose to be left alone with the two girls by Waterfield. He asserted that throughout the drive, he had seen his sister, who had probably also seen the two girls they were with. Waterfield said he was going to his vehicle repair shop to make sure Gore wasn't interrupted by his sister. Gore separated the females into different rooms and attacked Lynn on a sexual basis first. He proceeded to attack Reagan while leaving her alive. But during this attack, Lynn was able to flee out the front door of the house with her hands bound behind her back. She fled the property and Gore until she stumbled and fell on the driveway. Gore recalled that I continued chasing after her until she stumbled and collapsed, at which point I cried out to her. She was trying to fight me as I was hauling her back, so I threw her to the ground. I shot her in the head at that point. Gore opened fire on Lynn twice at close range when he was in the middle of his driveway. It was only at that moment that he realized what he had done, since a teenage lad on his bike had witnessed everything. Gore and the authorities were in a 90-minute standoff after the youngster left the area and informed the police. Reagan Martin, 14, was saved when Gore was eventually taken into custody. In the attic, bound and with electrical cables wound around her legs, she was discovered. Gore was accused of first-degree murder on August 10, 1983, along with 2 counts of kidnapping and 2 counts of sexual battery. He guided authorities to the remains of 3 of his victims in December of that year. He was found guilty of first-degree murder in March 1984 and given the death penalty. After being found guilty of killing 14-year-olds Barbara and Bayer and Angelica Lavelle the next year, Waterfield was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 50 years. He had previously received a 15-year prison sentence after being found guilty of manslaughter for failing to prevent Lynn Elliott's death. Gore never concealed his deadly cravings over the years. He told a psychiatrist that he had a distinct personality that the devil was controlling, and he claimed to have a strong need to kill. He claimed in a sworn deposition taken during his murder prosecution that It felt like there was another control over me. I could definitely pass for two persons at once. I can say with certainty that at the times I did things, I was a different person than I would be at other times. He went on to say that although he didn't want to kill anyone, he had a fixation with taking other people's life. Gore was known to retain the trophies he took from his victims, in spite of his claims. Above all, he would save their hair for mementos. It was observed that he never appeared to feel regret for his deeds, despite the fact that he was known to reply to letters while inside. Rather, he repeatedly revealed to the graphic details of his misdeeds. Gore's letters, which contained graphic details, compelled Florida Governor Rick Scott to announce a specific date for Gore's execution since he demonstrated such a lack of concern for his victims and the crimes he had perpetrated. At present, Fred Waterfield is 71 years old and incarcerated. It is reported that he still claims to be innocent. At the age of 58, David Allen Gore was put to death via lethal injection on April 12, 2012. Moving on to the next case. Debbie Dorian. A woman's body was discovered in a flat in Fresno County, California, on August 22nd. She was identified as Debbie Dorian, a 22-year-old college student. Duct tape was used to bind her body at the hands and feet. She also had her lips, nose, and eyes covered with duct tape around her head. Upon gathering DNA evidence from the crime scene, investigators submitted it into the Cody's database. However, no matches were found. Subsequently, in 2002, Fresno police discovered that a DNA sample taken from Debbie's case matched an attack that had occurred in Visalia, California. Not a single suspect was named by the Visalia police either. The application of genetic genealogy by the investigators in 2018 marked the case's last turning point. In genetic genealogy, unidentified DNA evidence from a crime scene is compared to publicly accessible genealogical databases that are filled with family members willing uploads of their DNA. This directed detectives to Nicky Stain, 52. He was accused of attacking Debbie and killing her in January 2020. When Debbie's mother discovered who had abused her daughter prior to her death, she was overjoyed. She also thanked the detectives for their assistance in cracking the case. She described her daughter as a wonderful, spunky girl. You miss what she would look like, and you miss watching her wedding over the holidays. The resolution of this case took 24 years. Moving on to the next case. Ebby Steppach. Ebby Steppach, sometimes referred to as Ebby Jane by her family and classmates, was a self-reliant, diligent worker and a dependable friend. Her desire to start over and pursue a prosperous life were dashed in October 2005 when an inexplicable and unsolved murder claimed her life. Her birthplace of Little Rock, Arkansas, left everyone who knew her searching for answers under a deluge of contradicting information. This investigation of Ebby Steppach's death and the terrifying mystery in Charlemont Park aims to offer more significant reasoning based on visible evidence and situational analysis. In the Little Rock, Arkansas, suburbs on March 31, 1997, Ebby was born to Lori Jernigan and Peter Steppach. Due to her small-town upbringing, Ebby had tight relationships with all of her family members, particularly her mother, who famously remarked, "I knew when she took a breath, her first breath, that we would be close and that she would be a very special young lady." Ebby's family expanded along with her, and years later Harris, their youngest sister, joined Ebby and her older brother Trevor. The kids were close, hanging out at church or with their wonderful grandparents much of the time. The Steppach siblings were nurtured in creative circumstances and were surrounded by extremely artistic people in both their extended and intermediate families. Above all, Ebby enjoyed photography, and as she grew older, she developed a special interest in cutting-edge fashion. She rapidly turned cosmetology into a pastime, picking up the fundamentals of cosmetics application and hair styling. By the time Ebby reached high school, she had begun to think about her future and had decided she wanted to be a real estate agent in addition to a cosmetologist. In addition to her professional goals, Ebby developed empathy for her peers. She made it her mission to ensure her friends' and family's safety, going above and beyond to shield those she cared about from harm as well as from outside influences. She provided support to individuals who were stuck and encouraged a great deal of positivism in the neighborhood. In addition to her innate compassion and empathy, Ebby also possessed a strong sense of independence. As she approached maturity, she forged her own route and made choices based solely on her own knowledge and discernment, refusing to let advice from others influence her views. Ebby began to feel the effects of her intense individuality the summer before her senior year of high school. She transferred to Little Rock Central because she wanted to be free of the constraints of private education. Ebby worked at a Foot Locker shoe store in McCain Mall the summer before she entered public school. At this point, Ebby's mother, who had since remarried after divorcing, began to observe changes in her daughter's behavior. She asserted that Ebby was far more combative, going against the norm of the Steppach household's established set of regulations and staying out past curfew to attend neighborhood parties. Ebby's parents were also curious as to whether the changes in her demeanor were related to her recent relationship. She had moved in with a new partner. Lori disapproved of the boy and believed he was negatively altering her daughter. In the end, Ebby's independence and the newfound family conflicts forced her to leave her parents' house and live in separate quarters with her grandparents, her elder brother Trevor, and school friends. Danielle, one of those pals, noted that Ebby had been having trouble with an unidentified problem and would often want to take long trips down the highway with music blasting in order to clear her head. Danielle said that these late-night excursions were usually beneficial, but she was never fully aware of the underlying logic. When October arrived, the start of senior year, Ebby started a pattern of chronic absenteeism, skipping class on several occasions. On October 24, 2015, Ebby went back to her mother and stepfather's house to tell them that she had been gang raped by 4 individuals at a party the previous evening. This marked the top of all the weird behavior. She insisted on seeing justice done, convinced that the incident had been captured on camera by a cell phone. Shortly after, Ebby rushed away, perhaps seeking her own retribution on the 4 accused. She started communicating with her friends and family in an inconsistent and concerning way that made little sense. Then, on the afternoon of October 25th, Ebby gave her brother one last call, admitting that she had messed up, and she vanished from sight. After 2.5 years of disturbance following her disappearance, Ebby Steppach's remains were found in Charlemont Park in May 2018, turning her unsolved missing persons profile into a cold case including homicide. By the summer of 2015, Ebby's life has completely changed. She moves out of her parents' house, works at a Foot Locker nearby, gets into an unapproved relationship, enrolls at a public school for her senior year, and exhibits growing agitation towards her social and personal lives. Ebby continues to worry her friends and family as the leaves change color and the heat of summer gives way to the coolness of fall due to her unexplained absences from more school than she has ever attended. On Wednesday, October 21st, the pattern of truancy peaks. Danielle, Ebby's friend who has been staying with her at the time, texts Ebby to let her know she will be running late for her doctor's appointment and that it's acceptable if Ebby needs to leave a school alone. Danielle had a charter school called the Lisa Academy, and Ebby was meant to drive her there. However, Ebby texted Danielle back, saying, "No, it's not a big deal at all." Admittedly, the circumstances surrounding today made me really not want to go. Later on, Danielle would admit that she had no idea what turmoil Ebby might be alluding to. The buddies were still in high spirits when they got together later that evening, despite the situation. 2 days later, on Friday, October 23rd, at night, Ebby goes to a party by herself. Later on, Danielle hinted that she didn't go since she didn't know any of the other guests, implying that Ebby was the only one familiar with the group. Ebby is gang raped by 4 guys during the celebrations, and one of their cell phones is purportedly captured on camera. On Saturday, October 24th, early the following morning, Ebby goes back to her mother's house and tells Michael, her stepfather, and Lori about the sexual assault. Ebby wants the grown-ups to go with her when she goes to the police station to report the crime. Lori and Michael accept and inquire about meeting her at the police station at a later time. Since the morning turns into the afternoon, Ebby tells Danielle that she must stay at her older brother Trevor's residence to reassure him, since he has been concerned about her prolonged absence. But before leaving Trevor's house, Ebby goes to see her grandparents and lies in bed to watch TV. They share dinner together a bit later and then go grab frozen yogurt. About 8 o'clock, Ebby says goodbye to her grandparents, informing them that she needs to meet up with her stepfather Michael and that she will be spending the night there. Despite what Ebby had told Danielle earlier that day, her grandparents still leave their door open. Tonight is the evening shift, and Lori and Michael have not received a response from their daughter. They attempted to contact her cell phone but got no answer. When Ebby searches independently for the purported mobile phone footage, Michael theorizes. According to cell phone records, Ebby texted all 4 of the males from Friday's party several times throughout this period, accusing them of rape. Ebby doesn't get in touch with her until 2 p.m. the next day. On October 25th, Sunday, when Ebby calls her brother Trevor on the phone, he says she sounds confused. Although Ebby initially claims she's outside Trevor's house, he walks outside and doesn't see his sister. After the connection breaks, he calls Ebby again and demands to know where she is. She replies that she was in her car, but she won't reveal exactly where she parked or who she was with. Then the phone clicks off and Ebby says, "I effed up." This would be the final known communication with Ebby that anyone would have. When Sunday night arrives and the sun has fallen, Ebby's parents have filed a missing persons report. Nevertheless, in accordance with departmental protocol, the police do not launch an official investigation until 12 hours have passed after her last point of contact. In the meantime, terrified, Danielle drives around the town looking for clues at all the places she and Ebby used to hang out. 3 days later, on Wednesday, October 28th, a security officer watching a nearby parking lot near a forested section of Charlemagne Park, a neighborhood recreation area in Little Rock, finds Abby's 2003 Volkswagen Passat. On October 30th, law enforcement arrives to seize the Volkswagen when it remains in the same spot for 2 days. The inquiry is ongoing when they establish Ebby's ownership, discover an empty petrol tank, a dead battery, the key in the ignition and Ebby's phone, wallet, and contact lenses stowed in the front seats. After a few days, while looking for information on their own, Ebby's close friend Kaylee and her mother Margie Foley discover a foul stench of decay coming from a sewage drain next to Charlemagne Park. When the case's detectives eventually return to the scene following several complaints to the Little Rock Police Department, they disregarded the Foley's claims that their cadaver dogs would have detected any signs of human decomposition because they had already conducted a thorough search of the area. The Foleys are forced away because they believe the stench to be that of an animal. Ebby's family releases a plea in November of that year asking for help in finding her and offering a $3,000 incentive for any necessary expenses. As volunteer activity picks up steam, search and rescue missions scour the forests close to Markham Street and Bowman Road in April 2016. Nothing noteworthy was discovered. 5 months later, in November 2016, authorities scoured Charlemont Park for 3 days straight again, but they were unsuccessful. Following the authorities' May 2017 theory that the case is most likely a homicide, the Steppach family increased the prize for information to $50,000 a month later. The Steppach family takes on T as a second private investigator in October of that year. J. Ward, who was involved in the well-known Natalie Holloway Aruba case. They acquired a global fan base when Doctor a few weeks later, in December 2017, Phil conducts interviews with Lori and Trevor. When bone remains from a drainage pipe are discovered after another search at Charlemagne Park in May 2018, investigators make a significant breakthrough. Police send the bones for testing right away, and it is soon determined that they are, in fact, Ebby Steppach's remains. 3 years after Ebby vanished, in October 2018, law enforcement said that the medical examiner had determined the preliminary cause of death for Ebby. However, no further information or the COD result was disclosed, since the case remained under investigation as a homicide. No more updates would be provided as of right now. Police continue to encourage anyone with knowledge to come forward, though. In the broad context of Ebby Steppach's case, it is challenging to identify any significant hints or well-considered leads. But, when examined closely, one area of the evidence bank may hold the key to understanding both who Ebby was in contact with prior to her disappearance and how the initial investigation was tainted by contradictions. Answers could be found in the phone logs, a string of texts that Ebby sent from her own mobile phone to the phones of several of the males implicated in a sexual assault at the party on Friday, October 23rd, was the first concrete sign that anything was awry just before she vanished. Monty Vickers, the Steppach family's first private investigator, was able to collect these texts. According to the victims, Ebby was direct in her messages, threatening to contact the police. These texts may indicate a much deeper significance, regardless of whether she was scaring the men into participating or just threatening to erase the purported film. They may easily fall on Sunday, the 25th, the day of Ebby's last phone conversation with her brother. If Ebby had texted the 4 men and they had responded in a menacing way, she might have been afraid of reprisals or worse. That's why she says she made a mistake just before the phone cuts off. The approximate locations of the interactions cannot be determined because the police, regrettably, never checked the towers with these communications pinged. Nor did they look into the messages or the last phone call. The ping data may never be gathered and examined, but Ebby's footprints and her cell phone records may provide incredibly useful information. The 2 enigmatic phone calls made from Ebby's phone to the Little Rock Police Department late on Saturday night, October 24th, are the second perplexing and suspicious oddity from the mobile phone documents. Every call, which lasted roughly a minute, was recorded in the records as an outbound connection to the LRPD. The most confusing thing of all is that the Little Rock Police Department has not recorded any of the 2 calls, even though the Steppach family believes they were Ebby's initial and follow-up attempts to notify them of the rape from the night before. Officers informed the mother they did not have a record of those calls, according to reporter Jenny Monk, not even a handwritten note about a young woman being raped. The seconds spent on the phone are not tracked in the call log. Not only is this a regrettable documentation gap, but it also casts doubt on the LRPD. How come calls that come in repeatedly from the same individual saying they have been sexually attacked go unanswered? If the calls weren't about the rape, Ebby was calling to voice concerns about her uncertain and present circumstances. Why didn't the dispatcher notify the authorities? Worse, maybe they thought it was a case of a boy crying wolf. Ebby's cell phone records, however, remain largely unexplained in the absence of evidence that the calls were authentic from the LRPD. It's unclear why she called and what she said, but at the absolute least, it raises severe questions about the investigation's overall conduct and the public's waning faith in the first officers who took on Ebby's mishandled case. There were a lot of theories early in the inquiry, when Ebby was still listed as missing rather than a victim of homicide, about where she could have gone and whether or not she had departed on her own initiative. Those theories are now moot in light of the few information we presently possess on her death and likely murder. However, there are other places on the internet that question if Ebby's demise was due to suicide. According to these views, Ebby's disoriented behavior when speaking with her brother Trevor on the phone may have been caused by a mental breakdown the day before she vanished. Trapped and exhausted, She parked near Charlemagne Park and crawled into the sewage drain pipe to either hide from her pursuers or unwind. Then, her environment would have caused her to die. Though these arguments are absolutely unlikely, one must consider that suicide would not have been possible in the cramped location. There was no blood trail or weaponry in the vicinity, and the temperature was not low enough to cause hypothermia. Additionally, it defies logic to think that dehydration or starvation were factors, since Ebby would not have chosen to remain down there long enough to perish from them. If Ebby had become stuck in any way, shouting or calling out would have alerted someone to her situation. Perhaps the security guard or search and rescue personnel. Suicide is ruled out as a possible cause of Ebby's death in the absence of any proof or logical explanation. It is now more important to determine who murdered Ebby than whether she was murdered, as authorities have declared the death to be a homicide. A well-known theory put forth by case supporters is that a serial killer may be involved. After closely examining recent homicide and criminal history records in Arkansas, no possible serialist patterns could be found that would provide an explanation for Ebby's death. It cannot, however, be totally ruled out in light of potential future discoveries or breakthroughs, given the dearth of suspects and unpredictable nature of serial murder discovery. In a related vein, a lot of the residents infrequently question whether gang activity was involved in the case. Regrettably, Little Rock has gained notoriety in recent years for the criminal activities of gangs and their members. Little Rock gangs have a history of committing assault, murder, and trafficking in drugs and prostitution. If Ebby had been connected with the wrong crowd that day, or in the months preceding October 25th, when she was showing dramatic shifts in attitude and personality, it might have resulted in a small rock gang seizing power. Ebby might have been inadvertently straying too far into that area of the city while doing drug or alcohol experiments. It might also provide additional context for her phone conversation with Trevor when she claimed, "I messed up." Perhaps it was not only a reference to that particular incident, but rather a series of moments that led Ebby to spiral into an unfixable position. The most popular, implausible idea, on the other hand, describes a potential murderous plot by one, many, or all of the four men who were charged with her sexual assault on Friday, October 23rd. The four guys had a clear motivation for manslaughter and were the last persons Ebby had spoken to outside of her family, regardless of whether they belonged to a gang or other associated group. If Ebby had known there was video proof and the men were guilty of rape, they would have wanted her to remain silent. Based on the family memories and her own 2013 Twitter account, it appears that Ebby was not hesitant to voice her opinions and express her dissatisfaction. They could have responded to the possibility of legal repercussions by taking measures to silence her after she sent them many texts outlining her awareness of the crime and her intention to report it to the police. It should be noted that lead detectives at the LRPD ruled out the four guys as suspects in 2017 before Ebby's remains were discovered and refused to identify them. Up until the bones were discovered in Charlemagne Park a year later, the four men's identities remained unknown. However, a Reddit rumor purporting to have sources close to the situation states that one of the four men is the son of a police officer. The police said the accused would once again be considered as points of interest within their identities. We cannot definitively rule out the idea that something is real, but we also cannot rule it out. It adds considerably more mystery to the final theory, assuming it is accurate at all. The family of Ebby and the people of Arkansas have scrutinized and criticized the entire investigation into her original disappearance and subsequent murder. The handling of Charlemagne Park and the search techniques used by the original detectives are the main points of contention among the public. As previously reported, a few days after Ebby vanished, Kaylee and Margie Foley, Ebby's pals, called the police after spotting what they described as carcass decomposition close to the park sewer system. But when the cops showed up, they dismissed it as no more than a decomposing animal and claimed there was no need to investigate the area again because they had already done so. This strikes me as really lazy and is concerning in a lot of ways. No matter how many times the region was examined, if traces of deterioration are detected near the location where the missing young teenage girl's automobile was recovered, it warrants further investigation. Although it's possible that it was only an animal, the Foleys were probably onto something, as Ebby's remains were discovered in the same spot, the pipes, 2.5 years later. Apart from the unpleasant odor, the security officers reported that Ebby's car was left unattended in the parking lot, but the cops did not come. The authorities needed 3 days to travel to the park and examine the Volkswagen. 3 days is more than enough time for the offender to make amends and retrieve whatever proof they may have left behind. Furthermore, putting in the effort to handle a new Amber Alert scenario displays a lack of care and attention. When one considers the paucity of paperwork and the absence of response to Ebby's October 24th phone call to the LRPD, one gets similar feelings. Since then, they've notified reporters that they've erased their bank of 9 one-on-one call records from October 2015, which again doesn't seem like a coincidence. Numerous law enforcement agencies across maintain a record of their 911 calls for an extended period, if not preserving the complete audio recordings. More grievances directed towards the initial investigators draw attention to the fact that important participants in the case were not interviewed. The last people to see Ebby, her grandparents, were not interviewed for a full 1.5 years following her abduction. Furthermore, nobody on the case approached the security officer who discovered Ebby's car for an official questioning until a few months after the incident, when Monty Vickers, the first private investigator, conducted an interview with him. In fact, the security guard told Vickers that he had video from his car that showed Ebby seeing an unknown male in the same parking lot where her car was parked several times. It's sad that these videotapes were old and removed before Ebby disappeared, but it's still incomprehensible why the initial investigators on the case declined to speak with the security officer who had such fascinating and important information. Unfortunately, not much else is known about the guard or the enigmatic individual from the parking lot. All we can hope is that the detectives working on Ebby's case now take all of these factors into account and have gone back to look at the warning signs that concerned bystanders have pointed out. The issue is particularly perplexing because there are very little published details or records available for public review. It makes perfect sense on the one hand. In order to protect the victim and their family and prevent the offender from getting an advantage, law enforcement rarely releases information on active homicide cases. As a result, the case is still under investigation. However, it also causes a rift in local conspiracy theories and conjecture. The internet's volatility helps propagate rumors, such as the police chief's son being involved, but it does more harm than good to be unable to verify or refute any stories or thoughts. From here, we assume that when Ebby left her grandparents' house on Saturday, October 24th, she did so with brave intentions. She was not willing to tolerate the aggressive behavior of her 4 attackers, and she stood up for herself when she called the Little Rock Police Department and got no help. According to Ebby's mother, Lori, Ebby never kept secrets if doing so would jeopardize someone else's safety, and in this instance, she wasn't willing to stand by and let that exact thing to happen to herself. She threatened legal action against a few of the attackers and messages, revealing that she was aware of the video evidence. The 4 attackers either responded to the incident directly or found allies to carry out what was about to happen, creating dread and rage in the men she texted. The males may have subsequently feigned regret, claiming to remove the tapes and offer an in-person apology. Ebby might have naively consented to meet them in the hopes of ending the agony since he wanted to see the best in everyone. That's probably where the problem stemmed from. Charlemagne Park is where Ebby's car was driven and left to run dead, confusing investigators and giving the culprits time to deal with Ebby's corpse. This is most likely where the meeting took place instead of Charlemont Park. Following the police's initial search of the park, the body was relocated to the drainage pipe, which is why the Foley family smelled decaying food, and also explains why the cadaver dogs didn't find any scent during the initial search. It is impossible to say for sure how often the body was moved after that, if at all, but it's possible that it wasn't there on the night of Sunday, October 25th, when the maiden mystery started. It is not possible to verify the actual deeds of the 4 men charged with rape, the original detectives, or any other co-conspirators until the case is fully resolved and arrests are publicized. All we can do in the interim is pay respect to Ebby and her memory with dignity and grace. She enjoyed listening to the waves at the beach. She cherished the calm, the seashells, the beach, and the sunshine. In Ebby's obituary, her mother related the following tale. Ebby was 10 years old on vacation at the time of a tropical depression that was predicted to linger for 7 days. Ebby's mother said, "We're praying the storm away," when she asked to go outside and play. The rest of us watched the sun come out, and the rest of the week was filled with sunlight. But she stepped straight out into the storm and prayed it away. One of our favorite spots was the beach. She is still with me, and I will always feel that way. Wherever the next life takes us, hopefully Ebby is tumbling in the warmth of some other kind of beach. In the interim, we have to keep working hard to put an end to her senseless killing and bring harmony to the Steppach and Jernigan families, to support her friends, to keep her loved ones safe, and to help those in need. Ebby would stop at nothing. Moving on to the next case. Jacques Mittank. Jacques Mittank, his spouse Pierrette, and their 2 kids, Eric and Bruno, departed from their residence in the French commune of Boutiers, Saint-Georges, on December 24, 1972, to spend Christmas Eve with Jack's friend in Cognac. At the St. Gobain glass factory in Chateau Bernard, Jack and his pal worked side by side, and their families were well acquainted. Everyone had a good evening, eating dinner and playing games long into the night. The Mittank family left at around 2 in the morning and drove to their home in their maroon-colored Simca 1100. The Mittank family could have returned home in no more than 10 minutes, given there was just a 3 kilometers distance between their residences. But they would never return to their own house. They disappeared as if by magic. Jack's parents filed a missing persons report a week later after they had not heard from them. When the police entered the Michelino residence, they discovered that the Christmas tree still had the children's gifts wrapped. They discovered spoiled oysters and turkey in the refrigerator. The checkbook, which was left on the coffee table and suggests the family never came back, was among all of their possessions that were left at the residence. Authorities conducted a thorough search. The night the family vanished, a heavy fog had descended upon the town, making vision difficult. Police thought the car might have swerved and crashed into the sea because of the weather. Divers explored every river and pond in the area in great detail. Police and volunteers conducted a thorough on-foot search without success, while helicopters scanned the surrounding region for any indication of the vehicle or tar footprints. Shortly after the search was concluded, there was a word that Pierrette, Jack's wife, was having an affair and was considering divorcing him. Jack's brother attested to the fact that his brother had disclosed the affair to both him and a colleague. Nevertheless, there's no proof that this is connected to their disappearance. The family appeared content, and nothing about their actions on Christmas Eve looked out of the ordinary, according to Jack's friend in Cognac. The day before, the Mittank family had gone shopping together as well. Sonar was used in 2011 to search the Sharon River, and it was then dredged for kilometers. Large-scale excavations were also conducted in Cognac and the neighboring areas, but the family's remains were never discovered. 20 miles from Boutiers, on the border of Courceraque near Mesa, human remains belonging to an adult and a kid were discovered in 2012. However, a DNA test showed that the bones were not Mittanks. A maroon Simca 1100, identical to the missionary's vehicle, was discovered in the Sharon River in 2013, around 50 kilometers away from Boutiers. But the car did not belong to the Mittank family, according to a review of the registration and the license plate. Since then, there have been no developments in the matter, which is still open and unresolved. Moving on to the next case. Kenny Veach. Kenny Veach, an enthusiastic and knowledgeable hiker named Kenny Veach, began posting comments on YouTube in 2015, claiming to have discovered a strange cave hidden among oddities in the Nevada desert sheep mountains. He wrote about finding the oddly formed cave opening while trekking in the Nevada desert close to Nellis Air Force Base. According to Kenny, the cave entrance was formed like the letter M, was at ground level, and was roughly the same height as him. He remembered that as soon as he stepped inside the cave, his body began to vibrate more intensely. He claimed, "All of a sudden, I got really scared and ran out of there." Kenny made the decision to create a YouTube video about this enigmatic cave in response to the numerous comments he received about it and their interest. Eventually, armed with a camera to document his adventures and any proof he stumbled upon, he would trek out into the untamed Nevada Badlands once more. However, he was unable to move the cave on this second expedition. He posted the expedition's footage online, which piqued people's curiosity about the enigmatic cave even more. Encouraged by other YouTube commenters, Veach promised to go back to the cave and to bring a rifle for defense. One commenter on YouTube even said, "No, never return there. Don't enter the cave if you find its opening. You won't be able to exit if you do." "What makes you say that?" Kenny questioned. However, she received no response. Kenny visited the location again on November 10, 2014, and this time he planned an overnight walk after discovering the cave. After this third trip, Kenny never showed up. All that could be located of Kenny Veach, despite efforts by friends, family, and the Nevada Red Rock Search and Rescue Team, was his cell phone, which was discovered next to an abandoned mineshaft. Despite sending a camera down the mineshaft, Kenny was nowhere to be located. Given that Kenny disliked carrying a GPS, there is a theory that he either died from exposure or fell and died in an unidentified cave. Some have speculated that he might have been kidnapped by a drug cartel, witnessed something he shouldn't have, and inadvertently stumbled across criminal behavior. Conspiracy theories of extraterrestrial abduction and ominous military activities have also been circulated because this is the Nevada desert, the home of Area 51. Some have speculated that he might have come upon a mountain lion. Since then, his girlfriend has left a YouTube comment advising all hikers to carry a GPS device with them. The cave from which he escaped has never been located again. For the time being, the M Cave, if it exists at all, remains hidden in the harsh desert, possibly waiting for its next prey. Moving on to the next case. Marie Heiser. In 1977, Marie Heiser, then 50 years old, resided in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. She was married to William and had 2 kids. In addition to being a housewife, Marie worked part-time at the former Ashbourne Country Club in Cheltenham, Pennsylvania. Her spouse William served in the Highway Patrol of the Philadelphia Police Department from the 1950s until his catastrophic injury on the 1960s. William Jr., Marie's son, discovered his mother had disappeared when he returned from boarding school one day in 1977. After then, William Sr. informed his 2 kids that their mother had abandoned them. Though he was too young to ask many questions, William Jr. thought it odd that Marie's possessions were still at their house. A teenager in Townsend, Delaware, while riding home in a forested location in June 1977, came across human remains. Townsend is approximately 65 miles south of Mary's Philadelphia residence. It was impossible to identify the remains. When dental records and fingerprints produced no matches, the case was closed. Researchers took a DNA profile out of the remains in 2008. Despite being added to a national DNA database, no matches were found. The sample was delivered by the investigators to Parabon Nanolabs, a Virginia-based company, in 2017. A forensic artist employed by them drew a sketch of the victim using a sample of DNA. Parabon Nanolabs was also able to construct the victim's family tree through genetic genealogy. In 2019, Stephen Smogoreski, a police officer in Montgomery County, Maryland, assumed responsibility for the investigation and diligently pursued fresh leads on the identity of the remains. Eventually, in January 2021, detectives were able to verify that the remains were Marie Heiser's. When they discovered his mother's remains, William Jr. received a call from the investigators. We were shocked to hear what he had to say. A phone call like that is something you never anticipate. Even though the plot is terrible, at least there is some resolution. You think to yourself, where was our mother? We used to wonder. We're now curious as to what become of her. One door shuts and doesn't open. William Jr. doesn't think his mother's absence was caused in any way by his father. I would never injure anyone again except for him. He was a family man, a saint who never argued, raised his voice, or did anything else. When William Sr. was unable to continue serving as a police officer, he worked as a truck driver. In the late 1970s, he relocated to Daytona Beach, Florida. He died in the year 2006. One of the numerous issues they are looking into, according to Michael Eckert of the Newcastle County Police Department in Delaware, is William Sr.'s statement that Mary had left the family. If you're fascinated by true crime and enjoying the video so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up to stay updated on all our latest content. Moving on to the next case. Pamela Butler. It has been 7 years since Pamela Butler disappeared from her house in Northwest District of Columbia, which was surrounded by dubious circumstances. No one has ever been apprehended in connection with the investigation, and her body has never been located. The members of her family have arrived at the tragic realization that it is quite likely that she has passed away. Derek Butler, Butler's brother, expressed his belief that his sister would never vanish on her own. He stated that he felt this to be true, being under the impression that she must have been murdered as well. Derek was the one who initially noticed the mysterious disappearance, which was accompanied by the doors of his sister's home being closed. He was looking for explanations as to why these doors were sealed. The house was a complete mess, and the alarm was not working. Because of this, Derek came to the conclusion that his sister's disappearance was the result of some sort of evil. Following Pam's disappearance, her family would then investigate the surveillance system that had been placed in her home. It was possible to show her entering the residence on videotape 2 days before Valentine's Day, but she was never seen leaving the house. During the course of many days, the surveillance system captured footage of Pam's ex-boyfriend entering and exiting the residence at different times of the day. In addition, one of the blinds that covered the windows was raised, which left Pam's brother bewildered because she was not known to raise that blind in order to maintain privacy. The only side of the house that was not being monitored by video surveillance was this particular side. Derek has a sneaking suspicion that this is the manner in which the body of his sister was removed from the house. Her ex-boyfriend, who was thought to be a significant suspect, stated that they had broken up and that he was merely collecting his possessions from the property. He was being investigated as a major suspect. It is true that he was questioned by the police multiple times, but he was never charged. It should be noted that there has been no arrest made in connection with the case. Over 7 years later, it is still a mystery that has not been solved. Moving on to the next case. Pearl Pinson. Pearl Jan Frances Pinson was a girl who loved to laugh and had a caring soul, according to those who took the time to get to know her. Pearl was a very typical adolescent who attended Jesse Bethel High School in Vallejo, California, when she vanished on a spring morning. She was a fan of skating, makeup, Guns N' Roses, and spending time outside. She was also a fan of spending time outside. Pearl, who was 15 years old at the time, walked to the school bus stop that was closest to her on the morning of May 25, 2016, just before 7 o'clock. During the course of her journey, she allegedly engaged in a dispute with a Hispanic male who was wearing a black hoodie and who then produced a firearm. The teenager was dragged away to a vehicle that was waiting for it, as witnessed by witnesses. During the course of this episode, which took place in broad daylight, Pearl was traversing a pedestrian overpass along Interstate 780 at Taylor Avenue in Vallejo. According to reports, Pearl's face was covered with blood, and she was yelling for assistance. Only a few moments later, the same witness who had witnessed her kidnapping heard the sound of a single gunshot firing. In spite of the fact that they contacted 911, the authorities were unable to locate the adolescent and the Hispanic man by the time they got at the location. There were very few signs that were left behind. Only a blood stain and Pearl's cell phone were left when everything was cleaned up. Fernando Castro, who was 19 years old at the time, was quickly identified as the Hispanic male. Castro was a minor offender who had a few run-ins with the law, but he had never been involved in any serious crimes such as kidnapping, murder, or stalking. The revelation that he had been stationed at the location when Pearl disappeared came as a complete surprise to his family. At first, it was speculated that the two individuals might have been acquainted with one another, and that Castro might have been Pearl's boyfriend. However, the detectives were unable to discern any connection between the two individuals. It was not possible to find any evidence that they had communicated with one another. Castro was spotted driving in the vicinity of Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, close to the San Rafael Bridge in Marin County, California, approximately 2.5 hours after Pearl went missing. Another sighting of him behind the wheel occurred the following afternoon. Castro's vehicle was pursued into Santa Barbara County by law enforcement officers from the California Highway Patrol and the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office. Following that, a gunfight broke out between law enforcement and the 19-year-old who was apparently the first person to start fire on the officers. As a result, Castro was taken out of the picture during the gunfight. The only thing that could be recovered of Pearl was her blood, which was discovered in the trunk of his automobile. Pearl was not in his vehicle at the time. There was no further communication with the adolescent. In the vicinity of 300 miles south of the location where Pearl went missing, Castro was murdered. The investigators did not have sufficient evidence to conclude that she had died or suffered serious injuries based on the blood that was discovered in his vehicle. The authorities, on the other hand, indicated that they were unable to guarantee whether or not she was still alive. On the other hand, given the amount of time that has elapsed, it is not impossible to believe that she is still alive, although it is highly improbable. In the course of the following year, there would be 2 sightings of the teenager, both of which would take place at the Pittsburgh BART station. These sightings, however, were not confirmed to be true. According to a news report that was published in 2017, investigators discovered new evidence that leads them to believe that she may still be alive. According to reports, the authorities initially had a suspicion that Castro had traveled to Jenna, which is located in Sonoma County, immediately after Pearl was missing. They caught the 19-year-old on video at a gas station close to Bodega Bay after searching through hours upon hours of surveillance film using a closed-circuit television system. Despite the passage of 9 months, the Solano County Sheriff's Office has informed the media that there is no evidence to show that Castro was responsible for Pinson's death at this time. There has been no evidence of Pearl in the years that have passed, despite the fact that detectives were optimistic about the situation at the time. The belief that the adolescent who went missing was a victim of sex trafficking is one of the most prominent hypotheses regarding this case. On the other hand, the investigators have not been successful in locating evidence that supports this theory. The absence of any evidence suggested that Castro was the only one involved in the incident. Nevertheless, Rose, Pearl's older sister, is of the opinion that this could be the reason why her sibling passed away. An claimed sighting of the young woman, who would have turned 21 years old if she were still alive, was investigated by Rose around the beginning of 2021. However, it appears that this lead has been exhausted. Rose was informed in 2019 that the investigation would not be the primary focus of the police since there simply was not enough information or evidence for them to work from. Despite Rose's efforts to maintain track of the case, she was aware of this information. Since that time, the investigators have not been able to maintain communication with the family concerned. Rose claims that she is unable to reach anyone when she phones, and she has tried numerous times. When Pearl Pinson, who was 15 years old at the time, was taken into custody by Fernando Castro, who was 19 years old, she was making her way across a pedestrian overpass along Interstate 780 near Taylor Avenue. Prior to the kidnapping, there was no evidence that the two were in a relationship with one another. Pearl is described as a Caucasian woman with blue or green eyes and light brown hair that was tinted green when she went missing. Her hair was light brown before she went missing. Approximately 5 feet 3 inches tall, she weighs approximately a pound 130. Her disappearance occurred while she was dressed in a black and white zip-up jacket, a gray sweatshirt, black leggings or sweatpants, and pink, black, and white Nike turf shoes. She was also wearing a gray sweatshirt inside the jacket. On top of that, she was wearing a black Raiders beanie hat. At the time that Pearl was last seen, she was wearing a backpack that was black and turquoise in color and featured a Joker insignia on it. It is stated on her Charlie Project profile that she may be in need of medical attention for reasons that are not completely addressed. It is estimated that Pearl will be 21 years old if she is still alive. According to the license plate number 5XZD385, Fernando Castro was a Hispanic male who drove a 1997 Saturn with 4 doors and a gold coat of paint. You are encouraged to call the Solano County Sheriff's Office at 707-421-7090 if you have any information regarding the case of Pearl. Moving on to the next case. Rico Omar Harris. Rico Omar Harris was an outgoing, athletic, and once awardly world-renowned basketball prodigy went by simply Rico to the basketball community and those who followed his career. All those who knew him, from Los Angeles College basketball fans to the Harlem Globetrotters, were left searching for answers in a deluge of evidence that left us all in disbelief. His dynamic and entertaining skill set, brave battle against addiction, and apparent recovery were cut short by an unexplainable, untraceable disappearance in October of 2014. This left us all hoping to provide more substantial reasoning based on observable evidence and situational analysis. This explores the mystery of Rico Harris's disappearance in Yolo County and the hills around Cache Creek. Henry Harris and Margaret Fernandez welcomed Rico Harris into the world on May 19, 1977, in Los Angeles, California. The Harris family immediately grew close to one another after briefly relocating to Oregon to accommodate Henry's new career, but they soon returned to Los Angeles to raise 3 more children. The Harris brothers experienced violent and abusive tendencies from their father when they were youngsters. In particular, Rico was frequently the object of Henry's wrath, bearing the brunt of his insults even as he matured into a teenager who yearned for his praise. Margaret finally lost patience with Henry's collision course and moved to Alhambra, California, with her kids. The oldest brother, Rico, took it upon himself to provide for the family, and he took care of his siblings while Margaret worked a full-time job. Rico chose to pursue acting at the age of 15, despite his parents' advice that he employ his large stature in sports. He made the difficult decision to drive all the way from Alhambra to Hollywood High School in order to increase his prospects of success. Rico, however, only realizes after a year that he was meant to be a basketball player, and he uses his father's address to enroll in Temple City High School. Rico was an enormous young guy, standing 6 feet 8 inches tall and weighing a pound 250 when he was 16 years old. He quickly established himself as the dominant player on the basketball floor, overwhelming his opponents and thrilling the spectators with his fast-paced performance. Inspired by Magic Johnson, He turned a once dormant high school club into a formidable program that attracted college scouts as he exploited double-team defenses. He was an introspective teenager with little academic ability off the court until he found a girlfriend whose family encouraged him to get better grades. Rico was able to achieve even more success in basketball as a result. In his final year, he averaged 28 points and 15 rebounds, and he was compared to some of the best recruits in the Western United States, like Paul Pierce and Jason Terry. Rico regrettably lost out on scholarship offers from prestigious colleges like UCLA since he didn't score well on the SAT. Rico had to enroll in school at Arizona State in order to be eligible to play basketball again. Rico struggled in his schoolwork and social life since he was away from his close-knit family and friends for the first time in his life. Along with 2 other teammates, Rico was temporarily charged with unlawful imprisonment in March 1996. However, the charges were then dropped, and Rico was informed that he would need to sit out a second year of sports in order to clean up his act. Rico transferred to Los Angeles City College because he could not bear to lose any more valuable time. He was able to sign on with the basketball squad and make himself known right away. While still playing at a high level on the basketball court, Rico led the LACC clubs to a state championship and was named Most Valuable Player. However, by his sophomore year, he was falling behind academically and leading an unhealthy lifestyle, drinking alcohol all the time. Rico stopped recruiting colleges because he was afraid they would just be interested in his skills rather than his psychological growth, and he filed for the NBA draft when he broke up with his previous fiancée and realized his mental health was failing. Again, though, this plan was doomed to fail as Rico continued to put off important occasions to display his abilities in order to be near to home. Consequently, he declined multiple East Coast offers to play Division I College War, withdrew his name from draft consideration, and transferred to Cal State Northridge. Many people believed it was a bad decision for Rico's future professional life, and sadly, they were right. Rico tried to make amends with his father Henry during the summer break between semesters, but he was quickly turned down. Rico's lone bad season at CS Northridge was spent in a purgatory of social and emotional neglect, where he lost interest in the NBA and continued to lose focus. Rico turned to semi-professional basketball as soon as he was eligible for college in order to pursue his NBA goal. Before choosing to sign with the hilarious demonstration basketball team, the Harlem Globetrotters, he played for pickup teams in San Diego, St. Louis, and other places. Just 1 month into the Globetrotters gig, Rico tragically found himself in a brawl in South LA, where he was struck in the back of the head by a baseball bat. Rico barely made it out alive, but his career as a basketball player was effectively ended by headaches and balance problems. Rico battled alcoholism for 7 years before spiraling out of control and turning to heroin, meth, and cocaine after returning to Alhambra with his mother and siblings. Actually, Margaret Harris, the siblings' mother, did everything in her power to support them while they battled their demons of substance misuse. All of the Harris siblings suffered from some form of addiction. Rico attended treatment after turning 30 years old in 2007 in an attempt to get real aid. Although the program took longer than expected, Rico was able to overcome his addiction in the end. He got into a love connection with Jennifer Song, a Seattle insurance broker, in 2012. Over the course of the following few years, Rico and Jennifer grew close. After a while, Rico made a permanent relocation to Seattle and began preparing for a married life with Jennifer. The two discussed starting a family and creating a bright future. Rico even managed to set up an interview for a position as a property appraiser, a remarkable chance in light of everything he had to overcome. But Rico had to return to Alhambra once more in order to achieve closure with his family before he could complete the metamorphosis. On October 9, 2014, he visited, had supper with his brother, and gave him a brand new smartphone. Rico then went to see his mother and had a private, one-on-one chat. It's unclear what came of the exchange, but it's thought to have gone against Rico's intentions. Just after midnight, Rico left again for Seattle, making his last stop at Lodi, California. That was the last time anyone saw Rico Harris before he vanished into the North Sacramento wilderness. Early in September 2014, Rico and Jennifer, his girlfriend, enjoy a close, hopeful relationship and start discussing their future together. But Jennifer senses that something is wrong with Rico because he acts strangely and becomes disorganized. Rico admits he stopped drinking during the summer of 2014 after she keeps asking him questions. Jennifer felt unbalanced by the reversion to an old behavior, even though it hadn't become a habit yet. David Lara, a long-standing buddy who had renewed their acquaintance at the same time, confirms Rico's relapse. Despite their prior disagreement, Rico and Jennifer decided to move in together in Seattle, Washington, later in September to further their love. For Rico, who has previously struggled while separated from his close-knit family and city of Los Angeles, it is considered a huge undertaking. The pair had deep talks about getting married, starting a family, and discovering genuine love, but Rico is still uneasy in his new environment. Rico takes nearly a month to unpack because he felt uneasy settling into a place that wasn't his own. Jennifer claims that rather than lingering doubts or laziness, Rico's sensitive underlying will to support loved ones was what fueled the insecurity. Things start to improve in the first week of October. Rico has an interview with a nearby real estate company to work as a property assessor. Rico ultimately unpacks his possessions in Jennifer's home, a statement that he's ready for change and that he intends to stay in Seattle, since the new opportunity brings him happiness and encouragement. On October 8, 2014, the happy mood abruptly changed when Rico told Jennifer that he was going to explore later in the day. This was unusual for Rico, but Jennifer didn't really think twice about it and said goodbye to her fiancé. Later that October 8th, when Jennifer called Rico, Rico told her that he was leaving for a visit with his family in Los Angeles. Rico explains that he wants to put his troubled childhood past behind him and rebuild his relationship and future with his mother. Though shocked, Jennifer accepts his hasty decision and understands his intentions. Jennifer recalls Rico appearing to be in the right frame of mind and sounded eager to move on. On October 9th, Rico arrives at Alhambra the following day. Margaret, his mother, saw his confidence about his flourishing life and his joy about the recent changes. Margaret believes Rico may have been under the influence of drugs or alcohol, though. On October 9th, Rico enjoys dinner with one of his younger brothers after leaving his mother's house in the evening. He gets his brother a new phone, and the two share old memories. Rico returns to Margaret's home in Alhambra following the brothers' rekindling in order to have a private discussion and once more find the closure he longs for from a broken-up upbringing. The talk ends quickly, and Margaret says afterwards that she didn't feel Rico gained the emotional disclosure he had hoped for from it. Soon after Friday, October 10th, around midnight, Rico made the decision to return to Seattle instead of staying the night as his mother had anticipated, so he might have more time to prepare for his interview. He leaves his mother's house with a few additional personal items in tow. About 1 o'clock, Rico gives his mother another call to apologize for his hasty choice. Margaret remembers his kid saying something like, "I have things I need to get done." Rico contacts Jennifer immediately after speaking with his mother, shocking her once more with his early return home. After 3 or 4 hours of conversation, Jennifer suggests that Rico find a motel and get some rest because he has been awake for more than 40 hours. When Rico does turn around, he expresses the wish to take a little nap by driving up to the neighboring mountains. Jennifer offers an alternate route, telling him that the dark, winding roads would be hazardous in the middle of the night and that he wouldn't have mobile coverage at high altitude. When the two hang up, Rico is still determined to drive. 8 a.m. After sleeping for a few hours on October 10th, Jennifer gives Rico another call. Rico tells her he's stopping at a petrol station in the Californian town of Lodi, which is close to Sacramento. On the other end of the phone, he sounds quite exhausted. About an hour later, Rico receives another call. This time, it's his mother inquiring about his well-being. Rico acknowledges his tiredness at last and says he will find a place to eat and relax. Jennifer and Margaret both contact Rico several times during the morning to inquire about his intentions for rest, but Rico never answers. Following several fruitless attempts, Jennifer texts him, 10:44 a.m. When Rico does text Jennifer at last, he claims he's doing well but doesn't go into much information. This concludes anyone's formal correspondence with Rico Harris. Jennifer attempts to give Rico some undisturbed downtime as the morning turns into the afternoon, but her nervousness overcomes her and she phones him anyhow, still receiving no answer. Jennifer convinces herself that he must still be in the Californian mountains and that the phone service issue is to blame. Jennifer officially succumbs to Rico's quiet between 7 and 8 p.m. and phones Margaret with concern. Margaret, on the other hand, appears composed and surmises that Rico is simply acting independently, which is consistent with his nature. Rico appears to be singing inadvertently when he catches himself singing along to music in his parked automobile sometime before midnight. He also flings several CDs from the passenger side around. Later on, it is discovered that these videotapes have a time stamp from the evening of October 10th, proving he was still alive and able to operate at that point. Rico's phone shuts off at 11:15. It's unclear if Rico did it on purpose or if the battery died. Jennifer and Margaret wait to report it even if Rico doesn't return calls or travels back to Seattle on the weekend of October 11th to 12th. Recalling that he once vanished for a few hours without anyone knowing and that it took him a few days to return. A Yolo County deputy sheriff conducts a routine search of a remote rest stop parking lot at Rumsey Canyon, located along California State Route 16 in Rumsey, California, on Monday, October 13th. He spots a black Nissan Maxima parked in the dirt lot over to the side, but he doesn't stop it. When the Yolo County Sheriff goes back to his route on Tuesday, October 14th, the following day, he discovers the Nissan in the same location in the parking lot. After running the plate through his database, he finds that Rico Harris, whose address in Alhambra is still connected, is the owner. When Margaret receives a call from the Yolo County Sheriff's office informing her that the automobile has been located, but no one is there, she phones Jennifer in an attempt to interpret what both ladies have described as a bizarre dream. Margaret formally reports someone missing to the Alhambra Police Department, and a criminal inquiry is launched. Police organized a massive network of searches and rescue workers over the course of the following week or so. Overlooking the surrounding areas are helicopters equipped with demography cameras. For the hilly search area, all-terrain vehicles are commissioned and cadaver dogs are sent out to detect any residual traces of Rico. The team searched a 27-mile stretch of Rumsey Canyon along Route 16 and a 5-mile radius around the parking spot overall, but they found few hints other than mysterious tracks in the dirt beside the road. Police used cell phone data to speak with neighbors and get some comforting reports of sightings from Sunday, October 12th, but nothing solid comes to light. Again, shoe tracks in the soil are discovered when investigators receive a tip on October 19th regarding the sighting of a huge guy going along Route 16. But when authorities linked the footprints and earlier eyewitness accounts to the October 19th evidence, they came to the conclusion that Rico had, for reasons that were unclear, left his car near Rumsey Canyon, strolled along Cache Creek, and then returned to the original position. The strongest basis for subsequent theories would come from this discovery. On October 22nd, a few days later, the search is scaled back and gradually reduced. Midway through November 2014, divers went back to the nearby bodies of water to document additional searches, but they once more turned up nothing suspicious or useful. Since the mystery of mid-October, no one has discovered reliable evidence that could direct law enforcement to solutions or inspire plausible theories apart from conjecture. As of right now, all that remains of our investigation is what we discovered during those few weeks of work, leaving the entire process muddled and full of unanswered questions. The majority of the concrete clues in Rico Harris's disappearance were found during the first week or two of searches, but none were more puzzling than the rucksack and cell phone found on a railing near Cache Creek on Route 16. Following the examination of cell phone records obtained from the provider business, data pings directed investigators to the Redwood Valley region of Northern California, approximately 70 miles northwest of the original location of Rico's vehicle. Authorities left notes on voicemails requesting tips from as many residents in the nearby villages as they could, in an attempt to cover all the bases. The plan began to bear fruit quickly after lead investigator Dean Nyland got a call from a man in Redwood Valley who said he had discovered objects that belonged to Rico. After responding to the tip right away, police discovered that the Redwood man did, in fact, possess Rico Harris's black book bag. He had his cell phone and jumper wires inside the backpack. The guy described how, while traveling along Route 16, he, his wife, and their grandson noticed a stray rucksack on the highway's curb, which seemed remarkably out of place given the surroundings. The young boy informed his grandparents of this. The three yelled into the woods in the hopes of getting in touch with the owner of the bag as soon as the man stopped. Checking the bag for identification, the Redwood family discovered that nobody was at the creek. They brought the phone with them in the hopes of charging it and making touch with someone, as all they could find was the wires. Authorities believed the rucksack to be Rico's right away. Jennifer, who saw the package right away, said the bag looked like a purse. It was also discovered within 1,500 feet from a sighting that a bystander had reported earlier in the week. Someone who had observed a big African-American man on Route 16 standing next to the guardrail. When the officers examined the cell phone and went through its contents, these suspicions were validated. Extracted from the phone would subsequently turn out to be vital visual proof in building the chronology of Rico's last known activities. Rico had films on his media gallery showing him singing along to songs in his car, but he didn't seem to realize he was taking his own picture. Rico was observed stowing CDs throughout the cabin, tearing up random papers, and fiddling with the sunroof controls in addition to his careless singing. These videos were recorded in the late evening on October 10th, which indicates that Rico was present. This suggests that Rico provided evidence for the vehicle's dead battery and low petrol supply. When authorities hauled the car into the station, it looked like it had been looted, which was partially explained by the fact that Rico had been kicking around stuff in the car. Above all, though, the mobile phone recordings provided officials with a clearer picture of Rico's mental state at the time of his last communication with his family. Rico's latest drug relapse was believed to be caused by alcohol consumption during his stay at Alhambra. A weak mind would undoubtedly result from spending a significant amount of time awake for almost 50 hours in a row and having emotionally taxing interactions with his family. Rico may have been driven insane or extremely tired as a result of this, his erratic behavior, and his history of personal hardships. The mobile phone, backpack, and overall significant case point definitely indicate that Rico was in trouble, if not from a third party, then at least from his own damaged and bruised self. In the Rico Harris case, the first and most widely discussed notion evolved into a convoluted, speculative tale of foul play. The Yolo County Sheriff's Department came up with the theory after discovering the Nissan abandoned and seemed to have been looted. Investigators discovered Rico's wallet, still full of items save for a Discovery credit card, was left behind in addition to the disarray of documents, CDs, and bottles in the backseat. The automobile had a dead battery and no gas, and it wasn't parked in any of the designated spots outside. Police determined that Rico made a mistake and traveled northeast on Route 16 after stopping for gas in Lodi, California. He stopped to relax at Cache Creek Park in Rumsey Canyon, let off steam, and eventually arrived in Baton with a third party. Investigators surmised that the gas had probably been siphoned in order to explain the car's problems. Beyond a few possible sightings, this explanation would also explain how a 6'8" and 300-pound man could fall through the cracks so effortlessly. That kind of man usually doesn't disappear unnoticed unless someone else helps them, drives them away, or does something really evil. The cell phone recordings show Rico sitting in an inactive car on October 10th, which further clouded the foul play theories when his backpack and footprints were found. It's probable that he juiced the batteries from prolonged use of the engine and the audio system, running out of gas. Rico may have allowed his car to run through the night of October 10th and into the weekend of October 11th and 12th, as average cars may use 1.5 gallons of petrol per hour only in idle mode. It would also assist to explain why jumper cables were in Rico's hands and why the car's interior was a complete disaster. The tracks along Route 16 suggested that Rico traveled along the highway to flag down people, which suggests that he was likely looking for someone to help jump his battery. Additionally, there were no DNA results to support the presence of a stranger or third-party interference. Therefore, investigators theorized that Rico had problems after hitchhiking along Route 16, even though he most definitely did not face foul play while in his automobile at Cache Creek. They think Rico was taken advantage of by someone or someone with criminal intent while he was strolling and chatting to anyone who would stop to help him. Rico was probably not in the best of moods that weekend, and if he appeared worn out or disoriented, his abductor might easily convince him to leave his backpack inside and get into the car. Why anyone would take the chance of interacting with a man who is virtually certain to have a physical advantage, not to mention carry no cash, is a little puzzling. It's important to keep in mind, though, that Rico relapsed not long before going missing. How likely would he have been convinced to take cocaine or other substances if someone had offered them to him? This person may be anyone. A possible assassin, a drug dealer, or someone who is desperate for a man of Rico's caliber. Sadly, other from sifting through locals with criminal histories, there are very few connections or links connected to the foul play scenario. Given the size of Northern California and the Sacramento region, there are almost endless possibilities. Many people also believe that Rico was attacked and captured by a huge predator or wild animal. There is a good variety of wildlife in Northern California, including ferocious animals like black bears, mountain lions, and rattlesnakes. Of course, a rattlesnake may bite and poison an unwary human, but if Rico had really been bitten, his body would have been discovered by multiple search parties or by helicopters hovering overhead. Despite their intimidating appearance, black bears are actually fairly kind and rarely engage with people, much less a big man the size of Rico. The mountain lion is the only species that makes sense, but it would take a very powerful cougar or pack of cougars to kill Rico and then carry his body into a habitat or habitation cave that is off-limits to people. In the arid stretch of Ramsey Canyon, the search revealed no blood or evidence of struggle, and once more, Rico's sheer size likely discouraged wild animals from approaching. Furthermore, given the time frame of his disappearance and the ongoing manhunt, if he did pass away in the wilderness, his body wouldn't have to bury itself beneath the surface and remain hidden. The final theory surrounding Rico centered on a staged disappearance and planned getaway. This plot highlights Rico's past indecisiveness and likely disappointment with the closure he was hoping to find upon his return to the Alhambra. The story's proponents contend that Rico decided it would be best to disappear without a trace and flee to a new location after realizing he no longer liked the life he had dreamed for in Seattle. According to the notion, Rico might have purchased a second phone to use for his escape, and his brother may have assisted him along the way. Rico also purchased a new cell phone for his brother. Rico chose to sneak out, citing his booked interview as justification, as his mother's talk became sour. Rico gradually cut up communication with his mother and girlfriend while traveling to Sacramento. He also took a diversion from Interstate 5 to Seattle and headed east to Cache Creek. He recorded himself acting agitated upon his arrival, possibly even staging a kidnapping or robbery. Rico left the car with his old phone and rucksack once the gas and electricity eventually ran out, looking as though he needed assistance with the jumper wires. Rico chose to create a distraction by leaving the backpack and phone behind as he flagged down a car to hitchhike. Some even claim that the person who picked him up knew about his scheme and had a connection to both Rico's fake absence and his new life. Ultimately, there are a lot of contradictions in this notion. Rico had insisted to everyone he knew about how encouraging the chances were in Seattle. He had recently moved to Washington State, was in regular communication with Jennifer about getting married and starting a family, and had really settled in. The missing Discovery credit card that was discovered missing from Rico's wallet was also tracked by the police. The account was never assessed or used after October 10th, indicating that if Rico escaped, the money he would almost certainly need to carry out such a scheme came from sources other than his own money. Considering the dexterity and inventiveness required to accomplish such a feat, the likelihood that Rico would not have staged the mental breakdown seen in the selfie films, and the coincidental difference in Rico's recent outlook on life. It is very unlikely that Rico would stay at his presentation and then flee. Prior to disclosing our theory regarding Rico's enigmatic disappearance, we would like to clarify that the conclusions we reached are entirely conjectural and grounded in factual subtext, evidence, and circumstances. We only have access to the same information that is shown in each video, and we just watch, investigate, and report, not attempting to make any firm or expert guarantees regarding the conclusions we draw at the end. In this instance, we think Rico kept abusing drugs due to intense psychological suffering and extreme fatigue. He also may have gotten lost on his way and ended up alone and unobserved in the wilderness, where he most likely perished while being concealed by the elements. Rico coped well throughout his life without having a loving, nurturing father. Rico internalized his passion of basketball and sought his father's praise despite the verbal and physical violence he experienced as a child. Rico never really distanced himself from Henry Harris, even after he and his siblings moved in with their mother. Rico exacerbated the simmering stress from a difficult upbringing when his basketball career faded and he turned to drugs and alcohol. Rico encountered his own father in jail following an arrest for public intoxication, further complicating the situation. Rico suffered psychologically from these humiliations and unresolved tensions. After he vanished, Jennifer discovered evidence of untreated melancholy, anxiety, and potentially bipolar disorder. Given his past mental health issues, a return to substance abuse, family issues, or other setbacks would have left Rico feeling hopeless on his drive back to Seattle. His heart and mind were permanently damaged when his attempts to make sense of his history failed and he was left with deep scars. As a result, Rico deviated from his intended path after experiencing emotional instability for more than 2 days straight. Rico most likely took a wrong turn on his way up north, which led him into the mountains of northern Sacramento and into Ramsey Canyon. Rico then found an outlet for drugs and alcohol and picked some up between stopping for petrol in Lodi and parking in the lower area of Cache Creek Park. Hard drugs are known to be widely available in Sacramento and the surrounding areas, so a former addict could probably find them and buy them without too much difficulty. Rico either took the medications and then collected them or felt the full power of the negative effects after he parked. It's possible that he used methamphetamines or crack during the trip in any case. These stimulants would account for his extended periods of wakefulness. The Nissan Maxima's crucial hint, discovered after the car was towed into evidence by the police, provides the basis for the drug theory. Under the passenger seat, beneath the glove box, investigators found a bindle, a plastic wrap intended especially for drugs. Now, the bindle in question was empty and did not have any drug paraphernalia or residue in it, but it did suggest a recent tendency towards substance abuse. Additionally, 2 empty and half-full bottles of alcohol were discovered, both of which were assumed to have been consumed by Rico. Rico left the lower location and strolled along the highway guardrail after the car ran out of petrol and electricity. After leaving his phone and rucksack on the curb, he strolled over to the creek to cool off and get a drink. The search teams discovered his massive footprints there a few days later. Rico spent some time by the lake before discovering a quicker route up the hill to return to the road, a location that was distinct from the one where he'd left his possessions. Rico managed to hitchhike and find his way into a small town or place where he could freshen up and obtain food while he was still planning along Route 16. A pair of vagrants in Clear Lake, California, claimed to have seen Rico purchasing drugs in the region once, but they provided no other information or specifics to support their claims. This theory's final section is a bit hazy. It's entirely unclear with whom Rico interacts during the course of the following week, but he stays out of the spotlight and goes back to Ramsey Canyon's lower side, where his car was parked on October 19th. This evening, there was a report of a large African-American male being seen traveling in that direction. Additional footprints in the vicinity by the police corroborated the allegation. Rico was most likely dumped off so he could get back to his car, but when he saw it had been taken away, he either chose to stay in his newfound freedom and march into the woods, or he went back to the original automobile. The real enigma lies in what transpired after. Rico was noticeable, as was already said, and his profile made it difficult to blend in. Perhaps he fell into a valley or sinkhole that hid him from searchers. Perhaps he committed suicide in a remote area of the untamed trees. Whatever the specifics, Rico Harris was struggling with problems that none of us can comprehend or overlook. Whether it was anxiety and drug usage combined with sleep deprivation, a melancholy episode brought on by previous events, or something else entirely, Rico wasn't acting normally. His careless actions in the cell phone films demonstrate this, as well as regrettably casting a dark cloud on his subsequent unpredictable behavior. Rico's past drug use and addiction have been frequently discussed by the Harris family and close associates of Rico, which has tarnished Rico's reputation and clouded the public's view of the case. It is important to clarify that Rico was a kind and considerate person despite his drug abuse. He is not any more of a bad guy than you or I, and he deserves the same amount of attention as any other missing person. The stigma of addiction will be damned. Addiction is a mental and physical illness that can negatively impact one's emotional and physical well-being. Addicts fight not just against their illness, but also against the ongoing denigration of society and those who view addicts as failures due to their behavior. Rico Harris ought to be located. He was a brave man who bravely faced great suffering all of his life. After a perilous night, he at last saw the light at the end of the tunnel when dawn broke. He cherished his relationships with friends and family as well as changing people's lives. Rico had athletic talent, but he also had compassion. It only seems fitting that we return the favor in his honor, since he would have gone to unimaginable lengths to assist people in need. Let him not be remembered as a drug addict, missing person, or as a Harlem Globetrotter. Let his ultimate goal be to be a foster father and carer, a fighter, and a found father. Moving on to the next case. Patty Inez Brightwell Vaughn of La Vernia. When Patty Inez Brightwell Vaughn of La Vernia, Texas vanished on Christmas in 1996, she was just 32 years old. Patty had 2 sons and a daughter. She was slender and pretty. Patty and her husband Jerry Ray, whom many considered to be domineering and who was referred to as JR by those closest to him, decided to try a trial separation after 13 years of what many would describe as a less than happy marriage. This would signal the start of the end. The 2 adults were seen as wedded until their formal divorce, since Texas does not recognize legal separation. To further cement their separation, though, JR moved into a neighboring San Antonio flat, and Patty remained at home with her 3 young children, ages 8, 6, and 9. According to family-close sources, Patty raised her 3 children with love, dedication, and competence. Following their breakup, Patty started working at Quiney Electric and made amends with Gary, an ex-boyfriend, whom she eventually presented to her family on Christmas Eve. Patty was feeling optimistic about this Christmas season, according to people close to her, and this much-awaited Christmas Eve reunion of her children went well. On Christmas Eve, December 25, 1996, Patty was last seen by anyone other than her soon-to-be ex-husband. Before Patty packed the kids up and drove them to her cousin's house for the holidays, she had an arrangement with her soon-to-be ex-husband JR to have dinner with their 3 kids on Christmas Day. Marilyn, JR's sister, was also supposed to attend this dinner with them. There would never be a dinner. The last time Patty was heard from was when her sister Janine called her early on Christmas Day, the day everyone was supposed to have supper. Instead, JR responded. When Patty's sister was finally able to talk to her, the 18-year-old sister remembers that Patty sounded as though she had been crying. Janine claims that her sister unexpectedly disclosed to them that morning that she and JR had gotten into yet another fight, which had caused her to cry. However, her sister remembers that kind of behavior being commonplace. Janine claims that JR made her cry every holiday, citing a comment from Patty and JR. According to other accounts, when several family members tried to visit Patty during the day, JR reportedly told them she was too sick to see her. That evening, at about 6 o'clock, JR's sister arrived home to prepare supper, but her brother stated that Patty was in bed, feeling under the weather. JR asked to speak with Patty in person. JR eventually admitted to investigators that Patty and he had fought for the most of the day. JR asserts that he and Patty continued to argue after Marilyn took the kids and left, and that Patty became so furious that she drove her 1991 blue Dodge Caravan out of the house. When last seen, she was dressed in black trousers and a cream-colored shirt. Patty had striking curling light brown hair, penetrating green eyes, and a stunning smile. She wore quite a bit of jewelry, including a wedding band, diamond stud earrings, a heart-shaped diamond pendant necklace, a gold watch, a gold ring with a shell-like pattern on her right hand, and maybe a thumb ring. Patty's 2 most distinctive characteristics are the small mole on the right side of her chin and the scar left behind by an appendectomy on her abdomen. When things had been going so well for once, Patty just up and left her life and her family. According to her husband, an untrustworthy source at best. The following day, December 26th, at 1:30 p.m., Patty's supervisor discovered her van parked on Texas State Highway Loop 1604, 15 miles from her residence and 5 miles from her place of employment. The van's tire was flat, but strangely, it had been purposefully flattened. The air had been released. It had been purposefully sabotaged rather than punctured or damaged. JR asserted that he was unaware of this. Investigators discovered indications of recent carpet cleaning inside the van along with blood traces. Using luminol spray, which illuminates in response to the presence of blood, investigators eventually examined the property after allowing ample time for potential offenders to tidy up. Both the bedroom and bathroom floors had blood traces, according to the investigators. Additionally, there were minute amounts of blood on Patty's house's garage mop and bucket. The blood-stained mop appeared to support the theory that someone had cleaned up a crime scene from the bedroom floor, as seen by the noticeable swipe marks on the luminol. JR had returned to the residence the day before Patty vanished without explanation, so investigators decided to ignore the obvious risk and let him remain there while the house was swabbed, searched, and canvassed. JR's sister Marilyn also moved into the house, probably to help with the 3 young, bewildered kids who had been abandoned and left without a mother or any guidance. JR coldly and callously informed the children that their mother had gone voluntarily. During Patty's house, Marilyn was reported to have been a major distraction for the crime scene technicians and to have frequently objected to the detectives' procedures. Detectives discovered a man's red jumpsuit bearing the initials J for me, Sonin, back at the abandoned van that had been discovered the day after Christmas and towed to the police station. JR refused to comply with the police's request for DNA samples from him and the kids, and he didn't give in until the judge signed an order requiring him and the kids to furnish DNA samples for the inquiry into Patty's disappearance. This made it possible to analyze the blood at the house and van and confirm that it belonged to the mother who went missing. Not than 24 hours after Patty had allegedly disappeared, the grieving father filed for divorce as he was allegedly still coming to terms with her loss. JR started being evasive and distant from the investigators, refusing to talk to them and preventing the kids from being questioned. But Patty's new partner, Gary, was incredibly helpful and cooperative when it came to the cops. He had a convincing and thorough Christmas Day alibi. Gary was also prepared to offer any supporting documentation that was required. Investigators never thought of Gary as a suspect because they had access to his DNA. People were concerned that JR, a building contractor, would have hidden the evidence of his crime in the school's foundation because he was presently constructing 2 elementary schools in Pleasanton, Texas. However, additional research revealed that the concrete for the foundation he was working on had been set 4 days before Patty vanished. Unidentified female DNA was discovered in 2012 following a retesting of items found in Patty's van. The state has yet to identify this DNA. Although someone close to the inquiry claims they have a solid idea who the DNA might belong to, they don't have enough proof to force that person to provide a DNA sample. Many who have been following this story for the past 23 years think that Marilyn, JR's sister, may be the source of this unidentified female DNA. After relocating to Colorado with his 3 kids, JR went to Idaho, where he currently resides under a false identity. JR hasn't cooperated with any additional inquiries. At one of JR's former houses in Atkins, Wilson County, Texas, detectives dug around in 2014, but they found no new leads. Patty's mother, who regrettably has been denied access to her grandkids for the entire time by JR and his family, is currently suffering from cancer and is in great need of seeing her grandchildren, or at the very least learning where her daughter's remains are located before she passes away. Although no new information has been made public, it is thought that 3 persons may have helped JR commit this crime. Police are assiduously following up on any leads they get. Moving on to the next case. Natel King, a 46-year-old Eagleville, Pennsylvania, photographer, was charged in March 2004 with killing 23-year-old porn actress and model Natel King, also known by her stage name Taylor Summers. Although Anthony Joseph Frederick was accused of murder, mishandling a corpse, and having a knife, he later told reporters he was innocent as he was being removed from the courtroom. Frederick was also accused of lying to detectives over Natel's death, according to District Attorney Bruce Castor. Before her body was found in what is described as a rugged and densely wooded location near the Schuylkill River in Philadelphia, Natel, a Canadian national, had been missing for more than 3 weeks. She had many knife wounds to her hands, neck, and chest, and her remains revealed that she had been subjected to extreme abuse. Her body had been wrapped in a background that looked like it belonged to a photographer. Evidently, Bruce Castor informed the reporters she fought back against her assailant. Both the detectives and I think that she was killed by Anthony Frederick as a result of a fantasized sexual bondage. It seems that the reason for the argument between Frederick and Natel was because he could not provide her the $900 she was due for taking part in his shoot, despite the fact that many headlines state that the crime involved bondage. Jennifer Mitkus, 29, was also taken into custody shortly after Frederick was, and she was accused of lying to the police and obstructing their investigation. As Frederick's assistant, investigators stated that they thought she was complicit in helping to hide the murder. Frederick admitted to the detectives that on February 29, 2004, he shot 20 pictures of Natel and that he had given her the money she was due. After that, she vanished from sight. But Natel's roommates remember that the 23-year-old had called to tell that the photographer had grossed her out and that she would check in again in a few hours. That call never materialized. On March 5th, Natel's car was discovered near the photo studio. Her computer and bag remained inside. Subsequently, when Frederick's home was searched, duct tape, shackles, blood-stained tools, and a scribbled poetry with the words, "Cut with a knife, blood does flow," were discovered. It might bleed you out. Death is approaching slowly. Frederick didn't tell investigators the truth until July 2005. The 47-year-old was given a sentence of 24 to 51 years in prison in Montgomery County, Philadelphia, for fatally stabbing Natel at his photography studio. Frederick acknowledged that he had been unable to pay the 23-year-old and that an argument had ensued after a bondage-themed photo shoot. And then he fatally stabbed her. Frederick is said to have expressed regret to the family in court. Additionally, he begged the judge for a lighter punishment, saying that if Natel hadn't attacked him with a hunting knife, he would never have stabbed her. Frederick said that he had taken the knife from the 23-year-old and stabbed her with it. Her body was then wrapped up and disposed of in White Marsh Township by him. A few weeks later, it was discovered in a muddy ravine. William Nichols, the presiding judge, noted that Natel was discovered gagged and with a red ball in her mouth that was fastened to a leather strap that was fastened around her head, indicating that he did not accept Frederick's version of events. He questioned how they had gotten into a fight while the 23-year-old was being choked by a mouthpiece. Frederick agreed to cooperate with police in convicting his helper, Mikus, in exchange for a reduced sentence of third-degree murder and mistreatment of a corpse. DA Bruce Castor said that he probably would have been given a life sentence for first-degree murder if the case had gone to trial. "I'm more annoyed that we have to proceed in this way," he said to the reporters. "In all the decades I have been doing this, I have never witnessed a scenario where we had the lesser co-defendant holding out. We had to come to an arrangement with the more serious defendant in order to obtain the felonies against her. That, in my opinion, was a truly horrible outcome." Eventually, Mikus acknowledged her involvement in the murder, saying that she had assisted in wrapping and loading Natel's body into the vehicle. She had also mopped the blood off the photographic studio floor. In the end, she entered a guilty plea to multiple offenses, including misuse of a corpse and falsifying or interfering with tangible evidence. In addition to the 6 months she had already served, she was sentenced to 6 to 23 months in jail, 4 years of probation, and a $500 fine. Daniel King, Natel's father, told reporters that although justice was done in the courtroom, it was not done for us. Natel won't return as a result. To help pay for college, the 23-year-old had been working in the pornographic sector. Her father stated in court that she had aspirations of being a mother and a psychologist. If you're fascinated by true crime and enjoying the video so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up to stay updated on all our latest content. Moving on to the next case. Mildred and Stanley Zukowski. While fishing on the Westfield River in West Springfield on May 30th, 1966, a father and his kids spotted something larger than a typical fish drifting just below the water surface. They cast their fishing net out of curiosity to make sure it wasn't a fish. They were shocked to find a dead body there. Betty Lou Zukowski, 10, who had been missing for a few days, was the body in question. The police were notified by the fishermen promptly, and they hurried to the crime scene to look into the situation. Mildred and Stanley Zukowski had reported their daughter missing to the Chicopee Police Department at the time. Then the police called them to come determine whether their daughter, who had gone missing, was buried there. Being a parent's worst nightmare is having to bury their own child. Mildred and Stanley hoped Betty Lou wouldn't be the one discovered dead in the river and prayed for her safety. Unfortunately, it didn't look like their luck would hold out, since when they arrived at the crime site, they found that Betty Lou Zukowski, their daughter, was actually dead. Betty Lou Zukowski, a 10-year-old Catholic schoolgirl, departed her family's home on 293 Front Street in Chicopee, Massachusetts, at approximately 6 o'clock in the evening on Thursday, May 26, 1966, or roughly 57 years ago, following a phone call from someone she claimed to be her girlfriend. She was meant to get together and have an ice cream cone with this girlfriend. Her parents allowed her to go because they were accustomed to their daughter frequently leaving the house. They had no idea that would be their daughter's final glimpse of her alive. Betty Lou Zukowski got ready to go. She was wearing blue jeans, a jacket, white trainers, and a green shirt with checks. She also brought her $2 with her. Betty Lou's parents, Stanley and Mildred Zukowski, reported daughter missing to the Chicopee Police Department at approximately 11:15 p.m. that evening after she did not come home. They instructed the police, for some reason, not to report her missing in public for several hours. According to other sources, they were probably accustomed to Mom being gone from home for such a long time. But in their haste to locate her, the Chicopee Police Department promptly sent out an all-state alarm. It was eventually revealed to them that Betty Lou's girlfriend was a figment of her imagination. After 3 days of fruitless searching, Betty Lou's damaged and mud-covered body was tragically discovered 4 days later, on May 30th, 1966, a Memorial Day, off the coast of West Springfield by 2 young men fishing in the Westfield River. Her cause of death was identified as several blunt force injuries to the head, a fractured skull, and terminal drowning, based on post-mortem evidence. When Betty Lou entered the Westfield River, she was still alive and had not experienced any sexual assault. She was beaten, according to the authorities, within 15 minutes of her drowning. Following the discovery of Betty Lou's remains, the West Springfield Police Department and the Chicopee Police Department collaborated on a combined homicide investigation. At first, the entire detective bureau of each of these police departments was assigned to the case. There was also involvement from the Massachusetts State Police and the Hampton County District Attorney's Office. There was a comprehensive search along the shore where Betty Lou's body was discovered, looking for clues. Divers also combed the river for any useful information that might identify the offender. Not even the murder weapon was discovered. After that, the detectives spoke with Betty Lou's relatives, acquaintances, and fellow students to find out who she might have run across at the time of her abduction and subsequent murder. Her pals in Chicopee had informed the police that she enjoyed exploring the caverns carved out of the riverbank behind the Chicopee Electric Light Company. However, despite searching all the locations she enjoyed visiting, the police were unable to locate her killer. Betty Lou was described as a loose girl by the police and media at the time of her death. She was brilliant, friendly, witty, adventurous, vivacious, and sassy. According to her pals, they said that at the age of 10, she had colored her dark brown hair blonde. She frequently wore cross-shaped earrings, got her ears pierced, and applied makeup. Her close acquaintances claimed that she was occasionally spotted hanging out in their automobiles, mostly with teenage lads. Some argued that, at 10 years old, Betty Lou was undoubtedly eager to grow up and that, because of her free spirit, she may have trusted an older person who would later take advantage of her and murder her. Investigators were informed by Betty Lou's pal that she had previously claimed to be seeing a boy by the name of Ralph. Ralph back in 1966, based on her friend's account. He was a Caucasian man in his 17th or 18th year of life, with medium complexion, brown eyes, and black hair. He frequently wore glasses with black frames. He was reported to weigh between 125 pounds and 135 pounds and to be 5 feet 5. He either drove a dark green Chevrolet sedan or a Chevrolet with a white or light blue top and a dark blue bottom. But the cops found out that there was no such person named Ralph. Either Ralph had lied to Betty Lou about his name, or Betty Lou had lied to Ralph about his real identity. Since Betty Lou would not have left her house after receiving the call on Thursday night, the police assumed that she knew the person who killed her. Investigators say she rode in a car driven by someone she knew, met up with this individual, and ended up in West Springfield. Nevertheless, there were no noteworthy leads in the days that followed the finding of her remains. Betty Lou Zukowski was buried on June 2, 1966, the day she turned 11 years old. Her funeral was performed with great mass honors at Holy Name Church in Chicopee. Pallbearers included a number of her fifth-grade classmates from the Valentine School in Chicopee. Her entire class, along with her teacher, attended her burial. Deeply loved and full of spirit was Betty Lou. Detectives used the accounts of two witnesses to create a sketch of the suspect 1 week after Betty Lou's remains were discovered. The final person to see Betty Lou alive, only hours before her death on May 26, 1966, was one of these witnesses. But this drawing resembled Ralph's description. The sketch was heavily covered in local publications at the time. It was later made available to the public. It provided various leads for the detectives, but none of them helped them identify the murderer. After all leads were exhausted, the case was put on hold for years. However, Betty Lou's homicide case was revived in 2019 following the establishment of the Unresolved Crimes Unit of the Hampton District Attorney's Office. Subsequently, authorities learned that in November of 1997, Donald Mars was considered a suspect when West Springfield Police Department investigators obtained information connecting him to Betty Lou's slaying from a number of sources. But since there wasn't enough proof to link him to the crime, he was never taken into custody. 25 years later, in 2022, Betty Lou's case attracted a lot of attention, and Donald Mars was charged with first-degree murder on Tuesday, November 1, 2022, in connection with Betty Lou Zukowski's death. On November 2, 2022, Donald Mars was brought into jail after a warrant for his arrest was issued. Although the evidence connecting him to the murder has not yet been made public, Hampton District Attorney Anthony Guglielmi did note during the news conference that important remarks made contributed to Donald Mars's arrest. It's either that someone saw something and came clean, or Donald Mars most likely involved himself in the questioning. Donald Mars was descended from a prominent Chicopee family. With 5 sons, Mars Heating and Service was owned by his father, Roger Mars. At least 2 of Roger Mars' sons participated in the military, and he was a Korean War veteran. Given that Donald Mars was residing in a Bedford Veterans Administration facility at the time of his arrest, it is likely that he was one of those sons serving in the military. It seems that Donald Mars had committed a good deal of crimes throughout his life. Donald Mars was found guilty in 1995 of 2 counts of forceful child rape and 3 counts of indecent assault and battery on a minor under the age of 14, according to the State Sex Offender Registry Board. He is categorized as a Level 3 sexual offender, meaning that further offenses are most likely to come from him. After being found guilty in May of 1995, he received a 2.5-year prison sentence. He was released from prison in June of 1997 and placed on probation. He received a 5 to 7-year sentence at Cedar Junction for breaking the terms of his probation. Following his convictions, Donald Mars was found to be sexually dangerous and placed under civil commitment at the Bridgewater Treatment Center in Massachusetts from 1994 to 2015. Eventually, he was placed in a Bedford, Massachusetts hospital run by the Veterans Administration, where he was staying prior to his arrest. Donald Mars was 17 years old when Betty Lou was murdered, and the drawing of him that Betty Lou's friends created based on her description of Ralph resembles Donald's high school yearbook photo. Furthermore, Donald Mars had some knowledge of the location where Betty Lou's body was discovered at the time of the murder. His family used to spend time at his grandparents' home on 102 Woodmont Street in West Springfield, according to an archive of newspapers. On Christmas, Thanksgiving, and other occasions, they spent time at their house. The murder scene at the end of Dewey Street is 4 minutes' drive from this address. The 73-year-old Donald Mars was charged with first-degree murder for the death of Betty Lou and was placed under indictment by Hampton Superior Court. When asked to make his plea in a Zoom-conducted court, Donald Mars pled not guilty, appearing as though he would cry. He was urged to be detained without the ability to post bail after his criminal past was detailed. Donald Mars seemed to take exception at this and expressed disdain. The pretrial meeting for this case was postponed until May 1st, 2023. Regretfully, Betty Lou's parents passed away in the 1980s. It was reported that Mildred Zukowski, who passed away at the age of 61, fell out of the window of her chamber. According to some accounts, she killed herself because she was presumably unable to bear the loss of her only child, Betty Lou Zukowski. Stanley Zukowski passed away at the age of 64 from unspecified causes a year later. The Zukowski family has no known living siblings. But after Donald Mars was apprehended at last, District Attorney Anthony Gugliuni of Hampton has this to say: "Numerous unsolved cold cases have lingered for a very long time without the offenders being apprehended. However, there is now a ray of hope for the families of murder victims, as most of these cases are being solved with integrity, providing them with closure and allowing their loved ones to finally rest in peace." Moving on to the next case. Sherry Ann Jarvis, previously identified as Jane Doe of Walker County. While traveling along Interstate 45 on November 1st, 1980, a truck driver passing by the Sam Houston National Forest close to Huntsville, Texas, saw something unusual. He instantly realized what he was seeing when he pulled over to the shoulder of the road. A teenage girl's nude body laying face down in the grass only 20 feet away. The cops were called to the site at approximately 9:20 a.m. Beyond that, the adolescent could not be identified. She was a female between the ages of 14 and 18. Before her body was found, she had been dead for around 6 hours, and she was only wearing a pair of shoes and a piece of jewelry. A smoky brown or blue glass stone rested on a slender gold chain that hung around her neck, and a pair of red high-heeled sandals were perched slightly farther away. They had brown straps and were composed of leather. There were no further clothes or accessories on Jane Doe's body or at the scene where her body was discovered. She had her ears pierced, but she didn't have any jewelry on show. The medical examiner for Harris County performed Jane Doe's autopsy. The young girl had light brown hair that was 10 inches long, hazel eyes, and was described as being between 5'6" and 105 to a pound 20 in weight. Her hair was notably reddish colored, although it showed no indications of dye or other coloring procedures. Her fingernails were naked, but her toenails were painted a pale pink color. The ME said that Jane Doe appeared to be well-fed and that, given that she had received dental care and hadn't gone without food, it was likely that she came from a middle-class family. Asphyxia by ligature strangulation was found to be Jane Doe's cause of death, and it was concluded that her demise had been brutal. It was believed that a pair of tights had been used to strangle her. Her vaginal cavity contained pieces of her pants and those same tights. She was sexually raped with a blunt object before she died. Therefore, it was believed that this was done to stop her from bleeding while she was being moved from the crime scene to the disposal location. Moreover, Jane Doe had sustained a beating. Her right shoulder had a deep bite mark on it, and her face was very swollen, especially around her mouth and eyes. Since she lacked identification, authorities understood they would have a difficult time finding her companion. They quickly made an appeal to the public for information in an attempt to find out where she had been and whether she was traveling with someone before her death. They soon had a hit. The day before Jane Doe was killed, several witnesses saw her. Among these witnesses were 2 workers from the hitch and post truck stop, as well as the manager of a Gulf service station, who all saw her dressed in a dirty yellow pullover, a white knit sweatshirt with big pockets, and blue pants. She was also seen wearing the red sandals that were discovered at the landfill. Witness statements state that at approximately 6:30 on the evening of October 31st, Jane Doe showed up at the Gulf petrol station looking a little disheveled. She had just gotten out of a blue Chevrolet Caprice, 1970, 1973, or 1974, with a light-colored top, driven by a white man. The adolescent was in the petrol station and wanted instructions to the Ellis Prison Farm in Walker County, Texas, run by the Texas Department of Corrections. These days, people just call these places the Ellis units. After receiving instructions, Jane Doe set out once more, but this time she went on foot. Later on, Sam Houston Avenue northbound walking was observed by her. She was later spotted at the Interstate 45 truck stop at Hitch and Post. She inquired about instructions to the Ellis unit once more. There, she said, a buddy was meeting her. That night, a waitress asked the young girl if her parents knew where she was and drew a map for her. "Who cares?" Jane Doe supposedly said to her. She had stated earlier in their talk that she was from either Rockport, Texas, or Aransas Pass, Texas, and that she was 19 years old. The waitress reported to the authorities that she thought the teenager was on the run. This was Jane Doe's last known movement. There are still unanswered issues in the case about how she wound up dead on the side of Interstate 45 and who killed her. When authorities discovered she had been trying to enter Ellis units, they questioned prisoners and staff members, but no one identified her picture. Only one prisoner reportedly matched the young girl's age, but they were never put in contact. After that, investigators went to Rockport and Aransas Pass in search of girls who had gone missing and fit Jane Doe's description. In an attempt to find her identity, they even visited local schools, but they left without finding anything. Walker County on January 16, 1981, Jane Doe was laid to rest in Oakwood Cemetery in Huntsville, Texas. Morris Memorials, a tiny family-run firm in Huntsville, donated her tombstone. The case of Jane Doe remained unopened until 1999, when her bones were dug up for forensic analysis and DNA collection. Authorities also declared at this time that they thought she was probably between 16 and 15 years old. But at this point, things moved slowly, and eventually, the case became cold once more. The case was revisited in 2015. The high-heeled sandals that were discovered at the site were subjected to DNA testing. However, the results have never been made public. In December of the same year, a picture of a young white girl who appeared to be about 14 years old and 5 feet 4 inches tall became viral online. She resembled Jane Doe in certain ways. The image was provided by two siblings who remembered seeing the little child in the summer of 1980 at a Beeville, Texas motel. They recalled that the child lived with a couple and went by Kathleen, possibly spelt with a K or a C. She may have originated in Corpus Christi, Texas. They said the child wanted to meet a friend who was incarcerated in Texas State Prison in Sugar Land. This girl is not Jane Doe. It has been established. Journalist Michael Hargraves postulated in the years following Jane Doe's demise that a woman was the attacker, citing the use of tools for the sexual assault and the absence of semen from Jane Doe's body or the crime scene. In addition, he said that males who commit sexual offenses are more prone to bite someone because it gives them a chance to live out their crimes again. Since it enables them to relive their misdeeds, a lot of offenders do this. It has been suggested, nevertheless, that Jane Doe might have had on more jewelry in addition to her necklace. Therefore, another item might have been taken as a memento. Her clothes has also never been found, and it's unclear what happened to it. There is also a belief regarding Jane Doe's case that it is connected to the case of Deborah Jackson, aka Orange Socks, who was another victim who was recently identified. Deborah was killed in Georgetown, Texas, on October 30th or 31, 1979, 1 year before Jane Doe. Not only was she found hours after her murder, but she had also been left nude and strangled to death. Deborah is 23 years older than Jane Doe, but this doesn't necessarily mean there isn't a relationship. Henry Lee Lucas, the infamous serial killer, confessed to almost 600 more killings while he was incarcerated, leading many to disbelieve his confession despite the fact that he was found guilty of the crime and claimed responsibility for her death. When his teeth were compared to Jane Doe's shoulder bite mark, they were discovered to be mismatched. In 2001, Lucas passed away in prison. According to theories put up in 2017, Jane Doe was the victim of a serial killer who killed 3 other women in 1980 and dumped their bodies near Interstate 45. All of these victims were considered high risk, although only half of them have been identified or died from strangulation. 2 more unnamed women, both of them black. One is in the 20 to 30 age range. She may be Asian in descent and was discovered in Houston on October 15, 1980. She passed just a few months before she was discovered. In December 1980, the other woman was discovered in Houston, under the bridge. Her age is thought to be between 16 and 26. The Walker County Sheriff's Office and Othram Incorporated, joined in 2020, should make an effort to use genetic genealogy to identify Jane Doe. It was thought by both sides that this would facilitate the case's advancement. Othram Incorporated eventually succeeded in extracting DNA from the young child, and after multiple efforts, they were able to build her genetic profile. The Sheriff's Office revealed in the open on November 9, 2021, that Jane Doe had a name. Sherry Ann Jarvis, a 14-year-old who had fled Stillwater, Minnesota in the spring of 1980, was identified. Sherry, who was born on March 9, 1966, was referred to as Tot-Eye by her pals. Her family mentioned that she especially loved being around kids and animals, as well as horseback riding. She had been taken from her family's care and put in a state home in early 1980, while she was still 13 years old, as a result of her truancy. A couple with 5 of their own children owned and ran the house. They would accept up to 18 juveniles at a time who were in the juvenile court system and were between the ages of 12 and 18. 6 adults were always keeping an eye on the children. When Sherry was scheduled to appear in court in March 1980 at the Washington County Courthouse, she fled with 2 females who were not named, and they later chose to go back home. Meanwhile, Sherry turned her back and walked away. Her final correspondence with her family dates back to August of that year, when she wrote a letter to her mother from Denver, Colorado, expressing her dissatisfaction with being under state care and threatening to stay away until she was at least 18 or 21. Sherry had attended Forest Lake, Minnesota's Central Junior High School. Her family also retained the same phone number after she vanished in case she ever wanted to get in touch. They did make an effort to look for her, both alone and with the help of a professional detective, but they were never successful. In January 2018, her mother Carrie passed away at the age of 78, and in June 2019, her father Don Jarvis Sr. passed away at the age of 78. Although Sherry's siblings are relieved to get some closure at last, they still hope that her killer will eventually be brought to justice. Investigators said they've received a ton of new tips since Sherry was identified. They are optimistic that a few of the leads may materialize. The reason behind Sherry's attempt to contact the Ellis unit has never been revealed. Theories suggest that she may have been slain by a truck driver who allowed her to sleep in his cab, or by someone she was hitchhiking with. Notably, her body was found next to a truck stop, leading many to propose that this is where the murder occurred. Finding Sherry and Jarvis is only half the fight. Her murderer is still on the loose. You can reach out to the Walker County Sheriff's Office at 936-435-2400 if you know anything regarding her case. Moving on to the next case. Tim Hack and Kelly Drew. Tim Hack and Kelly Drew, both 19 years old, disappeared on August 9, 1980, following their attendance at a wedding event held at Concord House in Concord, Wisconsin. Throughout the next several days, clues were found all throughout the area, including a pair of pants, ropes, Tim's car with his wallet inside, and a pair of women's pants. Eventually, these hints pointed to a terrifying discovery. Tim and Kelly's bodies were discovered in a field, horribly mutilated, 2 months later. After almost 30 years, the culprit was ultimately identified thanks to DNA technological breakthroughs, an unexpected witness, and a dedicated investigator. The man was an ordinary-looking man with dark secrets that not even his neighbors knew about. 1% national average. Residents there felt safe, rarely locked their doors, and watched out for one another. It was the exact kind of town that young high school sweethearts Tim Hack and Kelly Drew had imagined themselves growing old beside each other, getting married, and settling on a farm. Tim, who was 19 years old, and Kelly, who was 19, were engaged to be married in 1980. Even though Kelly lives in Fort Atkinson and Tim lives in Hebron, two different municipalities within the county. While attending Fort Atkinson High School, their paths intersected. Kelly, a young lady with a strong affinity for cosmetology, was well known for her friendliness and beauty. Tim, a diligent farm lad, on the other hand, was strong and determined. Their loved ones cherished both of these people because of their compassion. Tim and Kelly were role models for other young people while they were a couple. Tim went on to work as a farmer after finishing high school, and his faithful partner was a tractor he called the Lonesome Loser. Kelly, meanwhile, enrolled in beauty school and just finished her studies in 1980 with the goal of becoming a qualified beautician and hairstylist. Tim and Kelly had a wedding celebration at Concord House in Wisconsin on August 9, 1980. They were going to meet up with friends and enjoy a fun fair after the celebration, but they never did show up. They were last seen alive on August 9, 1980, at approximately 11 p.m. when they left the reception. Tim Hack's father, David Hack, became concerned about their disappearance and lack of communication, and on August 10, 1980, he filed a missing persons report. David found Tim's brown Oldsmobile parked at Concord House that same day. Inside was Tim's locked checkbook, jacket, and wallet, which held $67. On August 15th, when searchers found Kelly's pants and knickers at the side of the road, some 3 miles from Concord House, the case took a dramatic turn. It was discovered that these clothes contained male body secretions. Furthermore, military-style knotted ropes were discovered in the vicinity, indicating the presence of a person with prior military experience. The investigation's focus was significantly changed by this revelation. The search for a couple who could have decided to go on a romantic adventure was over. Since they were thought to be in immediate danger, the attention instead shifted to finding them alive. 2 months later, in a wooded region about 7 miles from Concord House, Milwaukee squirrel hunters discovered Kelly Drew's decomposing bones. A fully clothed male body was found around 100 yards away. It was subsequently identified as Tim Hack. This resulted in the case being officially classified as a homicide and being given the moniker Suavart murders. Since no murder weapon was discovered at the site, the precise cause of death was not immediately apparent. However, after more investigation, the medical examiner found that Kelly had ligature marks and that Tim had knife wounds, proving that they had both been strangled and stabbed. Kelly appeared to have been bound, as evidenced by ligature marks on her wrists and ankles. Her neck area showed evidence of insect activity and ligature marks, suggesting that she had most likely been strangled. Body fluids discovered on Kelly's clothing also suggested a sexual assault. Because they were so dramatic, the sweep-up murders captured the attention of the country. 2 young lovers were brutally slain. The murderer or murderers are still at large. Interviewing acquaintances of the couple was the first step in the inquiry, looking for anyone who might have been sufficiently hateful to carry out such a horrific deed. The employees of the Concord House, where the wedding celebration was held, as well as other guests, were questioned by the police. Edward Wayne Edwards, a handyman who works at the Concord House, was one of the people interviewed. Edward, who lived in a neighboring campsite near Interstate 94, asserted that he was not at the Concord residence when the couple vanished and that he had no contact with them. He said that at the time, he was out in the neighboring woods hunting deer. But when the police saw that Edward had a fractured nose, they started to suspect something. When asked about it, he said that his deer hunting expedition was to blame for the injury. Investigators were concerned because Wisconsin's deer shooting season usually lasts from November to August. In September 1980, Eadweard moved his wife and 5 children out of Wisconsin after being questioned by the police. During the course of the inquiry, the detectives mostly relied on eyewitness reports regarding a dirty-looking vehicle that had been parked next to Tim's automobile at the Concord House parking lot. Witnesses stated that around the time Tim and Kelly were last seen, the vehicle mysteriously and suddenly vanished. Eadweard was known to have a .357 revolver and occurred to drive a van that fit the description. But the police's ability to follow up on this lead was severely constrained because they didn't have a number plate number or any strong proof connecting him to the crime site. As a result, the investigation was shelved and eventually stagnated because all further leads in it dried up. Richard Lewell, a Wisconsin Department of Justice investigator involved in the initial investigation, asked for the case to be reopened 2 decades after Tim Hack and Kelly Drew were killed. Lewell was determined to solve the case to the end because he had been obsessed with it for almost 30 years and was about to retire. He stated in an interview that he was confident in taking the case further because of the substantial advances made in scientific procedures and DNA technology in the last few decades. His confidence had grown, and he approached the case with increased zeal. Lewell had a gut feeling that the killer had already been questioned by the police in the early phases of the inquiry, and that the person's identity would be in the files. All he had to do was find it. Following 2 months of painstakingly going through witness statements, interview tapes, and files, Lowell's attention was drawn to one name: Eadweard Wayne Edwards. Not only did Eadweard have the means and the chance to conduct the crimes, but there were serious concerns raised when he moved his entire family out of Wisconsin just after being questioned by the police. This finding gave Lewell and a group of cold case investigators hope, and they decided to follow their suspicion that Eadweard might be the murderer. Interviews with Eadweard's Concord, Wisconsin neighbors revealed that he was a difficult neighbor to live with. He was said to be erratic and short-tempered, and he frequently used violence towards his wife and kids. He was even referred to as a monster by one of his neighbors. John Edwards, Eadweard's son, described him as disturbed, noting that he was unable to manage his feelings and that there was underlying anger. Eadweard Bellagio's daughter April contacted the police in 2009 with details about the unsolved murders of Kelly Drew and Tim Hack. Given his long criminal history, she thought her father, Eadweard Wayne Edwards, was involved in the crime. April felt obligated to reveal what she knew about her father's fascinating life, which had always fascinated her. Born in 1933 in Akron, Ohio, Eadweard Wayne Edwards experienced a turbulent upbringing following the death of his parents and placement in an institution. His abusive upbringing there influenced his rebellious adolescent personality. Eadweard's criminal record started early due to a series of small infractions, which eventually led to his membership in the U.S. Marines at the age of 18. Though Eadweard's military tenure was brief and ended in an honorable discharge due to his disappearance shortly after enlisting, he was hesitant to give up his life of crime, which finally resulted in his repeated incarceration. He broke out of Akron jail when he was 22 years old in 1955 and went on a petrol station heist across several states. Eadweard lived as a vagrant throughout his 20s and 30s, moving about and taking up odd jobs like handyman, ship docker, and Hoover salesman. His love of his reputation during this time is evident in his memoirs. Eadweard openly acknowledged that he was a fame seeker and had never used a pseudonym or disguised his name while committing crimes. But in 1960, his illegal activities once more caught up with him, and he was imprisoned for trying to pose as a federal officer. Eadweard was being detained in a jail in Portland, Oregon, but he escaped, leading the FBI to identify him as one of their top 10 most wanted in 1961. He was finally captured by the authorities in 1962 and taken to the United States Penitentiary, Leavenworth. However, in 1967, Eadweard was given release because of his exemplary behavior. In his memoir, he gave gratitude to a caring guard at Leavenworth for his personal development. Eadweard got married and followed his dream of becoming a motivational speaker after being freed. At 39 years old, he appeared on TV shows including What's My Line? And To Tell the Truth in 1972. His autobiography, The Metamorphosis of a Criminal, was released in the same year. Ed Edwards' genuine life tale. Edwards' luck appeared to be finally changing for the better. He was headed for success because he had figured out how to use the system. Regrettably, his fortuitous run was not long-lasting. In 1977, Eadweard killed his first victim, Billy Law, age 21, and his girlfriend, Judith Straub, age 18, both of Sterling, Ohio. On August 7, 1977, the couple went on a date, but they never came back. Their shoes and purse were left behind when Judith's automobile was found later that day in the Silver Creek Metro Park parking lot. The day after the event, August 8th, Norton police launched a search for Billy and Judith with the help of family members and a National Guard helicopter. Eventually, the search team found their bodies hidden in the thick undergrowth next to Metro Park. It was clear that a 20-gauge shotgun had been used to shoot them mercilessly at close range. Eadweard was able to avoid justice for the killings at that time because detectives were unable to link his case to those of Billy and Judith. But these murders also created a pattern that would hold true for Tim and Kelly's later kills. In the meantime, Eadweard was detained in Pennsylvania once more by 1982, this time for arson, at the age of 49. Still, he was proud of his illicit accomplishments. Eadweard wrote a letter to the FBI in 1993 asking for his criminal and past records from 19 different locales. These tapes were allegedly meant to be part of a new book he was writing on the criminals he had come into contact with while incarcerated, people like Jimmy Hoffa, Tony Provenzano, and Charles Manson. At the age of 63, Eadweard killed 3 people in 1996. This time, the victim was Danny Boy Edwards, a 25-year-old foster son who had lived with him for 7 years in Burton, Ohio. Danny Boy had been a U.S. Army soldier before his untimely death. In some way, Eadweard was able to convince him to turn against the Army and go home. Eadweard cruelly killed Danny Boy with 2 gunshots to the face after tricking him into going into the neighboring woods. After that, Eadweard heartlessly dumped Danny Boy's body in a shallow hole, where it was later found by a hunter who immediately informed the police. Like with these first few killings, Eadweard spent a few years avoiding justice for killing Danny Boyle. Those who knew Eadweard well, like his daughter April and son John, characterized him as a very disturbed person. His severe abuse of his wife and kids caused them to run away from home as soon as they could in order to get away from his suffering. Investigators were adamant that Eadweard matched the archetypal serial killer in every way. His lengthy criminal past, his physical abuse of family members, and the fact that he chronicled his crimes in a book all suggested that he was a narcissist. Eadweard was able to tie the knots on the ropes that were thought to have been used to strangle Kelly because of his military experience. His history of arson contributed to the impression that he was a very domineering person. His Louisville, Kentucky neighbors were ignorant of the evil mind that lurked within him, despite his senior look and dependence on a wheelchair and oxygen tank due to his weight. Investigators now have a stronger reason to believe Eadweard was involved in the killings, though, thanks to fresh evidence and April's comments. When Eadweard first showed up at his Louisville house, he claimed not to have known about Tim Hack and Kelly Drew's killings. However, he acknowledged seeing the couple and being at the Concord house the night of the killings when pressed further. In addition, he acknowledged that, unlike his earlier assertions, he had not been deer hunting that evening. A salivar swab for DNA testing was approved by Eadweard, who was optimistic that the results would be exonerating. Still, the results of the DNA test matched the material discovered on Kelly's trousers. When Eadweard moved into a caravan park in Louisville in 2009, his neighbors got along well with him and didn't know about his troubled past. His actual nature wasn't made public until he was transported to Wisconsin and accused of killing Kelly Drew and Tim Hack. The findings of the DNA test were shown to Eadweard during the interrogation, further linking him to the crimes. His bodily fluids were found on Kelly's clothing, and investigators asked him to explain them. Eadweard stammered and made up a story about having a sexual experience with Kelly on August 9, 1980, saying it was consensual. With frenzied gestures, he shifted about in his chair. He sighed and muttered something under his breath, sensing the skepticism of the investigators. Investigators listened to the taped interview several times and remembered the exact moment when Eadweard whispered, "Danette, I killed her." His fate was sealed with this revelation. Eadweard chose to enter a guilty plea for the killings of Kelly Drew and Tim Hawk. Eadweard Wayne Edwards was given 2 consecutive life sentences in April 2010 after being convicted guilty of the 1980 sweetheart killings. Wisconsin did not have the capital penalty, notwithstanding his plea to be put to death. Phil Waters, a retired homicide detective, pointed out that Eadweard had prior jail time and was aware of the harsh realities of life behind bars. Not one to spend his days in prison, Eadweard wrote to the Ohio prosecutor's office, threatening to have a needle put in his arm in an attempt to get them to pursue the death sentence. Eadweard admitted to the 1977 murders of Judith Straub and Billy Urvaco in 2010. However, he was given life sentences for each because the death penalty was not in effect at the time. Still, he had one last revelation to share. In 2011, Eadweard acknowledged killing Danny Boy Edwards, his foster son, in order to get the life insurance money during an interview in a jailhouse. His plan worked this time, and on March 8, 2011, he was given the death penalty for the murder of Danny Boy Edward. Investigators surmised that Eadweard may have had 9 to 15 unidentified victims, despite his conviction for 5 murders. Detective Chad Garcia from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, one of the investigators in the Sweetheart murders, also suggested that Eadweard might have been responsible for 15 other murders, including the Zodiac killings. In the book The Peyton Allen Files, Phil Stanford made the suggestion that Eadweard might have been responsible for the 1960 murders of Beverly Allen and Larry Peyton in Portland, Oregon. Although these allegations are still unsubstantiated, retired murder detective John Cameron expressed the opinion that Eadweard was responsible for the Zodiac killings and other well-known unsolved crimes. At the age of 77, Eadweard Edwards passed away from natural causes on April 7, 2011, at the Corrections Medical Center in Columbus, Ohio. With his passing, a horrific crime spree that claimed 5 lives and left many more injured came to an end. Eadweard escaped the August 31, 2011, scheduled execution by lethal injection. The family members of Tim and Kelly did not find comfort in Eadweard's arrest for their deaths. Kelly's mother, Norma Walker, said that rather than offering closure, Eadweard's arrest brought back unpleasant memories. David Pym's father, was relieved that the ordeal was finally ended and expressed gratitude for the DNA evidence linking Eadweard to the murder. April Bellagio, the daughter of Eadweard, contributed to the resolution of the cold case and now uses her podcast, The Clearing, to help families of victims whose cases remain unsolved. Kelly Drew and Tim Hawk have bright futures ahead of them. However, Eadweard Wayne Edwards, their killer, brutally ended their life. The serial killer Eadweard did not harbor any personal grudges against the pair. Their narrative is all the more tragic for having been in the wrong place at the wrong time. The families of Kelly Drew and Tim Hawk, as well as the other victims, were still dealing with the fallout from the tragedy even after Eadweard Wayne Edward was arrested and the prosecutions were concluded. The pain caused by Eadweard's actions persisted, despite the fact that his conviction brought some closure. Moving on to the next case. The Frankfurt Slasher, an unidentified guy who perpetrated a string of heinous crimes in the Frankfurt neighborhood of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, between 1985 and 1990 is known by the nickname the Frankfurt slasher. Transit workers discovered a partially clothed woman's body in a train yard in the northeastern area of Frankfurt on August 26, 1985, at around 8:30 a.m. 52-year-old Helen Payton was the victim, and she met a horrible end. Her legs were wide, her blouse undone, and she was arranged provocatively. It was discovered through subsequent autopsies that she had been sexually raped. Her abdomen had been slit in a way that exposed her organs, and she had suffered 47 stab wounds, the most in the head and chest. But this was only the start of the misery. A few months later, on January 3, 1986, a second body was recovered on Rittner Street, block 1400, a short distance from the location of the first victim. Someone discovered Anna Carroll, 68, unconscious on the bedroom floor after noticing her flat door ajar. Similar to Helen, Anna had been positioned by the murderer and found partially naked, starting from her waist down. She was gutted and had 6 stab wounds to her back. The kitchen knife that was used in the assault was still there. From this point on, the savage Frankfurt slasher did not strike for nearly a whole year. Susanna Osleff, 64, was discovered on Christmas Day 1986 in a manner resembling that of Helen and Anna. Found in her own flat on Richmond Street, she had the same wounds as Anna. A few weeks later, on January 8, 1987, a restaurant employee discovered Jean Durkin's body behind a storage truck on Frankfurt Avenue. She was a 28-year-old homeless lady who had experienced 74 stab wounds as well as sexual abuse. She had been positioned and was nude from the waist down, just like the other victims. Prior to her brother's death in the late 1960s, Jean had led a largely normal life. She started hearing voices after that and was given a paranoid schizophrenia diagnosis. She had been homeless for the previous 5 years and was frequently spotted sleeping in the doorway of an abandoned bakery that was located a few doors down from Goldie's, a neighborhood pub. Authorities were informed by those acquainted with her that she was not a woman who was easily subdued. Because of how badly Jean battled, 6 police officers had already attempted to arrest her before giving up. Because of this, police theorized that she might have known the person who killed her and had dropped her guard. They also found out that the night before the 28-year-old was put to death, she got into a fight with another lady, Michelle Martin, a client of Goldie's, about a blanket. However, Michelle was eventually excluded from the inquiry. Investigators started piecing the puzzle together gradually. The violent and hateful attacks and abuse of 4 women in the Frankfurt neighborhood cannot have happened by accident. Ultimately, a link between all 4 deaths was established by the investigators. Goldie's was a well-liked pub on Frankfurt Avenue where they had all been frequent patrons. The neighborhood had a reputation as a center of nightlife and was widely known for its drug users. Though it hasn't been proved either way, there is conjecture regarding the victims of the slasher being sex workers. After this finding, the area was surveyed and a task force was established by the government. When questioned, a female Goldie's barmaid acknowledged knowing most of the victims, even mentioning that Jean typically came in to stay warm. She said that she thought a customer was responsible for the killings, but she gave no explanation or other information. It was discovered that Susanna frequented the pub 3 days before to her death, and that she was constantly interacting with patrons. But Anna was said to have kept quiet and purchased her own beverages. At this point, the authorities made the decision to inform the media that the crimes had nothing to do with one another. Maybe this was done to keep city dwellers from going into panic. Following this, the killings ceased for a year before resuming in January 1988, following the discovery of Margaret Vaughn's body, then 66 years old. She had been stabbed 29 times when she was found laying in the entrance of her 49-100 apartment block on Penn Street. On this occasion, nevertheless, the investigators were slightly fortunate. A barman remembered seeing Margaret the night before with a middle-aged Caucasian bartender who was described as limping and having a round face and glasses. She remembered enough information to allow for the creation of a composite sketch, which was then circulated across the city. Sadly, despite the police department's plea for assistance, no useful leads were obtained. Teresa Sciortino, 30, was discovered alone in her Arrett Street flat on January 19, 1989. She was found face up, dressed in only white socks, with stab wounds across her face, chest, and arms. She had suffered sexual assault with a piece of wood in addition to being stabbed 25 times. A bloody shoe print was discovered at the scene, but it was never linked to anyone, and a kitchen knife that was identified as the murder weapon was discovered there. After being questioned by police, the neighbors claimed to have heard a scuffle in her flat and then a loud thump that sounded like something being thrown to the floor. But they didn't give it much thought at the time and didn't do anything about it. Shortly after 6 p.m., Teresa was allegedly spotted with a middle-aged white man, and this was when the altercation was reported. The 30-year-old was a frequent customer of Goldie's, as was to be anticipated at this stage. After Teresa's death, the Frankfurt slasher remained silent for more than a year. Not until April 19, 1990 did they launch another attack. Carol Dowd, 46, was found in an alleyway close to a fish market at around 2 in the morning by a patrolling police officer. A slit had exposed her internal organs, and she had sustained 36 stab wounds. But after investigating Carol's past, authorities discovered another significant relationship between a number of their victims. In the years preceding their deaths, Teresa, Carol, and Jean had all been admitted to and discharged from mental hospitals. When Teresa was killed, she was still receiving treatment as an outpatient. After Carol was discovered, police turned their focus to the fish market, where they started questioning the staff. They paid particular attention to Leonard Christopher, a black man who lived nearby and was acquainted with Margaret Vaughn, one of the victims. He claimed to be 39 years old and to have been with his girlfriend the night Carol was killed, but his partner claimed that Carol had been by herself the entire time. Leonard was the most wanted man in law enforcement since he had no alibi, and it didn't take long for them to arrest him. Even though there was no evidence of blood, no motivation, no weapon, and several witnesses had seen the women with white men before to their deaths. On May 5, 1990, Leonard was taken into custody. The witness statements were inconsistent. While 2 witnesses stated they had seen Leonard and Carol stroll into an alley together around the time of her death, many who knew him said he was a fine man and had not been anywhere near the murder locations. The majority of the reports of the man who was last seen with the victims, including Carol herself, did not match his description. The 39-year-old was on trial for murder on June 20th. A few months later, on September 6, 1990, Michelle Martin's, 30, also known as Michelle Denner, body was discovered in her flat. She had suffered 23 stab wounds. Her body had been positioned, her organs showing. She was a frequent visitor to Goldie's and had recently undergone mental health treatment. She shared a street with Teresa and lived only 3 streets away from Carol. Moreover, this woman was the same one who had argued with Jean the previous evening before Jean's murder. Additionally, Michelle was seen the day before she died with a middle-aged white male who matched the slasher's original description. The jury was not informed of this crime, even though Leonard Christopher was incarcerated awaiting his sentence and could not have committed this murder. On December 12, 1990, Leonard was finally found guilty and given a life sentence, where he eventually passed away from cancer. He preserved his innocence all of his life. Other than Leonard, not much is known about potential suspects in the Frankfurt slasher case. According to an early 2019 NBC article, a suspect who identified as a minister vanished during a police interrogation, but not before providing DNA samples. Add an additional elaboration. A CBS piece states that the offender rented an office at a neighboring church and pretended to be a counselor providing advice and comfort. The police reportedly learned about the death of their main suspect in 2008. After being questioned, he had gone away, and the killings had ceased. The name of this suspect has never been made public. It appears that there is still no solid evidence linking him to any of the crimes. For a brief period, there was a belief that the Frankfurt slasher was related to the case of Catherine Jones, a 29-year-old woman who was discovered dead on the street in January of 1987. She had been fatally bludgeoned, yet she was discovered half-dressed and frozen. It seems that the slasher is not thought to be responsible for her situation. It is acknowledged by the case's new investigators that Leonard was most likely unfairly convicted. As of right now, there is still no closure on the Frankfurt slasher case. Moving on to the next case. Lisa Home. A video of a countdown clock named 13 was uploaded to YouTube on May 24, 2015, by Lisa Home. And on June 7, 2015, exactly 13 days later, a 17-year-old Swedish girl called Lisa Home vanished after working a shift at a cafe in Blomberg, western Sweden. She was discovered dead in a barn a short distance from her home after several days of searching. The youngster was found half-clothed and with tape covering her mouth, even though an autopsy revealed she had not been sexually molested. Given that she vanished exactly 13 days after the video was uploaded, a lot of people think that the film was uploaded by her murderer and was intended to symbolize the countdown to her death. Additionally, other witnesses said they saw a message indicating the owner of the channel had uploaded a second private video and had purportedly commented with a drawn map, which some speculate may be connected to an unsolved homicide. Police asserted that there was no connection between the video and the case, calling it a coincidence. In the end, a DNA test revealed that the blood on Lisa's clothing belonged to a 31-year-old guy named Balavicius. There were also traces of his semen in the barn. His attorney, Inger Ronbag, testified during the trial that her client had been in the barn a few days prior with a minor cut on his hand, and that cut might have ended up on Lisa's clothing when it fell to the ground. Furthermore, she maintained that few days prior to the incident, her client had engaged in some masturbation in the barn where he occasionally worked. But the judge convicted him of the crime and gave him a life sentence. The YouTube video was never brought up in the case, and it's unclear whether it has any actual connection to the crime or if it was just a coincidence. If you're fascinated by true crime and enjoying the video so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button and give this video a thumbs up to stay updated on all our latest content. Moving on to the next case. Crystal Lynn Bislanowicz. A young woman named Tracy Bislanowicz informed her partner Chris on December 4, 1955, that she was heading to the nearby Circle K for dinner. But Chris started to worry when she didn't get home by 11 p.m. It wasn't as though Tracy had abandoned ship. She was always in contact with her boyfriend. Chris, despite his being, did not phone the police right away. Rather, he went around to neighbors' doors and knocked on them to see if Tracy was there, but she wasn't there. At 8:40 a.m. the following day, a rancher and his son discovered a young woman's nude body 45 miles from Salt Lake City on the banks of the Provo River in Northfield, close to Midway. The case was quickly taken up by the local police department. Though not much was discovered, a pair of socks was discovered carefully folded on a rock. The forensics team also gathered a number of huge, bloody boulders from the area that they thought might have been used as murder weapons. Authorities believe they had a Jane Doe on their hands because the body was found without any clothing or other personal items, such as identification. They did, however, have one benefit. They drew out the many tattoos of the unnamed victim in the hopes that someone would come forward after seeing them on the television. The strategy was successful. Chris called the police as soon as he realized the tattoos were to his girlfriend Tracy. But nothing was what it seemed. After Tracy's father was contacted by the police, he disclosed his suspicions that Jane Doe was actually his 17-year-old stepdaughter, Crystal, who frequently assumed her sister's identity. When Crystal and Chris made the decision to move in together, they had been dating for a little more than a year. The pair had been staying in a motel as they saved up enough cash to move into a more permanent residence. At the age of 15, Crystal's mother, Lindy Thorson, revealed that her daughter had started using drugs and engaging in sex work. She also mentioned that Crystal always had her arms wide open and a big smile on her face when she returned home. "I never turned her down. I have always cherished her." The revelation that Crystal's body, not Tracy's, was found dead made Chris the top suspect in the eyes of the police. He was, after all, Crystal's boyfriend, the one who had revealed her identity as Tracy. Very strange actions for a defenseless man, but there was a catch. Chris did not have the motivation or resources to carry out this horrifying execution. As the household's primary provider, Crystal gave Chris financial support. It didn't seem possible that he could have traveled the great distance to the location of the dead woman's discovery because he didn't own a car either. 3 days later, when authorities learned about a taxi driver named Herb Fry who was well known for his obsession with Crystal, they believed they had hit gold. According to reports, he even said, "Nobody can have her if I can't." But there was also no proof connecting him to the crime. As the years went by, the investigation became less active, but investigators never forgot about Crystal. Detective Todd Bonner, who initially worked the case, said that it followed him for the rest of his career. By 2008, new methods had enabled forensic experts to extract Crystal's DNA from rocks discovered near her body, and the murder weapons also included traces of an unidentified guy. Neither Herb Fry nor Chris could have matched it. Then, in 2013, after 5 years, a brand new DNA tool was made accessible. Authorities were able to extract a complete DNA profile from the pebbles discovered at the scene by using the MVAC on them. The cops received a hit after running the profile through Cody's. Joseph Michael Simpson's DNA was found in the sample. Law enforcement watched Simpson for several days until he threw away a cigarette, which allowed them to positively identify him as their perpetrator. That following year, Todd Bonner, who is currently the county sheriff, followed down the criminal and traced him down to Florida so he could be handcuffed. Simpson had a colorful criminal past that included multiple drug-related charges. The most noteworthy aspect, though, is that he was only granted parole 8 months prior to this after serving a murder sentence. He had been detained since 1987 and had served 8 years in prison for the offense. Simpson was found guilty on September 29, 2016, of killing Crystal Bislanowicz. Without the possibility of release, he was sentenced to life in jail. Nothing can ever fully ease the anguish of losing a child and a brother, but at least justice was served, and the killer who almost got away with it is now permanently removed from society. Moving on to the next case. Linda Slayton. Linda Slayton, age 31, resided in Lakeland, Florida. Tim, who was 12, and Jeff, who was 15, were her 2 boys. Judy Butler, Linda's sister, had come to their house early on September 4, 1981, so the 2 could have coffee. Judy, however, discovered her sister's body when she got there and immediately dialed 911. Linda was lying on the bed, her neck encircled with a wire hanger. She had been choked and beaten. Her 2 sons had to hear the news from the investigators when they got on the site. When they discovered Jeff dozing off in the living room, they told him to get dressed and head outside. After stepping outdoors, Jeff noticed television crews, what appeared to be every Florida police officer, and his Aunt Judy, who was sobbing. Judy then informed him of Linda's situation. An officer woke up Tim, Linda's other son, in the second bedroom. Tim walked by his mother's closed bedroom door, still in his pajamas. Then a cop emerged from the room and the door sprang open, and he observed the entire scene of the crime. Investigators surmised that the culprit had broken through the screen and entered Linda's bedroom window. On the windowsill, they discovered a palm print as well. In addition, they extracted DNA from her body that belonged to an unidentified guy. Subsequently, Detectives made an effort to find out more about Linda in order to determine whether or not her acquaintance was the culprit. Frank Slayton, Linda's ex-husband, was examined. When she was 24 years old, in 1974, she filed for divorce. Being a violent drunk, he would become aggressive and strike Linda. He was an asshole, but investigators were unable to connect him to the crime. Jeff Slayton was another person that investigators examined. They conducted several interviews with him, but were unable to establish his guilt either. Investigators investigated Joe Mills as well. Tim's high school football coach was Mills, a 20-year-old. Following her divorce, Linda found it difficult to find employment, sewn her own clothes to save money, and was unable to purchase a car. Then, each day, Mills drove Tim to and from practice. Mills was also unconnected to the crime scene by the investigators. As a fingerprint expert, Sergeant Edgar Pickett was employed by the Lakeland Police Department. It was he who searched the whole crime scene and discovered the palm print on the windowsill. The DNA and palm print extracted from Linda's body were preserved for potential use in the future. Tim and Jeff moved in with Clarence and Margaret Harris, their grandparents. They hardly ever left the house because they were so afraid. Except for Grandpa Harris, they were all sleeping in the same room. He would keep watch over them all night long while brandishing a rifle. The grandparents hoped that their distressed grandsons would feel better quickly and get back into regular habits. Grandsons. After their mother's funeral, the boys returned to school a few weeks later. They chose to concentrate on football. A month after Linda was killed, this picture of Tim's football squad was taken. The picture was hung in Tim's bedroom. He claimed it brought to mind what his mother had taught him, to never give up and to keep going forward. Jeff and Tim have revealed in the past few years that they are still grieving and feeling guilty for not hearing anything that night and for not saving their mother. Investigators have created a complete DNA profile of the individual who killed Linda in March 1999. A match was all that was required. In 2001, Detective Brad Grice took up the case. He obtained numerous DNA samples from previously identified individuals of interest and sent them to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for comparative analysis. Tim and Jeff then had a meeting with Detective Grice. To clear the brothers once more, he obtained DNA samples from them. In addition, he assured them he wouldn't leave his position until their mother's case was resolved. Another volunteer was Frank Slayton, who had given up alcohol, but none of the samples matched. Then, in September 2001, a tip came in to investigator Grice. A 24-year-old guy called Jimmy Ulmer almost killed a 10-year-old girl by pulling her through her bedroom window about a year after Linda was taken. Ulmer was found guilty of it and given an 80-year prison term. The brutal attack felt a lot like Linda's experience. Detective Grice also learned that Jimmy Ulmer had been visiting a friend who also happened to reside in Linda's flat building at the time of Linda's death. Detective Grice was certain that they had their man, as were Jeff and Tim. Ulmer died in prison in 1996, but his mother gave Grice a sample of his DNA. It was a huge letdown when his DNA did not match the DNA from the crime scene. They seemed to be going back to the beginning. When investigator Grice took over a new cold case team in 2005, he persuaded the FBI to constantly scan the DNA profile through all federal data repositories. However, the years went by without a match. Detective Grice was unable to fulfill his commitment because he had to retire in 2015 due to health issues. But there was still hope when in 2018, revolutionary DNA technology started to excite the police force. Cece Moore, a genetic genealogist, chose to take up Linda's case. In the subject of investigative genetic genealogy, she is a well-known authority. Cece is the reason behind the resolution of numerous unsolved cases. Moore posted the DNA profile on the open genealogical platform Eadweard. Then she painstakingly built the culprit's family tree, branch by branch. She filled in the names on the family tree by poring over marriage licenses, birth certificates, obituaries, and social media posts. According to Moore, her investigation revealed 3 strands of the offender's family tree, which finally led her to the one individual who was probably in charge. According to her, the 3 genetic networks combined to form a single family tree that pointed to a single direct family. Since he was the only son in the family, the dad had to have contributed DNA. In a single weekend, C.C. Moore was able to identify the man following hundreds of leads, dead ends, and the investigation and clearance of several suspicions. Tim's driver for practice was a man named Joseph Clinton Mills, also known as Coach Joe. Before informing the brothers, the authorities wanted to make sure. Joseph Mills, who was then 58 years old, was living in Kathleen, Florida, roughly 30 minutes away from the crime scene, according to C.C. Moore's final 2019 report. On Linda's investigation were 2 of the next generation of Lakeland investigators, Detectives Tammy Hathcock and Russell Hurley. After looking over the initial case files, the police discovered that Mills had been interrogated at first, although for a short time. Mills informed them that he had dropped Tim off at his house and was unaware of Linda's whereabouts. Mills was found guilty in 1984 of grand theft for faking a will, according to detectives. Although he was never arrested, he was fingerprinted and had his palm print taken. Investigators compared those prints, taken in August 2019, to the palm print Sergeant Pickett had removed from Linda's windowsill almost 38 years earlier. A match was made. Mills was determined to be the most likely offender using advanced genetic genealogy, and his identification was further confirmed by a traditional palm print. Hurley and Detective Hathcock still had to match Mills' recent DNA sample to the decades-old DNA found at the crime scene. They returned Mills' trash to the police department in secret. After finding a piece of old medical adhesive tape, they sent it to the crime lab of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to be tested. When the test results were received 11 days later, it was determined that Joseph Mills was the one who killed Linda Slayton. It was only then that she could tell her sons Jeff and Tim that the monster had, at last, been captured. Tim expressed his admiration for Coach Joe and expressed his dismay at having this old picture of him. What was even more abhorrent was the fact that Mills kept on driving Tim to and from practice even after he killed Linda. Joseph Mills was apprehended by detectives on December 12, 2019. Detective Tammy Hathcock reading him his rights is shown in this photo. It was almost as if he already knew why he was being arrested because he displayed no emotion and made no inquiry. Following the arrest, Tim and Jeff went to personally thank Sergeant Edgar Pickett, who is currently 94 years old, for taking the palm print all those years ago. Mills entered a guilty plea to all charges in 2022. Linda's family asked why he was sentenced. "Why?" Jeff shouted at him in court. "Joe, I simply want to know why. How come you stole my mother from me? I cherished my mother. We were content." All were enraged at Mills's reaction. "I'm a decent person. I'm not the person they have me portraying myself as." Ultimately, Mills received a life sentence without the chance of release in February 2022. "We owe those early crime scene investigators a great debt of gratitude," stated C.C. Moore. "Since they were unaware that DNA will be utilized in criminal investigations when this crime was committed, it is crucial that they gathered that, and that department has kept it safe and responsible for all these years. We couldn't have completed our work if that hadn't occurred." According to Jeff and Tim, they're resolved to do the best they can go on and lead fulfilling lives for their mother and their families. The brothers are also aware that without one another, they could not have made it through their tragedy. Living only a few miles away, they maintain an unwavering closeness and share a passion for restoration cars. Jeff and Tim light a candle next to a picture of their mother on her birthdays and frequently go to her grave together. Moving on to the next case. Sophie Sergy. Born in 1973, Sophie Sergy is a native of Pickeys Point, a remote village on the Yukon River in western Alaska. Pickeys Point was mostly populated by Aboriginal people at the time, when the population numbered less than 200. Sophie's childhood in this close-knit community was influenced by the special challenges and natural beauty of rural Alaska. Sophie was imbued with a strong sense of community, family values, and a deep connection to her indigenous origin by the village, which was renowned for its isolation and tiny population. The strong bonds that characterized the way of life among the people who lived in the isolated Alaskan wilderness at Pickeys Point were perhaps what made life there so special. Sophie was thought of as a model citizen and a remarkable daughter. Her ambition to achieve her goals and her intelligence and diligence were what characterized her as a person. She developed into a role model in the community, especially for the younger people. Sophie's aspirations went beyond the boundaries of her sleepy village, and she cultivated hopes of making notable life achievements. Sophie's dedication to learning was evident even in the face of obstacles brought on by the far-off location and scarce resources. She was fortunate enough to obtain a full scholarship to the University of Alaska, a famous school that required her to move almost 500 miles from her hometown. The university's dynamic and culturally varied atmosphere replaced the tight-knit indigenous community, marking a momentous change. Sophie was fascinated by the wonders of the water, and her academic interests at the university were centered around marine biology. Even though Sophie was doing well in school, she had a life-changing event that forced her to put her college career on hold for a while. This choice was made for two reasons. At first, Sophie felt a strong feeling of obligation to her family, especially her ailing mother, and a strong want to return home to take care of them. She also decided to work and save money for necessary dental treatment after realizing the financial constraints that come with her scholastic journey. During her time off from university, Sophie worked as a teaching assistant at a school in her community of origin. This decision showed her commitment to giving back to the community and her excellent work ethic. By managing her finances and making an effort to save money for her dental procedure rather than depending on her relatives, Sophie demonstrated her self-reliance and accountability. She intended to re-enroll in college after completing her 2 years of studies in marine biology, signifying her unwavering commitment to realizing her academic goals. But in April 1993, Sophie's life tragically changed on a weekend trip to Fairbanks. On April 25, 1993, Sophie took a plane to Fairbanks for a dentist visit. It appeared to be a typical day with routine activities. She intended to stay with her friend Shirley, a University of Alaska Fairbanks student who lived in the dorm Bartlett Hall. Sophie went out with friends that night, having dinner and a movie, and participating in activities that reflected the lifestyles of a great deal of college students. In what is believed to be Sophie's final known snapshot, she is shown smiling broadly and appearing ready to welcome the world as she embarks on a sunset viewing excursion. After making her way back to Shirley's room in Bartlett Hall, Sophie enjoyed a laid-back evening with Shirley and her boyfriend, Noah, while watching films. Sophie went to the common area later in the evening for a drink and then settled on a smoke. Shirley suggested that Sophie smoke in the bathroom on the second floor to escape the bitter cold in Alaska. Sophie consented, and Shirley and Noah made the decision to alert Sophie of their outing by leaving a note on the door while she was away. They had no idea that their decision would inadvertently deepen the mystery surrounding Sophie's abduction. When Shirley got back to her dorm room the next morning, Sophie was nowhere to be seen. Shirley called the police to report her friend Sophie missing because she was worried and couldn't find any evidence of her. Simultaneously, without being aware of the tragedy that was transpiring in Fairbanks, Sophie's orthodontist called Sophie's family to inquire about her absence from a scheduled visit. As the day went on, a caretaker in charge of the Bartlett Hall second-floor lavatory discovered something unsettling. After a vicious attack that included binding, gagging, tasering, beating, stabbing, and finally a gunshot to the back of her skull, Sophie Sergy's body was found in the bathtub. With Sophie's clothes all tattered and her corpse drenched from the water, the crime scene perfectly captured the brutality of the deed. The University of Alaska Fairbanks community was shocked by the discovery, and local authorities launched an inquiry right once. Because of the shock and amazement caused by Sophie's brutal murder in a college dorm, there are now more security measures and student mental health resources available. Following the discovery of Sophie's body on April 26, 1993, detectives, forensic experts, and law enforcement personnel descended upon the dorm to carefully examine and record every aspect of the crime scene. To bring the criminal to justice, a thorough investigation was required due to the seriousness and savagery of the murder. Authorities collected evidence after carefully searching the loo for any DNA, hair samples, and fingerprints. Even with 1993's forensic technology limitations, investigators recognized the value of saving these samples for potential breakthroughs in DNA analysis down the road. The fact that there was no alcohol or illegal drugs in Sophie's system upon autopsy emphasizes how heinous the crime against her was. An essential part in piecing together the circumstances leading up to Sophie's death was eyewitness testimony. Later on, two students, Vanessa Allen and Jennifer Roy, gave insightful information. During the semester, Vanessa lived in the dorm and described how she felt nervous the night of April 25th when she went into the rarely used East Side lavatory. She became suspicious when she saw the light in the tub room was on, as it was not a frequent occurrence. Vanessa noticed sparks coming from the adjoining room, something akin to firecrackers. Jennifer Roy, a senior who was about to graduate, was also studying late in the dorm on the west side. At about 1:30 a.m. on Monday, she noticed different noises coming from the other bathroom through the shared wall. Jennifer heard something rustle, something loud thud against the wall and someone mumbling, and she assumed it was a guy and a female. Witness statements, forensic evidence, and the graphic details of Sophie's attack led to a greater attempt to locate and capture the attacker. The inquiry ran into difficulties because college campuses are temporary places where some students leave for the semester and never come back. It was difficult to track down people to question because room assignments were always changing, and the dorm roster was not always accurate in reflecting who lived there. By interviewing witnesses and following up on leads, investigators want to piece together the sequence of events that took place the night of the attack and reduce the window of time between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. when Sophie was killed. The Sophie Sergy case became a cold case over time, one that investigators periodically looked at. As forensic tools advanced, especially in DNA analysis, authorities took advantage of the chance to re-evaluate the evidence. The emphasis turned to utilizing the preserved DNA samples in an attempt to identify the person who killed Sophie in a terrible manner. 2018 saw a breakthrough in the development of DNA testing capabilities. Through the use of contemporary DNA analysis, the preserved samples allowed detectives to create a suspect's genetic profile. The possibility of discovering a match could be greatly increased by comparing this profile to DNA databases. The determination to use cutting-edge forensic tools and the persistent pursuit of justice were crucial in resolving Sophie's case. A crucial part was performed by genetically determined DNA analysis, an increasingly popular technique for cracking stale cases. By comparing DNA from the crime scene with genetic databases that are accessible to the general public, this technology may be able to identify familial links. The use of genetic DNA analysis has been crucial in identifying suspects in cases that have languished unsolved for many years. When Maine resident Stephen Downs became the main suspect, the investigation took a significant shift. Subsequent inquiry showed that Downs was living in the dorm where Sophie was tragically murdered while attending the University of Alaska Fairbanks at the time of the brutal attack. Downs was detained even though he denied having any relationship to Sergei during his 2019 interrogation. This was because his DNA unmistakably matched the sample taken from Sergei's remains decades earlier. Later, he was extradited from Maine, where he was employed as a nurse. prosecutors built a strong case against Downs by gathering evidence during the trial that connected him to the location of the crime. Important witnesses, such as Vanessa Allen and Jennifer Roy, gave compelling testimony about what happened the night of the attack and gave important insights into what transpired. The main focus of the trial was piecing together Sophie's tragic death by using the memories of people who were in Bartlett Hall on that fatal night. The pursuit of justice for Sophie Sergy and her grieving family was aided greatly by the testimony of witnesses and the developments in forensic technology. When the trial finally came to an end, Stephen Downs was given a sentence of 75 years in jail for the attack that claimed Sophie Sergy's life. The horrific death of Sophie has left a lasting impact, even though justice has been delivered. The tragic events of 1993 altered her friends' and family's life forever, even though they were able to find closure almost 3 decades later. The path from an unsolved cold case to Stephen Downs' capture and conviction serves as an example of how genetic genealogy may be revolutionary in providing victims with justice and comfort to bereaved families. Moving on to the next case. Mitus Richardson. Born on April 30, 1985, to Ladis Sutton and Michael Richardson, Mitus Richardson is a bright and successful young lady. The turbulent relationship between the pair finally resulted in their breakup. Furthermore, Mitus was reared primarily in Covina, California, by her mother and stepfather, Larry Sutton. Mitus attended South Hills High School and graduated with honors. In 2008, he attended California State University in Fullerton and earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in psychology. She worked part-time as an attendant at an LGBTQ+ strip club and as an intern for a forensic psychologist in the year 2009. Some stories state that Mitus had broken up with her 2-year girlfriend when she vanished. When 24-year-old Mitus walked into Jeffrey's restaurant in Malibu on September 16, 2009, she started acting strangely, according to the staff, as she was eating a steak and sipping a martini. She made an attempt to join a nearby table where people were chatting incoherently about astrological signs. After that, she went back to her own seat to finish her meal, but she later came back to the table to tell everyone that she was going to Hawaii and would get in touch with them when she got there. The party that thought her strange but not unpleasant or bothersome departed shortly after. When Mitus tried to leave as well, the manager stopped her and asked her how she planned to pay her $89 charge. Mitus insisted that the group ought to have covered her expenses, but the employees refuted her assertion. The 24-year-old then mentioned that she was from the planet Mars and that she should use sex to pay off her debt. Mitus took a joint and emptied her pockets, searching for whatever cash she could have on her person. She sounds pretty weird. So the restaurant workers phoned the cops at this point. There's a chance she's high. After receiving the call, the LA County Sheriff's Department determined her status. They found that she was not inebriated or under the effect of drugs after giving her a sobriety test. After that, Mitus was taken into custody on suspicion of not paying for the dinner and of having less than 1 ounce of marijuana in his hands. Before they departed the scene, the arresting cops said that the 24-year-old had locked her car with her belongings, including her purse, cell phone, and cash. Next, the vehicle was transported along the Pacific Coast Highway to a tow yard. About 10 miles up Malibu Canyon, at the Lost Hills Sheriff Station, Mitus was taken into custody and given literature. Mitus made 4 attempts to phone her great-grandmother after being arrested. She had committed the number to memory alone. Although Mitus informed the police that the phone never rang, the cops claimed to have heard her conversing. It is impossible to determine who was right in this situation because the usual pay phone that was being used had malfunctioned, thus the calls were placed on a non-recording line. Mitus' mother was extremely worried when she learned that her daughter had been imprisoned. The 24-year-old was informed by station personnel that he would not be allowed outside until the morning. But that's not what actually happened. Mitus was released at 12:28 a.m. She was alone in a place she didn't know, without any of her belongings. and without a way to return home. She was freed because, according to a police spokeswoman, she showed no indications of being drunk or mentally sick. It is also said that the young woman refused to wait in the lobby. Bill Smith, a former news anchor, noticed the 24-year-old in his garden around 6:30 a.m., some hours later. Smith lived in Monternito, a community of equestrian estates and private hiking trails located approximately 6 miles west of the Lost Hills station at the base of Dark Canyon. Mitus informed Smith that she was sleeping when he opened his window to check on her. After that, he phoned the police, but by the time they got there, the 24-year-old had left. Officers at the station advised her to wait a few more hours before reporting her missing, even though her mother realized right away that something was wrong. Mitus was not the subject of a be on the lookout alert until early in the afternoon on the 17th. However, Mitus vanished from sight, and in the months that followed, no sign of her was found. When her family tried to retrieve the tape from her detention cell after she vanished, LASD Captain Thomas Martin informed them that none existed. There isn't any form of videotape. Later on, he would tell the press. But 4 months later, in January 2010, Martin acknowledged that the recording did, in fact, exist. His desk drawer had it. Interestingly, the captain was promoted and sent to a station more than an hour distant by the end of that month. It took an additional 3 months for the family to finally watch the videotape. The police said that this was because of technological lag. Lattice remembered observing the video and noticing that her daughter appeared restless and upset. The family claimed that the tape had been altered. They were left wondering what was omitted from the original recording as a result. According to reports, Mitus was spotted carrying a piece of paper 1 second and crumpled on the ground the next. The LASD never provided an explanation for the video's editing. But during the course of the inquiry into Mitus' abduction and eventual death, the police conducted a number of strange and suspicious acts, of which this episode was just one. The family saw Mitus depart the station 2 minutes after she did, from a different door, when they watched more footage of her. However, no one at the LASD would give the man's name. Naturally, Michael, Mitus' father, said, "That makes me suspect. My daughter is the one who leaves the building first, and they don't say anything about him. He may have taken her hostage, offered to drive her to the impound lots, abandoned her, and then returned to get her. Perhaps he missed her. Why have they been hiding him is the key question. It is their responsibility to uncover the facts and get off their donut-eating asses." Mike Kessler, a journalist for LA Magazine, was able to find out who this cop was. It appears that the individual was moved less than 6 months after Mitus' family saw the video of him leaving the building. The man said, "Unfortunately for you, dude, I wasn't there," when Kessler approached him. After that, he hung up. But Kessler persisted, and he was able to talk to the officer once again. This time, the individual insisted he had no memory of being at the department that evening. He said to Kessler, quote, "I was one of the guys that kept away from this, minding my own business, the night this nonsense happened." The LASD conducted a search on January 9, 2010. In the department's history, it was one of the most extensive searches. More than 300 individuals with search and rescue training took part in an 18-square-mile exploration of Malibu Canyon. The volunteers searched both on the ground and in the air, going over ridges, trails, and creeks. More searches were conducted later that year on June 5th and 6th, with the participation of over 100 private citizen volunteers. Still, searchers were unable to locate Mitus. On August 9th, 2010, just after noon, rangers in Dark Canyon were investigating a marijuana farm that had just been cleared by the police when they came upon Mitus' body. The terrain was densely covered with poison oak, difficult stones, and other unpleasant plant debris, and there were no designated footpaths. The corpse of Mitus was lying above a creek bed. Her body looked mummified. The police were promptly contacted by the rangers. A deputy from Lost Hills, showed up at the site about 1:30 p.m. Despite the fact that the coroner should have been notified right away, it was almost 3 p.m. when he was contacted. The coroner was dispatched to the Lost Hills station at approximately 5 o'clock in the evening to await an airlift from a point above the canyon, and 2 investigators were transported to the crime scene around 5:20 p.m. 1 hour and 40 minutes more went on as the coroner waited for the chopper. Later, the police announced that the airlift had been postponed while the helicopter assisted in the hunt for a hiker who had gone missing. Detectives gathered Mitus' remains at 8 p.m. as the sun was setting and had them transported back to the station. The state code in question, which said that a body could not be disturbed or removed from the location of death without the consent of the coroner or the coroner's designated deputy, and the assistant chief coroner Ed Winter's instructions were disregarded in this case. The LASD had access to the remains for more than 6.5 hours in total before deciding to transport them without the coroner's permission. In an interview with LA Magazine, a former LAPD officer stated rather frankly that removing the body from the scene without the coroner's consent was, quote, ass backwards. It is the responsibility of law enforcement to safeguard the crime scene, he said. A body should never be moved without consent. The coroner received the photos that the rangers who had initially discovered the body had taken. Although they have never been made public, Mitus' right leg was 2 yards upslope from her body, according to a source close to the investigation who spoke with reporter Mike Kessler of LA Magazine. There was a tunnel through the soft tissue where the femur bone had been removed, as though it had been yanked out rather than by animals. It was really rather strange. The fact that one of her arms was arranged so that it defied gravity and had likely been left so for some time after her death added to the bizarreness of the image. Claire Koff, a forensic anthropologist, has proposed that this was caused by Mitus' body being covered with something after she passed away. But there were going to be more strange revelations. The coroner's employee authorized Dan McElderry and Kevin Acevedo, the LASD detectives on the scene, to move the skull and examine what was underneath, according to Lieutenant Michael Rawson, who oversaw the investigators on their behalf. According to Rawson, the head was attached and, quote, the entire skeleton is still in place together with the skull. This, allegedly, isn't what the images of the crime scene depict. It is clear from the photos that the skull had already been cut away from the body. Its mandible was missing from its upper torso, and it was resting upside down. Moreover, when the body was relocated, 5 neck bones were absent. They've never been located. Whether Rawson and Captain David Smith, who corroborated his account, were present when the body was transferred is uncertain. The detectives and other officers present at the incident have not been made available for comment. When Mike Kessler emailed asking for feedback, Lost Hills Captain Joseph Stephen responded, saying, "Please do not contact the staff. Your repeated attempts to harass my workers are getting increasingly concerning, and they need to stop right away. We are unable and unwilling to talk to you about this situation." The LASD spokeswoman stated that the agency feels uneasy when journalists get in touch with them and that they have nothing at all to conceal. Even though Mitus' case was unusual overall, the LASD did not think that a crime had been committed. It was claimed that she might have been allergic to poison oak and experienced an acute response, or that she might have ventured into the region and become one of the 2 individuals in California who die every year from wounds caused by rattlesnakes. They also said that the 24-year-old's clothes had been stolen by animals. The only items she had left close to her body were her trousers, belts, and bra. If the animals had indeed taken her clothes, then they must have also taken off her shoes, unbuckled her belts, yanked it out of the jeans loops, and dragged down her underwear and pants. The list is endless and doesn't seem to hold up. Another officer proposed that the water's currents had taken off her clothes. However, this still doesn't explain why her belt fell loose from her jeans or why her bra unhooked. In addition, if this were the case, The body would have been deposited where it was on the slope above the creek by the water rising 60 feet above the creek bed and pushing it against the river. In this case, another unanswered question is how Mitus' remains ended up partially mummified. How in the heat had they not broken down completely? Her physique ought to have been reduced to a skeleton after 11 months. When a body is mummified, it usually means that it was placed in sub-zero or extremely dry conditions as soon as possible after death and left there for an extended amount of time. The naked body of a woman who you know was in a vulnerable situation within 2 miles of where she was last seen in an area with which she had no competence in an unexplainable position is in your possession, said forensic anthropologist Claire Koff, who noted Mitus' positioned arm and informed LA Magazine. In most cases, you would assume that this is a homicide until you can rule it out. She was, on the surface, dead. It sounds like she was kidnapped, killed, and then her corpse was dumped. But Lee Backer, the LASD sheriff at the time, didn't think so. At a press conference, he said, "At this time, there is no indication of a homicide. The remains, in my opinion, are not able to tell us a story." Considering that the coroner's office also seems to have been careless in its duties, this seems like a particularly strange thing to say. The hair that was discovered on the ground next to Mitus' body was not examined. It's unknown if the 24-year-old owns it or if someone else gave it to her. In addition, some sort of metallic debris and an earring that Mitus had not been wearing were discovered in her scalp hair, though neither item was examined. Despite the discovery of bug egg casings on the remains, the casings were not investigated further. It's unclear if they originated from an indigenous bug that frequented the region or if they traveled elsewhere. Mitus' clothing and the plants surrounding her were not checked for signs of trauma, and neither her brain nor her skull were thoroughly inspected for foreign DNA or semen. Her pubic hair was also not tested for these substances. Although the 24-year-old's teeth were claimed to have turned pink, indicating a possible strangulation, this was not verified because the hyoid bone, along with the previously mentioned other neck bones, was still missing. 6 months after the body was discovered, the location was examined once more, but not since. In the months following Mitus' passing, friends and family visited the spot to erect a memorial and discovered one of her fingers. Sheriff Backer declared in December 2010 that the FBI was going to inspect Mitus' remains. But it soon became clear that, before Backer's announcement, they had never agreed to do this and had not planned to do so. Even yet, on July 13, 2011, the body was dug up and brought to the LASD crime lab. Nevertheless, it is unknown what was discovered during this inspection. It seems like anything might happen in a scenario this bizarre. Mitus might have lost her mind and wandered into the woods, or there might be a darker plot underway. Maybe there's more to this story than the cops trying to hide the fact that they failed to act appropriately and were in charge of a mentally ill young woman. Mitus was bipolar and had not slept for 5 days when she vanished, according to evidence found in her diary and text messages. When she was released from the Lost Hills station that September night, she was probably in excruciating pain. Latice, the mother of the 24-year-old, thinks she was the victim of foul play. She said that Mitus is not a hiker. "My daughter lives in the city. She didn't stray into that ravine. I think someone used her mental illness, which she was experiencing. She was, in my opinion, slain, possibly raped, and then dumped." No action was taken against the LASD after an independent inquiry of their handling of the matter found that they had acted improperly. But after Mitus' body was found, her parents filed a lawsuit against the LASD for letting the girl go. Every one of them got $450,000. The matter of Mitus remains unresolved, and the $10,000 award was just renewed. The LASD's number to report information regarding Mitus' death is 213-229-1700. Moving on to the next case. Charles Walton. On May 12, 1870, Charles and Emma Walton had a son, Charles Walton. He was a laborer in agriculture who had spent his whole life in the civil parish of Lower Quinton, Warwickshire, England. After losing his wife in 1927, Charles was left a widower in 1945 and shared a home with his 33-year-old niece, Edith Isabel Walton. Charles had taken her in when her mother died in 1915, when she was just 3 years old. Charles was seen as an eccentric and reclusive man, but he was also well-liked by many, who said he was courteous and nice. He made a name for himself as a guy who got along well with both horses and dogs. Although he didn't actively interact and was a little introverted, he didn't have any grudges or ill will toward anyone in the town. Before his death in February of 1905, he had been employed for the last 9 months by a nearby farmer named Alfred Potter. Because of his health, Charles worked the farm when it wasn't raining and chose his own hours. He had arthritis. He frequently worked 4 days a week. Charles went out as usual on Valentine's Day, 1945, with his slash hook and pitchfork. Between 9 and 9:30 a.m., witnesses saw him walk past the churchyard. Charles's work on this particular day was to trim hedges in a field on the slopes of Meehan Hill known as Hill Ground. In the meantime, Edith, his niece, was employed at the Royal Society of Arts as a printer-assembler. She anticipated Charles arriving home at 5 p.m., but Edith soon discovered her uncle wasn't there when she got home at 6. She did not think Charles was just hanging out at the bar or with a friend, not considering his reclusive nature. So she proceeded to her neighbor's house next door, and the two of them traveled to the farm where Charles was employed. Edith was informed by Alfred Potter, Charles's boss, that he had witnessed her uncle cutting the hedges that day. After arriving at the location where Potter had last seen his employee, the three found the mangled body of 74-year-old Charles Walton. Edith was so horrified by the sight that her neighbor had to drag her away. While Alfred Potter stood to watch the body until police arrived, another man who was passing was asked to notify the authorities. This was a grisly crime scene. Charles sustained injuries to his neck from the slash hook after being battered with his own walking cane. The firearm remains embedded in the injuries. He was pinned to the ground by the pitchfork's tines on both sides of his neck. There was a rip in his shirt. His pants were not secured, and his fly was ajar. Although the coroner's records make no mention of it, several sources about the case also claim that a cross was cut into his chest. It was a long wait for the authorities. Members of the Stratford-upon-Avon CID did not show up until much later, even though P.C. Lomasney, the first police officer on the site, arrived at 7:05 p.m. It wasn't until 11:30 p.m. when West Midlands Forensic Laboratory Professor Webster arrived. It was not until 1:30 in the morning that Charles's body was removed from the field. Potter was questioned by officials the next day. He said that although Charles had just recently started working for him for the past 9 months, he had known Charles for the entire 5 years that he had lived on the farm. He disclosed to the authorities Charles's routine of eating lunch at 11 a.m. and working until 4 p.m. On February 14th, Potter had spent the morning with another farmer in the neighborhood bar, the College Arms, until midday. The police soon asked Scotland Yard for assistance. They think the culprit may have been one of the prisoners detained in the nearby Italian and German prison camp established at the beginning of the war. Therefore, they asked to bring an Italian interpreter. To help in the investigation, Scotland Yard dispatched Detective Sergeant Albert Webb and Chief Inspector Robert Fabian. The two came on February 16th with D.S. Sanders, who could speak Italian well. Alfred Potter was soon the main suspect in the detectives' eyes. The first policeman on the scene, who was familiar with the Potters, was advised to keep a careful check on the couple in case they said or did anything that might implicate them. At the nearby camp, which was more like a free-roam prison where inmates came and went as they pleased, Sanders, meantime, questioned a few of the Italians. None of the men there, meanwhile, ever developed into credible suspicions. Charles had many broken ribs, bruises across his chest, and a cut trachea, according to the post-mortem examination. In addition, he sustained cuts to his left hand, bruises on the back of his right hand, and forearm from defensive wounds. It was estimated that he passed sometime between 1 and 2 p.m. Potter was informed by Plomercinet a few days later on February 20th that the police were seeking to obtain fingerprints from the firearms. In response, Potter said he had handled the guns and reported this to the authorities. Because Edith's neighbor Harry Beasley had instructed him to make sure Charles was dead, he had touched them. Additionally, Potter informed P.C. Lomesny that a fascist member from the camp was responsible for Charles's murder. Potter and his wife were ecstatic when a serviceman showed up at the farm a little while later to inform them that an Italian had been taken into custody by military police, something the PC was quite suspicious of. More than 500 people who live in Lower Quinton provided statements to authorities. Additionally, they summoned in Royal Engineers who searched the area with mine detectors in an effort to locate Charles's missing pocket watch. Authorities had sent out a description of his pocket watch to pawnbrokers and jewelers the day after his body was discovered, but it was never found. Using the mine detectors, no hints turned up. For a number of reasons, Chief Inspector Robert Fabian thought Alfred Potter was the offender. Just as the cops were drawing near, Potter departed the scene of the crime. P.C. Lomesny thought that although he had earlier complained about the cold, his appearance was more concerned and nervous than anything else. Potter further stated that on the day of Charles's death, he would have visited the man, but he had to tend to a calf that had become stranded in a nearby ditch. But the calf had actually passed away the day before Charles attacked, as the authorities discovered. Additionally, Potter had given multiple accounts of when he'd last seen Charles at work, and each account was different. He stated that he had seen him working at a distance at 12:10, then 12:15, then 12:20, and finally at 12:30 p.m. that he had seen someone. It was also observed by law enforcement that there were no notes regarding him indicating that he had handled the firearms. It was evident that Charles was dead, and Harry Beasley denied charges that he'd told Potter to find out. He clarified that Potter did not come into contact with the guns while he was there. In spite of this knowledge, the authorities were unable to identify a true motivation and did not find any conclusive proof that would have been detrimental. Two of Potter's former employees claimed that he occasionally had trouble paying their salaries, which led others to speculate that Potter and Charles might have been at odds over money. Edith said to the authorities that she had not seen any IOUs and had not heard Charles claim to have lent money to anyone. The investigators reached a dead end since there was no proof to support the claim that Charles was owed money or that there was a disagreement between him and his employer. There have always been many stories of witchcraft and paganism in Lower Quinton Hamlet. The devil allegedly tried to smother the town's recently constructed abbey with a big clod of earth, but the Bishop of Worcester saw him coming and used prayer to change the devil's trajectory, causing the earth to miss the abbey and form Meehan Hill, the exact location where Charles's body was discovered. Stories like these were still common in 1945, as they had been in earlier ages. Just a year prior to Charles Walton's murder, Helen Duncan, a lady who claimed to be able to call spirits, was on trial in Lower Quinton for violating the 17/30/5 Witchcraft Act. Charles had been the subject of rumors for a while before to his passing. A few people were wary of him since they thought he had ruined the harvest the year before by using toads, while others pointed out his strange bond with animals. The whispering indicated that Charles could tame wild beasts and that the birds would feed from his hand and refrain from eating the seeds from his land at his request. We have already talked about Charles's affection for dogs and horses. A Charles Walton was described in the 1929 book Folklore, Old Customs and Traditions in Shakespeareland as having witnessed a phantom black dog on the road while walking home on multiple occasions in 1885. He'd seen the dog with a headless woman on the last night. When he got home, he discovered that his sister was dead. For a very long time, black dogs have been associated with death and Satan in British legend. It is noted, meanwhile, that no documentation exists indicating Charles had a sister who passed away in 1885. When Chief Inspector Robert Fabian wrote his autobiography in the 1970s, he called the Charles Walton case the witchcraft murder and stated that it was unmistakably the spectral culmination of a paganism ritual. He added that one evening on Meehan Hill, he had an encounter with a black dog. Unsubstantiated reports exist regarding the presence of a black dog hanged up near to Charles's body. A vicious murder occurred in 1875 on an 80-year-old Long Compton resident named Tennant, 15 miles from Lower Quinton. Though this has subsequently been refuted, there is a rumor that she was killed in the same way that Charles was. Although Anne's case also involved the use of a pitchfork, that is where the similarities between the two incidents end, and was murdered in front of multiple witnesses by a guy called James Hayward, who claimed she was a witch. When a BBC reporter in 2014 inquired about Charles's case with Lower Quinton inhabitants, they allegedly encountered a reaction from the community. The villagers' stiff lips were apparent to them. The owner of the College Arms, the bar where Potter had been drinking on February 14, 1945, said to the reporter that discussing it would just agitate people and that it would be counterproductive to cause division in such a tiny community. He also mentioned that there is always someone who knows something in situations like this. Someone knows what goes on, but nobody will talk about it to protect the feelings of family members and to avoid worrying others. Charles's missing pocket watch was found in his outhouse in 1960. The outhouse had been searched extensively in the weeks following Charles's death, which led authorities to surmise that the murderer had returned it for some reason. The horrifying murder of Charles Walton is still unsolved as of right now. Thanks for watching. We hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with us. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into unsolved mysteries. Your support helps us bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like us to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.